Dude, I don't know if anybody will see. Wah, 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 wah. 82% chance of winning, kid. 82% chance of winning. Wah, 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 wah. Da, 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 na, 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 na. Beautiful. I marry him, I marry me. I'm a number, can't you see? I ain't got no fortune or family tree, but I'm a number, I'm a number, ba 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 da ba ba da 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 da. Yeah, what else? Thank you. Just wanna talk for hours. What else? Thank you. Just wanna talk for hours. Give this ball the fucking medicine, dog. I just did. First shit. I'd throw every play. This is the best strategy ever. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Just wanna talk for hours. And if you just wanna I ain't got no pressure. That's what I'm talking about. That's my point. David Montgomery and DeAndre Swift, they're my fucking horses. Terrible. Worst trade ever. Marry him or marry me. I ain't got no future or fantasy, but I'm a number day. I'm a number day. And if you just wanna talk your hours, that's what I said. Now, marry him or marry me. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I want thing. And bama nama thing. Bama nama thing. Bam 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 bam. You see the diagnosis. You got fucked. Oh, da 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 da. Uh-huh. Uh, Yo, douche, 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 douche. Marry him or marry me. David Montgomery is kicking ass. I ain't got no future fantasy, but I might have the most amount of points this year. I might have the most amount of points this year. Uh, uh, uh. 91%. I want one. Da 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 da. Anybody coming close? No, not even in close. Ain't nobody close. Ain't nobody close to touch me. Now, I marry him. I marry me. I marry the man. I'm can't see. Wow, 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 wow. 673. Alright, at what percentage are we, folks? Hi, folks, Norm here. 10%? 500%? I marry him. I marry me. I can't see. I ain't got no fortune. I ain't got no family tree, but I run a mountain. What is it called? RAMK. I ain't got no fortune. I ain't got no family. I ain't got
मतलब श्रीलंकन प्रिंस को हराने के बाद उन्होंने उनको उनका वापस किया. And you guys remember नरसिंह वर्मन वन की पल्लवा की जो कैपिटल कांचीपुरम थी वहां पर आए. दिस मेक सेंस. So you stand contemporary to Narasimhavarman I, who was a Pallava king. All right. Now, Narasimhavarman I is also described to make this beautiful city of Kanchivarman. मतलब कांचीवर्मन को ब्यूटीफुली बनाने में नरसिंहवर्मन का बहुत अहम रोल. Now it is being told that he made various monasteries, almost 100 monasteries, where almost 1,000 monks used to stay. Now, one more important thing is Narasimhavarman I is also considered to be the founder of Mamalapuram. और बाद में हम देखेंगे ममलापुरम में बनाए थे. ये भी हम लोग आगे डायग्राम्स के थ्रू, हम लोग फोटोज के थ्रू समझने की कोशिश करेंगे कि in what ways how rock cut temple architecture have evolved during the Pallavas. ये हम आगे देखेंगे. Now what happened was नरसिंहवर्मन वन के बाद महेंद्र वर्मन द्वितीय आते हैं. याद कीजिए हमने महेंद्र वर्मन वन पढ़ा था, उसके बाद नरसिंहवर्मन वन पढ़ा था. After that came Mahendra Varman II, and then came Parmeshwarman I, and then came Narsim Varman II, जिसके बारे में हम इस स्लाइड में देखेंगे. Now he was also known as Ras, all right, and he was very important ruler of the Pallava kingdom. ये पल्लवा किंगडम के बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट. साउथ इंडियन आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर को डेवलप करने में नरसिम्हा या फिर नरसिम्हवर्मन टू का बहुत अहम भूमिका है. Now, Rajsimha has played a very important role in the development of art and architecture. These great and historic temples, Shore Temple and Kailash Nath Temple at Kanchipuram, they were built during his reign. All right. Now, apart from that, there are some other facts also mentioned that Sanskrit scholar is said to have adored his gold. मतलब इनके राज में गांधी आए थे जो संस्कृत स्कॉलर थे, इन्होंने चाइनीज जैसी भेजा था. All right. These all are important things, but not very important. All right. And one more important thing is जो पल्लवा रूल था वो ऑलमोस्ट 9th-10th सेंचुरी 8 तक था. क्योंकि उस समय मैंने आपको बताया था कि जो इंपीरियर छोटा जो बाद में Aditya I, who was an imperial Shuda king, he defeated the last Pallava ruler Aparajita, and then he seized the Kanchi region. और इस तरीके से पल्लवा रूल came to an end. So if I have to talk about Rajsimha or Narsimha Dvitiya, important thing is that he has contributed a lot to the development of art and architecture. The Shore Temple, the Kailash Nath Temple, they are beautiful example of the Dravidian style of temple, which anyways we are very soon going to discuss. Hope this makes sense. Now, one more important thing before I proceed further. आप ये chronology हमेशा याद रखना that first we were talking about Varman I, then we were talking about Narsim Varman I, then came Mahendra Varman II, and then Parmeshwaram I, and then came this important king Mahendra Varman II, who was also known as Narsimha. And last, alright, the last important ruler, alright, Aditya I of Chola king, he defeated the last Pallava ruler Aparajita. So if it comes sometimes in the exam that who was the last Pallava ruler, so the answer has to be Aparajita, who was defeated by Aditya I, and then Kanchi region, that is the Kanchipuram region, was seized, and thus came the end of the Pallava dynasty. अगर हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की बात करें तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ द पल्लवा, अब इनके समय में कोटाम्स यानी कि इनकी स्टेट अलग अलग कोटाम्स डिवाइडेड थी. द स्टेट वाज डिवाइडेड इनटू different kotams, and king had appointed various officials for these kotams to administer. All right. Not much detail is mentioned over there, but one more important thing over here is that the kings were very liberal and they used to give a lot of land for the construction of temples. मतलब मंदिरों के बनने के लिए बहुत सारे लैंड दिए जाते थे जिसको देव नाम होता. So when the land is given for the construction of temple, it is known as Devdana. And बात करें, ये जो पल्लवा किंग इन्होंने ना सिर्फ बहुत सारे मंदिरों का निर्माण किया है, नॉट जस्ट द पल्लवा किंग्स हैव constructed a lot of temples. They have also constructed a lot of irrigation tanks, which was very important for the irrigation facilities of the land, which in turn, which will be very important for agriculture. All right. And through these Pallavas inscriptions, we come to know a lot about their tax system also. Brahmadeva have already explained to you. Land tax, as in any other case of ruling government, जो जमीन से टैक्स था, that was the primary source of the government. And there were lot of occupation done by the people. और बहुत सारे टैक्सेस भी लगाए जाते थे. कारपेंटर के जो काम होते थे उस पर भी टैक्स था, गोल्डस्मिथ पर भी, वॉशरमैन जो ऑयल प्रेसिंग करते थे, जो कि एग्रीकल्चर से वहां से निकाल के ऑयल प्रेसिंग करके ऑयल बनाएंगे, जो भी वीवर्स थे उन सब पर भी टैक्स लगाया जाता. ऑलराइट. एंड विलेज लेवल पर देयर वाज लैंड रिकॉर्ड दैट वाज बीइंग मेंटेन्ड बाय द लोकल एंड इट वाज आल्सो एंश्योर्ड कि जो भी जमीन टेंपल के लिए दी जाती थी, व्हाटएवर लैंड वाज गिवन एज देवदना फॉर construction and maintenance of temple, that was also being recorded for future purposes. Now, if I talk about society, now the society started becoming more and more rigid. If you guys remember, I was talking about this Pallavas, जिसमें न्यू सैंग आते हैं, and it was contemporary of यहाँ पर कास्ट सिस्टम बहुत rigid होने लग जाता है, ब्राह्मण की पोजीशन बहुत हाई हो जाती है. The caste system becomes rigid. Tamil society has seen a lot of changes over years. Lot of land grants are given by the kings for the temple construction for the Brahmins, and thus Brahmins occupied a very important place. Moreover, here you will see that Nayanmars and Alvars will occupy an important place. अब ये जो Nayanmars हैं, इनको Nayanars और जो शिव की वर्शिप करते थे, those who used to worship Lord Shiva, those devotees were known as Nayanars or Nayanmars. Those who used to worship Lord Vishnu, they used to be known as Alvars. तो इस टाइम पर बहुत ज्यादा भक्ति उनको देखने को मिलती है, शिव की भक्ति, विष्णु की भक्ति, construction of temples, all these things have occupied a very important place. All right, and there were lot of hymns that were constructed in Tamil language. Hope this makes sense. If I talk about education and literature, all these points are not very important for UPSC's point of view. Let me emphasize on the important points here. यहाँ पे जो important point है वो मैं आपको बता दूं. जो इनकी कैपिटल सिटी कांची, वो एक इम्पोर्टेंट लर्निंग सेंटर बन जाता है. और कांची में एक जगह थी घटिका. नाउ यू गाइस मस्ट बी थिंकिंग, चलिए घटिका क्या होता है, व्हाट इज दिस घटिका? नाउ घटिका इज द प्लेस, इट इज अ संस्कृत वर्ड व्हिच मींस अ प्लेस फॉर लर्निंग एंड एक्सेलिंग सेंटर. इस जगह पर अलग अलग जगह से स्टूडेंट्स आते थे, स्टूडेंट्स फ्रॉम ऑल ओवर द प्लेस यूज्ड टू कम ओवर हियर एंड ओवर हियर दे यूज्ड टू कम फॉर हायर एक्सीलेंस एंड हायर. ऑलराइट. नाउ इट इज आल्सो बीइंग सेड दैट कदम्बाई डायनेस्टी थी, उसके जो एक फाउंडर थे वो भी वेद पढ़ने के लिए कांची आए. नाउ वन मोर इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, यू गाइस रिमेंबर वी स्टडीड अबाउट नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी लॉन्ग बैक. नाउ व्हेन वी वर स्टडीइंग अबाउट नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी, जो वहां के हेड बनते हैं धर्मपाला, वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस्ड दिस, he also belonged to Kanchi. So this is also one very important. All right, this is very important. और बहुत म्यूजिक और डांस का भी डेवलपमेंट होता है इस पीरियड में. सो दिस आल्सो प्लेज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड ये नयन आर्ट्स और अलवर्स के बारे में मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. नाउ दिस आर्ट एंड कल्चर, दिस एजुकेशन, ऑल दीज हैव डेवलप्ड अ लॉट इन पल्लवास. अब हम इनके थोड़ा सा आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर को देखेंगे. विल ट्राई टू लुक एट द आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर ऑफ द पल्लवास. नाउ इफ यू गाइस रिमेंबर द द्राविडियन स्टाइल ऑफ टेंपल, जिसके बारे में हमने पहले की स्लाइड्स में डिस्कस किया था, how a Dravidian style of temple different from the North Indian style of temple. Dravidian style में मैंने आपको बताया था कि ये पिरामिड शेप में होते हैं. Now, if I have to give credit towards the development of Dravidian style of temple, अगर मुझे कहीं से ये कहना है कि Dravidian style of temple की शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई, so I can say it formally, proudly कहना चाहते हैं from the Pallava. सबसे पहले गुफाओं को तोड़ बनाया जाता था, फिर मोनोलिथिक रथ बनाए गए छोटे छोटे, और फिर धीरे धीरे स्ट्रक्चरल टेंपल, from cave temples to monolithic ruts, and then to there are 4 phases of the development of the temple during these Pallavas, and which showcase about this Dravidian style of temple. This Dravidian style of temple की 4 एक ही बार में beautiful temple नहीं बनते, इनकी stages थी. So let us look at these stages one by one. This is the first stage. अगर आपको याद होगा महेंद्र वर्मन 1 जिनके बारे में मैं बोल रहा था वो रॉक कट टेम्पल बनाए. Mahendra Varman I, he introduced these kind of rock cut temples in which the caves were cut out and these temples were made. And these are some of the examples. Hope this makes sense. In the second stage, what happened is the monolithic ruts came up. And this above picture, what you see, this is an example of Mamalapuram. Mamalapuram का ये example है. Here you guys can see monolithic मतलब जिसको एक ही stone से बनाया जाता है. So let's say there are different stones kept up over here. So they will break up these stones and they will try to make this kind of beautiful temples. Alright, these kind of ruts, beautiful architecture. See, this showcases about the second stage of development during the Pallavas. ये जो हुआ था काम ये नरसिंह वर्मन 1 के टाइम पर हुआ था. नरसिम्हा वर्मन 1 के टाइम पर. महेंद्र वर्मन 1 के टाइम पर रॉक कट टेम्पल हुए थे और नरसिम्हा वर्मन 1 के टाइम पर आपको ऐसे after that Raj जो एक बहुत important Pallava ruler है Rajsimha about he introduced such structural temple. अभी को हम लोग caves को तोड़ कर बना रहे हैं. Here these temples were made of sand rock which is very very important. Kailash Nath temple at Kanchi, here at Kanchipuram, Shore temple at Mamalapuram, what you see over here. These are the finest examples of these structural temples. अब आप these are the examples of Dravidian style of temple जिनके बारे में हमने पढ़ा. Such beautiful, look at the architecture over here. Brilliant architecture. This is the third stage of the Dravidian architecture. This development we are seeing. Alright. Alright. This is the fourth stage. जो later Pallava rulers थे उन्होंने ऐसे beautiful temples बनाए. Madhaveshwara temple, Mudeshwara temple. Alright. These are the temples from the fourth stage. So you guys can see that the Dravidian style of temple in the 4 stages. First of all, they were cut into caves, then monolithic ruts were made, and then these structural temples came into existence. And later on, how these Pallavas were replaced, Pallavas कैसे replace हो जाते हैं? After later Cholas came and then they overruled, Kanchi को overtake कर लेते हैं और Pallavas capture कर लेते हैं. Alright. Now, apart from the temples, what we see, apart from this temple architecture, what we see, you guys can also find about the beauty of this art and architecture in the open art gallery which is in Mamalapuram. Here you guys can see about the descendant of Gurdas of village of Patna, ये जो आपको ऊपर दिखाई दे रहा है. In these kind of inscriptions, sculptures, you guys can see the detailed work what has been done. यहाँ पर आपको elephants, monkeys, इतनी detailing आपको यहाँ पर दिखेगी. Such a beautiful art and architecture was present in the Pallavas. Hope this makes sense. Now, if I talk about these fine arts, ये हमने जितने भी हम लोगों ने ये यहाँ पर जितने भी हम लोगों ने ये टेम्पल्स देखे या ये जो आर्किटेक्चर्स देखे, फूडों मनाई मलाई इंस्टीट्यूशन की अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पर म्यूजिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स ऑफ मोस्ट टू मेंशन किए गए, यानी कि इंटरेस्ट इन म्यूजिक आल्सो. ऑलराइट. एंड Sittana Vasan painting also, which is very very important, it has been asked at times in exam, belongs to the Pallava region. So music, dance and painting also was developed a lot during the Pallavas region. Alright, hope this makes sense. And obviously it is important because अगर आप लोग को Gupta period याद हो, old as the golden age, in South India these Pallavas also have played a very very important role for the development of art and architecture, music, dance and painting. Alright. And anyway, the Pallavas were the devotees of Lord Vishnu, members of Lord Shiva. They also have composed various hymns in various musical modes. Alright. So one question is here for your practice. You guys can write your answer in the comment section in the YouTube. That the Pallavas has witnessed a transition from rock cut temple stage 1 to freestanding Dravidian style temple stage 4. So how this transition happened? What you guys have to comment around 250 words. चलिए हम कुछ फिल्म्स बेस्ड एमसीक्यू क्वेश्चंस भी देख लेते हैं. Which of the following is most popularly known as Great Mamalan? But still I'm trying my level best to bring out the video. And some people were complaining our history, geography साथ में पढ़ा जाता है. We have already covered ancient Indian history. कुछ videos बचे थे that we are trying to cover up right now. 3 small chapters are left. And physical geography is going on. Hopefully today or maximum tomorrow I will upload that video. So, thank you everybody for watching. God bless. Hello everyone. Welcome to the UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on ancient Indian history. Ancient Indian history के complete course में आप सभी का स्वागत है. So after a long break, we are going to resume our chapter. And just 3 chapters are left, chapter 12, 13 and 14. And then we will finish this complete course on ancient history. इस chapter में हम बात करेंगे चालुक्यास और राष्ट्रकूटास. In this chapter, we are going to talk about Chalukyas and Rashtrakutas. Now, this is a very interesting chapter, very important chapter from UPSC's point of view. So, let's get started. Now, before I start explaining you all these things, let me show you a map. Now, in the last chapter, we had discussed about Pallavas. पिछले chapter में हमने Pallavas के बारे में पढ़ा. And if you guys remember, there used to be a Chalukya king, Pulakeshin. एक पुलकेशी द्वितीय एक राजा थे जो चालुक्य के राजा थे और जो पल्लवास के साथ लड़ाई लड़ते थे. So in this chapter we are going to discuss about those Chalukyas themselves who used to fight with the Pallavas and the later Cholas which will come later on. अब एक बात जो आपको समझनी है कि इस चैप्टर में हम चालुक्य और राष्ट्रकूट दोनों के बारे में. It is because initially this Deccan part was ruled by Chalukya. ये जो Deccan में हिस्सा है ये Chalukyas के द्वारा रूल किया जाता है. Later on, Rashtrakutas will overtake the Chalukyas and then they will start. और Rashtrakutas का बहुत बड़ा empire था, बहुत major contribution था उनका art and architecture. तो उसको भी हम समझेंगे. Now let us get back to this slide and now let us try understand. Again, remember this guys that Pallavas and Chalukyas were contemporary to each other. Contemporary means they used to exist at the same time. दोनों एक ही समय पर exist करते थे. Both Pallavas and Chalukyas. And that is what has been mentioned of here only. That besides the Pallavas के अलावा ये जो Western Chalukyas थे और राष्ट्रकूटास थे, इन्होंने Deccan में एक बहुत important political force established की. Now, if I talk about the enemies or the rivals of Chalukyas and Rashtrakutas, obviously they have to be Pallavas and later Cholas. Later Cholas we are going to study in our next chapter, that is chapter number 13. Now, this chapter would also be very, very important. Alright. Now, if I talk about the significance of art and culture, art and culture की अगर मैं बात करूँ, तो Chalukyas and Rashtrakutas have contributed a lot in the Deccan towards the art and culture, which very soon you guys will understand. बहुत जल्द आप लोगों को पता चल जाएगा कि Chalukyas और Rashtrakutas ने किस हद तक contribute किया था art and culture. But once again, guys, I'm telling you, जो चैप्टर हमने पहले पढ़ा था पल्लवास, ये उसी के कंटेम्परेरी में अभी हम चालुक्यास से इस चैप्टर की बात कर रहे हैं. ये वही चालुक्यास हैं जो पल्लवास के साथ लड़ते थे. These are the same Chalukyas, that is one of the most important king Pulakeshin who used to fight with Pallavas. Hope this point is clear. So now let us continue. Now these Chalukyas, now why they are said Western? Because obviously when you look at the map of India, अगर आप हमारे भारत के map को देखेंगे, so this is where the Chalukyas were ruling. This is the map of India. So obviously this is the western Deccan side of our nation. And that is why in the Deccan they were known as the Western Chalukyas. And they ruled for about 200 years, as you can see over here. उन्होंने 200 सालों तक राज किया था. उसके बाद राष्ट्रकूटास पावरफुल हो गए थे. They overthrew the Chalukyas, which we will look into later on. अब ऐसा बोला इस तरीके से रूल कर रहे थे जैसे ईस्टर्न चालुक्यास वेंगी के रूल कर रहे थे और कल्याणी के। If I talk about the founder of Chalukya dynasty, the founder of Chalukya dynasty was Pulakesin I. Remember, the Pulakesin king who fight a lot with the Pallavas was Pulakesin II. Alright, we will come to this king later on. अगर मैं पुलकेशिन वन की बात करूं, if I talk about the founder of the Chalukya dynasty, he established a small kingdom with Badami as its capital. अगर मैं यहाँ पीछे आने की कोशिश करूं, so initially you guys can see here, this used to be the initial small area of Chalukyas with Badami as its capital. Hope this makes sense. Now, as I told you, जैसा कि मैंने आप लोगों को पहले बताया था, इस डायनेस्टी के सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट लीडर ये पुलकेशिन. पुलकेशिन was the most important ruler of this dynasty. And अगर आपने पल्लवास का वीडियो देखा है, watch the previous video on Pallavas, I have already mentioned that in the A4 description it is mentioned about it. In the A4 description, even this description has also been shown in the previous video. If you have not watched, then I would always recommend that you always watch history video with the chronology and not random so that you understand the story. आप उसको हमेशा सीक्वेंस में वीडियोस को देखो. अब इन्होंने बनावासी के कदम्बास के साथ लड़ाई की, गंगास ऑफ मैसूर और अपना वर्चस्व अपनी ऐसी एस्टैब्लिश करी. He established his superiority. All right. One more very important thing is, if you guys remember, Harshvardhana was a great emperor. हर्षवर्धन एक बहुत ही महान राजा था. And his vision of going into the further south, जो भी उनके expeditions थे, हर्षवर्धना जब साउथ में आना चाहते थे तब उनको नर्मदा नदी के पास में हरा दिया गया. हर्षवर्धना was defeated near the river Narmada, from where the Deccan starts. He was defeated by Pulakesin, and thus Harsha's ambition of conquering the south was put to a check, and he was not able to fulfill that. One more thing is, this we have already discussed in the previous video. हमने पिछले वीडियो में भी डिस्कस किया था कि पुलकेशिन ने जब पल्लवास के साथ लड़ाई की थी, initially he became victorious, but later on when Narasimhavarman he fought against Pulakesin near Kanchi, that time Narasimhavarman stood out as victorious. उस समय नरसिम्हावर्मन जीत गए. और जब नरसिम्हावर्मन ने कांची के पास लड़ाई करके पुलकेशिन को हरा दिया था, then the Chalukya capital Badapi was captured and destroyed by the Pallava. पिछले चैप्टर में डिस्कस किया. Now, very important event, एक बहुत important event जो पुलकेशिन के टाइम पर हुई was the visit of San, the Chinese pilgrim who visited the India to learn a lot about our art and culture, about our nation. The important thing was he visited the court of Pulakesin, and if you guys would have watched the previous videos, this point was also covered. Now, the successor of Pulakesin was Vikramaditya. अब आपको एक बात याद हो that the Pallavas in the second expedition they defeated Pulakesin and took over the capital of Badami. But later on, Vikramaditya he fought being a Chalukya king, he fought against the Pallavas and he tried to consolidate the power that was scattered. जो भी पल्लवास के साथ लड़ते वक्त चालुक्यास की पावर स्कैटर हो गई थी, अलग अलग साम्राज्य कैप्चर हो गए थे, वो विक्रमादित्य ने दोबारा करने की, कंसोलिडेट करने की पूरी कोशिश की. And thus he was being successful in taking the revenge of his father's defeat. क्या मैंने आपको बताया है when I was talking about the war which happened near Kanchi, in which Narasimhavarman defeated Pulakesin. In this, Pulakesin died in this war and he lost hope. And then later on, Vikramaditya took revenge on it. Now, if I talk about the last rulers of the Chalukya, one of the important last rulers was कीर्तिवर्मन टू। कीर्तिवर्मन की लास्ट की इंपॉर्टेंट जिनको दंती दुर्गा ने हरा दिया। नाउ दंती दुर्गा defeated कीर्तिवर्मन टू and then established राष्ट्रकूटा डायनेस्टी। और इसी के साथ शुरू होगी राष्ट्रकूटा डायनेस्टी और चालुक्यास के 200 सालों का राज अब and through this 200 years of reign of Chalukyas comes to an end when the Durga defeated Kirtivarman II and established the Rashtrakuta dynasty. Before we immediately switch to Rashtrakuta dynasty, इससे पहले कि हम immediately Rashtrakuta dynasty की पढ़ना शुरू करें, let us try to read a few more facts about the Chalukyas. Now, if I talk about the administration and social life of Chalukyas, now unlike the Pallavas and the Cholas, remember these are the later Cholas. We are not talking about the Pandyas, Cheras, and Cholas. These are the later Cholas, which we will study in the next chapter. So don't get confused between both the Cholas. One important thing that unlike these Pallavas and Cholas, who were having decentralization administration, मतलब इनकी administration में power grass level पर दी गई थी. In the Chalukya, the administration was highly centralized. मतलब अगर कोई इनके पूरे साम्राज्य में कोई एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, all the powers were towards the center. Now the same thing we had also seen during the rule of the East India Company. Alright, when we study modern history, a similar phase you guys will observe. जब हम modern history पढ़ेंगे, उस समय भी हमें देखने के लिए मिलेगा धीरे धीरे ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी ने कैसे तीनों गवर्नर जनरल के बाद बंगाल को तीनों यहाँ पर इन्होंने वाइस रॉय बना दिया था बंगाल के गवर्नर जनरल को. ऑल द पावर्स वर गिवन टू दी बंगाल गवर्नर जनरल एंड लेटर ऑन द डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन हैपेंड जो बाद में हुआ. बट इनिशियली दिस वाज द स्ट्रेटजी ऑफ ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी. दे वांटेड टू अज्यूम ऑल द पावर्स ऑफ ऑल द पार्ट्स ऑफ द नेशन. सेम वे चालुक्य में भी जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन था वो हाईली सेंट्रलाइज था. वो सेंट्रल रूलर्स के हाथ में ही वो सारी पावर. एंड देन इट इज क्वाइट ऑब्वियस, बहुत ही आम बात है, सही बात है, दैट विलेज ऑटोनॉमी वाज एब्सेंट. विलेज में ऐसे लोगों के पास पावर्स नहीं थी क्योंकि वो हाईली सेंट्रलाइज. Chalukyas had a great maritime power, obviously because ये साउथ में है and we have seas all around the corner. And Puducherry too had around 100 ships and they had a small standing army as well. Army was smaller compared to the navy if I talk about the Chalukya. अब ये Badami Chalukyas क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? Why I am saying Badami Chalukyas? Because Badami was the capital of Chalukyas. They were Brahmin Hindus, but they used to give respect to other religions also. Vedic ritual rites were given importance. And if you guys remember, Puducherry I was the founder of this dynasty. He used to perform Ashwamedh sacrifice, which gives a direct indication that he was a firm believer of Brahmanism. Now, in the honor of Lord Vishnu, Shiva, and other gods, many temples were also. Also, one important thing, if you guys remember, during time to understand the art and culture, to understand about Buddhism, he also mentions about the decline of Buddhism in the Western temple. क्योंकि यहाँ पर ब्राह्मणिज्म को बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा था. Here the Chalukyas were followers of Brahmanism. So the Buddhism was declining, but it is being said that the Chalukyas used to give respect to the other religions. But one important thing is in the Western Deccan. Now, if this is the Indian map, this is the Western Deccan. In the Western Deccan, though the impact of Buddhism was reducing, the impact of Jainism was high. There was a steady growth in the progress of Jainism. जो रवि कीर्ति was a court poet of Pulakesari who had composed the Ayur inscription as well. He was a Jain. So this gives a clear-cut indication that Jainism was doing fine at that time. If I talk about the art and architecture, as I have already told you, they have built many temples and they have developed Vistara styles in the building of structural temples. Now, you guys must be aware about what is Vistara style. What is Dravidian style, what is Nagsena, what is Vistara. If not, in the previous video, what is the temple architecture, this has already been covered, so you guys can go back and anytime revise. अगर आपको नहीं मालूम है कि विसारा स्टाइल आर्किटेक्चर क्या होता है तो पिछले वीडियो में जा सकते हैं मेरे ख्याल से किसी टाइटल में डायरेक्टली मेंशन द टेंपल आर्किटेक्चर you guys can watch that to understand. Alright. अब अगर मैं स्ट्रक्चरल टेंपल्स की बात करूं में भी थे बादामी में भी और पता दखल में and even cave temple architecture was famous under the Chalukyas. Alright. And various cave temples have been found at Ajanta in Nasik. And this is something that you can read again. There's nothing much to explain. Alright. So again, you guys can see over here how these cave temples have made a remarkable change in Indian art and artists. अब आप यहाँ पर ये जो दोनों caves दिखाई दे रहे हैं अजंता यही मैं आपको दिखा अजंता और इसी के वीडियो को बनाने में why this delayed by 1 day because like it's badami this it some other which I took it from the internet. Obviously I have not visited badami मेरे लिए खुद की फोटो डालना है मोस्ट ऑफ दी फोटोज आर कॉपीराइट इंटरनेट कई लोग हैं अपनी फोटोज रिस्ट्रिक्ट करके रखते हैं दे डू नॉट वांट एनीबॉडी एल्स their photos in video even for educational purpose. So sometimes it becomes challenging for me to show you these pictures so that you guys can visualize it. Alright. अब अगर मैं इनके टेम्पल के आर्किटेक्चर की बात करूं दो स्टेजेस में सबसे पहले तो ये एहुल बादामी में ये इनके फर्स्ट स्टेज के टेम्पल थे सेकंड स्टेज में पट्टाडकल के टेम्पल and if I'm not wrong in Tamil Nadu next month I think a picture should also be mentioned about the second stage if not you guys can comment and let me know in the next video I will try to add some pictures of these temples you guys can visualize or you guys can simply do that अगर मैं एहुल के टेम्पल्स की बात करूं about the एहुल temples there are 70 temples out of them these are important temples और अगर मैं बादामी के टेम्पल्स की बात करूं मुक्तीश्वरा और मीनगुडी शिवालय these are important temples of बादामी और रॉक कट टेम्पल्स भी वहां पर काफी ज्यादा फेमस हैं in which you guys will also find high pillars and you guys will find beautiful images of gods and very beautifully that have been designed alright और वो तो फर्स्ट स्टेज की बात की फर्स्ट स्टेज पट्टाडकल इज सेकंड स्टेज ऑफ टेम्पल यहाँ पर टेम्पल in which 4 of them is made in Western style and 6 of them is made in Dravidian style. Remember, this Chalukya dynasty was in the Western Deccan side. So there was some impact of North India as well as impact of South India as well. So obviously you guys will see two kind of temples. Now here even mentioned also, अगर मैं नगन स्टाइल के टेम्पल की बात करूं तो पपनाथ और अगर मैं द्रविडियन स्टाइल की टेम्पल की बात करूं तो आपको संगमेश्वरा टेम्पल और विरूपाक्ष टेम्पल ये कुछ एग्जांपल जो कांचीपुरम में कैलाशनाथ टेम्पल है उसके मॉडल पे बेस्ड है ये विरूपाक्ष टेम्पल ऑलराइट सो दिस इज द टेम्पल you guys can see over here है ना so okay I am giving you guys a question let's see who will write the correct answer in the comment box who will tell me which temple is this from the Chalukya dynasty देखते हैं कि कौन मुझे बताएगा कि Chalukya dynasty का कौन सा टेम्पल है remember before you answer look at the architecture look at how the paintings or these pillars have been drawn try to understand is one का pillar होगा या stage का pillar होगा it is a stage one pillar or pillar think about it you're not able to find best way is you can search all the temples in Google then obviously you will be able to identify so it's a homework for you you guys can comment what is the name of this temple alright now we will start about Rashtrakutas if you guys remember I told you that the Rashtrakutas they overthrew the Chalukyas and then they started ruling this is also known as the early medieval time ये जो टाइम फ्रेम है इसको अर्ली मेडिवियल टाइम भी बोलते हैं now if you guys से ये चालुक्यास रूल कर रहे थे, यहाँ पर ये पल्लवास थे। बाद में राष्ट्रकूट ओवरटेक करके इस पूरे एरिया को कैप्चर कर लेते। नाउ वन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज, ये जो राष्ट्रकूटास के जो राजा थे, rulers of these Rashtrakutas, they were of Kannada origin. These rulers were of Kannada origin and they used to speak Kannada language, which was their mother tongue. Danti Durga was the founder of this dynasty. Remember this, that Danti Durga was the founder of Rashtrakuta dynasty. Now one more thing, what are these Gurjaras? ये गुर्जरस कौन है जिनको इन्होंने हराकर मालवा को कैप्चर कर लिया था? You guys might be confused now. Don't worry, I will explain all this and this is very very important also. And as I have already told you that उन्होंने कीर्तिवर्मन II को हराकर चालुक्य किंगडम को अपने अंडर में ले लिया था, and they overtook and then they replaced the Chalukyas and the Rashtrakuta big paramount power in the empire in the Deccan was established. Now these are the Gurjaras which I was talking about. Now see over here. Now if you look at this shape, okay, this shape looks that of a triangle. ये triangle की तरह shape बनती है. And that is why इसको triparity triangle भी बोलते हैं. This is very very important. Here three great powers, Rashtrakutas, Gurjara, Pratyaharas, which got their name from this Gujarat, and Pallas in the eastern part, they used to fight with one another. ये एक दूसरे से लड़ते ही रहते थे. They used to fight to establish their supremacy. One very very important thing was all three of them used to fight for Kannauj. ये कनौज के लिए लड़ते रहते थे, which was considered as a political, very important political position in the history of India. मतलब जिसने कनौज को जीत लिया, मतलब वो जो है भारत का राजा अपने आप को मानने लग जाता था, चक्रवर्ती राजा. Chakra means who is ruled all directions. So Rashtrakutas they always tried their level best to capture Kannauj, so which you guys can see over here. So remember this. This is the triparity triangle. What you see between these three Pallas, Gujara, Pratiharas, and Rashtrakutas, and they used to fight for Kannauj. Now, if you guys remember over here, the first founder, Danti Durga, this we have already discussed. His successor, Krishna I, was also a great conqueror. He defeated the eastern Chalukyas of Vengi also. He built magnificent rock-cut monolithic Kailash temple at Ellora. Can anybody tell me what is monolithic temple? This we have already discussed in the previous videos. Lithic means stone, mono means single. जब किसी एक बड़े पत्थर को तोड़ तोड़कर उसी में से एक मंदिर बनाया जाए, उसमें अलग अलग पत्थरों को जोड़ा ना जाए, when different pieces of rocks and stones are not joined together, instead a big rock is broken down and out of it a temple is being carved out. It is known as monolithic. Alright. And next important king of this dynasty was Govinda III. And he also achieved various victories in the North Indian kingdoms. And obviously you guys remember Gurjara, Pratyaharas, Palas, with them also the Rashtrakutas fight a lot. After him came Amogh Varsha I, and then he ruled for a long massive period of 64 years. But then he started losing his control over the Malwa region and Gangava region. Malwa region, if you guys remember, let me show it back to you. This is the Malwa region. Rashtrakutas, why you guys will see double line over here? Because there was a time when Rashtrakutas were able to capture up to that area. So under him, they lost the Malwa region. Alright. And his reign, इनका शासन भी बहुत पॉपुलर है for the cultural development. He was a follower of Jainism. Chief. Okay. Now, very very important thing was he himself patron of letters and he did various things in the Kannada literature. You guys know these Rashtrakutas were from Kannada origin. Kavi Raj Marga, alright, he has written this work, Amogh Varsha I. Alright, remember this is important. One more important thing is Malkhed. He also built the Rashtrakuta capital. Alright, this also is a very important fact for the prelims point of view. Now after Amogh Varsha I, Krishna III came and he was famous for his expeditions. He used to march against the Cholas. Again, if you are worried about these later Cholas, we are going to study in the next chapter. And he even defeated them at Dakolam. He even marched further south and tried to capture the Tanjore. Up to Rameshwaram he went, he tried to occupy it for some time. कुछ समय तक occupy भी किया था. He built various temples. We'll look into it, the art and culture later on. But after the death of Amog Varsha I, Rashtrakuta started declining. If I talk about the administration of Rashtrakutas, it was divided into various provinces. If I talk about the entire empire, अगर मैं पूरे empire की बात करूं, it had various provinces. Alright. And each province was called as Rashtra, which was under the direct control of Rashtrapatis. Alright. Even right now also, the president, we call him as Rashtrapati. Because Rashtra means nation. And here also, in the provinces, they used to call them as Rashtra. Because an emperor is one who is ruling over various kings. एक empire का राज बहुत बड़ा होता है. And if I talk about districts, within the province there will be various districts also, which were known as Vishyas, which were governed by Vishyapatis. Vishyapatis district को governed कर, जैसे आज के समय हमारे पास district magistrate होता है. Now in each district these villages, and Bhukti was next subdivision. Bhukti subdivision you can consider it a tehsil, alright, which consisted of many villages. And जो तहसीलदार था उस टाइम का, जो भुक्ति को कंट्रोल करता था, who used to control भुक्ति, such officer was known as Bhogpatis. Alright, and these officers were directly appointed by the central government. So the Bhogpatis were directly appointed by them. And village headmen, as the name itself suggests, ये सरपंच टाइप के लोग थे जो एक विलेज को एडमिनिस्टर. And here also village assemblies used to play a very significant role. If you guys remember, Chalukyas were highly centralized, and in Rashtrakutas, you guys can see the power was decentralized. Hope this makes sense. Now, let's have a look at the society and economy as well. Rashtrakutas की society और उनकी economy के बारे में भी समझ लेते हैं. Vaishnavism ये सब अभी तक पता हो जाएगा. Flourished a lot period of Rashtrakutas. ये मतलब नहीं है कि जो Chalukyas के Jainism grow हो रहा था, Chalukyas time the Jainism was growing. It was hampered during the Rashtrakutas. Jainism was still going fine. In fact, 1/3 of the population of Deccan were Jains. See this beautiful fact too. So that means they were being faced by the Jain people. There were various Buddhist settlements also, like Kanheri, Solapur, Dharwar, and there was harmony among various religions. मतलब काफी peaceful समय ये चल रहा था. जो अभी का जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहां पर एक कॉलेज भी था जहां पर उनके एजुकेशन सिस्टम से रिलेटेड भी मिला है. एंड ओवर हियर फंक्शंस में they collect amount function and various people also act as a source of fund for such education center. Economy was saying that people were saying so happy. Obviously, the economy has to be good. There was an active commerce between the Deccan and the Arab people. And as the commerce was going fine, the Rashtrakuta kings he promoted the Arab trade by maintaining friendly relations with them. क्योंकि डेक्कन के ये राजा हमारे जो राष्ट्रकूट थे, उनका अरब के साथ अच्छा कॉमर्स चल रहा था. इन दोनों की दोस्ती भी बहुत अच्छी चल रही थी. Now, here also, guys, you see that Vaishnavism and Shaivism was flourishing. In the Rashtrakuta, they have patronized a lot of Sanskrit literature. Even in their courts also, you guys will find that various good poet quotes were mentioned. You guys can read about it. Even the Jain literature have flourished. अमोघ वर्षा जो थे उन्होंने जैन को काफी पैट्रोनाइज किया था. ये हमने भी पीछे भी देखा था. जो उनके टीचर थे जिन सेना जो उनके ही कोर्ट में प्रेजेंट थे, he composed Parsva, which is a biography of Parsva in verses. Alright. So if you guys do not know about Parsva, do comment and let me know whether you know or you don't know. At the same time, those who know, please do comment. I will explain this about what is Parsva. Alright. Important thing was, सक्तन्य जो था उन्होंने एक ग्रामर वर्क लिखा था जिसको अमोघ वृत्ति नाम दिया गया था. Now obviously from the it's related to the king also. So in the praise of the king, this grammar work was also written. Vicharya was a great mathematician. अब कन्नड़ा लिटरेचर की भी इस टाइम पे बहुत ग्रोथ हुई थी बिकॉज दीज वेर कन्नडिगा पीपल and they laid a lot of emphasis on the development of the Kannada literature, which is very good. And Kavi Raj Marga was the first poet in who has worked in the Kannada language. This also becomes a very important question. If let's say you are appearing in the Kannada PSC exam, KPSC exam, or other South Indian examinations. So, all right, again, these are simple facts, not very important for me to explain the same. Here comes the art. राष्ट्रकूटास के टाइम पे एलोरा में एलिफेंटा में बड़ा ब्यूटीफुल very remarkable. Parts of this temple you guys can good. This face of this figure, which is you can see very imposing figure. All of एक बहुत beautiful उसमें एक थ्री टायर या टावर जो इसके अंदर भी 16 स्क्वायर पिलर्स भी हैं इसके अंदर एक बिग हॉल भी है so overall it's a beautiful architecture. One more important thing is यहाँ पर एक स्कल्पचर भी है गॉडेस दुर्गा का जिसमें वो एक बफेलो डीमन को मार रही है और एक और स्कल्पचर ये दोनों स्कल्पचर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाते हैं in which Ravan is trying to attempt to lift Mount Kailash. Alright, this anyways I will show this to you. And even the scenes of Ramayana are being shown in the walls of this temple. So if I talk about the characteristics of this Kailash temple, they are more of Dravidian type. Alright, इनके characteristics Dravidian type है. हमने जब चालुक्यास के बारे में देखा था, they were more of Vesara style. Okay, so this is the temple that I was talking about. Elephants, lions, ये आपको figures दिखेंगे. उसके बाद अंदर hall भी है जिसमें बहुत सारे. If you guys look over here, इसमें अलग-अलग नहीं हुआ. Different stones are not being. It has carved out single. Alright, so you guys can imagine the size of this. How difficult it would have been. Such a great remarkable. Okay, over here you guys can see Ravana. You can see his head also. He's trying to Kailash. Mount Kailash. Alright. And if I talk about Elephanta, it's an island near Bombay. It was originally called Shripuri. When the Portuguese captured those parts, they changed the name to it. And here also, you guys will see beautiful art and architecture that have taken place. यहाँ पर भी जो टेम्पल है उसमें आपको बहुत बारीकी से क्राफ्टमैनशिप देखने को मिलेगी. And then again, these are some of the real facts which you guys can read over here. But one important thing over here is यहाँ पर एक important sculpture है, which is known as three. Now, three Murti, they are trying to do the three aspects of Lord Shiva. He is not just the creator, he is not just the preserver, but he is also the destroyer. उन्होंने इस दुनिया को बनाया है, उसको बचाते हैं, destroy कर सकते हैं. The three Murti, the three aspects of Lord Shiva. Here, these are the three phases of this Lord Shiva: creator, destroyer, and protector. Hope this makes sense. So this is a question for me. I request all of you to write your answer in the comment section. But very important thing, guys, is in the geography, may I have clearly told, first of all, do not charge me if you start saying that. But only I'm requesting you to like the video and comment. I request all of you at least 500 likes each of the geography video, or else I will not complete this video. मैं ये यूपीएससी डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी में फ्री कॉस्ट इसीलिए पढ़ा रहा हूँ ताकि मैं ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों की मदद कर सकूं। अब आप लोग से मैं सिर्फ एक ही मदद चाहता हूँ कि आप इसको जितना लाइक और कमेंट करेंगे, ये ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक वीडियो रेकमेंड होगा, एंड वी विल टुगेदर बी एबल टू हेल्प मैक्सिमम पीपल. At least this is the small thing, guys, that you guys can help me. Please help me with this. Once we will receive 500 likes, we will continue our geography. Critically evaluate the contribution of Rashtrakutas in art and architecture, and this is very, very important also. Write in about 50 words. You guys can anyways go back, read the content again, read the books, and then try to attempt this answer in the comment section. Let's practice some questions from MCQ's point of view also for UPSC prelims. Which of the following statements are correct regarding Amuk Varsha? He built the city of Mankhed in composed. Kaviraj Mark, a Kannada composition of poets, he built. Which of the following is correct? You can pause the video and write your answer. The right answer is 1 and 2. He has not built the Kailash temple of Ellora. Who has built the Kailash temple of Ellora? I have already explained this in the video. You can comment and tell your answer. Alright. This is the second video. The three parity struggle between Prathiharas, Palas and Rashtrakutas. यानी कि जो three parity struggle था, fight was to acquire over is correct of the early India. Only one, only two, neither one. The video and attempt the right answer is both 1 and 2. ये मैंने आपको बताया भी था, ये जो ट्रायंगल बनता है जहां पर ये तीनों लड़ते हैं, they are fighting for control. Both 1 and 2 are the right answer here. Thank you everybody for watching. We do not have Telegram channel. आप Telegram channel के लिए नहीं पूछे. You guys can connect to us on Instagram and Facebook. I do not teach from some unknown sources. मैं तमिलनाडु textbook से पढ़ा रहा हूँ. You guys can anywhere find it in Google. If you are not able to find, let me know. I will help you to get the PDF of this book. So again, we will come back again. We will discuss about the later Cholas, and then just this chapter 13 and 14 are left, and then we'll finish the ancient history. We will continue with the medieval Indian history. अगर आप चाहते हैं कि मैं geography के videos को continue करूं, I request all of you, not just in geography, in all the videos, this is the least you guys can do. अगर आपको वीडियो पसंद आ रहा है तो आप लाइक करें. अगर आपको वीडियो नहीं अच्छा लग रहा है, आप कमेंट करके बताएं what you don't like, so that we guys can reach maximum people. This is the least you guys can do for me if you guys wish to. Or else, even I have multiple works to do. I will go to villages and start teaching instead on YouTube then. Hello everyone, welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on Ancient Indian History. Ancient Indian History के complete course में आप सभी का स्वागत है. Now, after a long break, we are going to resume and today we'll talk about chapter 13 in class. आज हम अपने वीडियो को और आज हम 13वें चैप्टर इंपीरियल चोलास के बारे में डिस्कस करेंगे. Before we go ahead, let me tell you something. Those who don't read history, they don't create history. जो इतिहास नहीं पढ़ता है वो कभी इतिहास नहीं बनाता. Now, going forward, I will try my level best to upload the videos on weekends. मेरी पूरी कोशिश रहेगी कि मैं सैटरडे संडे को वीडियोस अपलोड करूं, because as I had already told you before, जैसा कि मैंने आप लोगों को पहले बताया था, weekdays में now I am doing something which I am trying my level best to teach maximum people who read serious about examination. ऐसा नहीं है कि a huge loss to you. Please be sincere on weekends. If I will, अगर मुझे लगेगा कि आप weekends पर बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ रहे हैं, तो I will start doing videos all 7 days a week. अब this update is, let's say, आप videos तो देखते हैं, मगर आपने चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है. So in that case, हमारे UPSC डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी के कम्युनिटी सेक्शन पे जब भी मैं कोई पोस्ट अपलोड करूंगा या कोई अपडेट नई वीडियो की, या लेट्स से मैं कोई शॉर्ट नोट्स देता हूं which might be important for prelims or mains point of view, that will be visible only to those aspirants who have subscribed to this channel. तो यानी कि अगर आपने इस चैनल को सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है और आप सिर्फ वीडियोस को देखते हैं, तो आपको आने वाली कोई नई पोस्ट या अपडेट के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं मिलेगी. So please, if you have not subscribed to this channel, please do, and please do start liking the videos that I upload and start commenting below the video, so that जो YouTube का algorithm है वो हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाएगा, and we can help those real people who otherwise could not afford coaching. Another update is, let's say अगर आपको कोई डाउट है, तो अगर आपको कोई डाउट है, you can ask your doubt below the video in the comment section. आप comment section में वीडियो के नीचे अपना डाउट पूछ सकते हैं. और लेट्स से इट इज नॉट रिलेटेड टू दैट टॉपिक, वो उस टॉपिक से रिलेटेड नहीं है. You have any specific doubt related to the strategy, related to the examination, or you need any counseling, you are confused about something, so there's a change of the Instagram ID. This is my personal Instagram account. ये मेरा personal Instagram account है, Abhijit Singh Arora. I request all of you to please follow me over here, because on the other Instagram account, UPSC Digital Library, that is right now dormant, उसको मैं use नहीं कर रहा हूँ. So I request that you follow me over here. You can send me a message. You can ask me your specific doubt, and I will try my level best to get back to you as soon as possible. So without further discussions, let's start our chapter on Imperial Cholas. संगम पीरियड, जिसके बारे में हमने पहले डिस्कस किया था, जिसमें हमने चेरा, चोला और पांड्या के बारे में डिस्कस किया था. After the decline of the Sangam period, which we had already studied, the Cholas became feudatory in Urayu. ये तो हमने पहले पढ़ लिया. Now later on, again in the 9th century, they became a prominent power in the South India, in the southern India. Again in the 9th century, they became a prominent power. But remember one thing, don't get confused between the old Cholas, what we have studied, and the inferior Cholas, what we are going to study right now. These two are completely different. They again emerged after a long period of time, after a long gap. And over here, obviously, the kings and rulers are going to follow a different strategy from the previous Chola rulers. तो पुराने चोला रूलर्स जो थे वो एक छोटे रीजन पे करते थे, लेकिन बाद में ये जो अर्ली मेडिवियल के टाइम पर जो इंपीरियर चोलाज आएंगे, they are going to rule over a very large area of land, which very soon we are going to see. Now, the capital of imperial cholas was Tanjore. इंपीरियर चोलास की कैपिटल तांजोर. सिर्फ साउथ इंडिया में ही नहीं, not just in South India, they had their rule in Sri Lanka as well as in Malay Peninsula. Now, if you guys are getting confused what this Malay Peninsula is, don't worry, I will show you that. It because they had a vast region under their control. क्योंकि इनके अंडर में एक बहुत बड़ा एम्पायर था, they were also called as the imperial cholas. तो इस चैप्टर का जो नाम है वो इसलिए था because they used to rule over a vast. There are various inscriptions जिनके एडमिट पता चलेगा, पिक्चर के बारे में. Welcome to know about the various rulers of the cholas. So now over guys. So the blue region what you see, okay, this is Ceylon. Ceylon, which is the present day Shira, the all part where the prominent place from where the inferior cholas used to rule. ये वो region है जहां से cholas, ये जो some people will call it pink or whatever it is, that color doesn't matter. ये जो region दिखाई दे रहा है, these were the places which were subordinate to the inferior cholas. ये वो region थे जिन्होंने इंपीरियर चोलास की सुप्रीमेसी को एक्सेप्ट कर लिया था. Now over here also you guys will see, okay, so this peninsula. Now here if you guys want to know about the exact countries, let me show you over here. All right, so here you guys can see that the southern tip of Myanmar, the southern portion of Thailand, and then the Malaysia and even the Singapore, all these were a part of the imperial cholas where the impact was prominent, जहां पर उनका impact था. So hope this makes sense. And you all know this is the Malacca Strait. Okay, what does a strait means? Okay, even like let's say here we have Park Strait. इनका मतलब क्या है ये हम ज्योग्राफी की क्लास में डिस्कस करेंगे. But for now you guys can understand a small water body which differentiates to large water body. यहाँ पे भी आप देख सकते हैं there's a small water body which differentiates to large water bodies. All right. So here we have Bay of Bengal. I'm sorry. Here we have Bay of Bengal and Indian Sea. And in this ocean we have the Indian Ocean. So two large bodies is being separated by a small body. That is the meaning of strait. Okay. So same way, look at the word isthmus. That also will look into any geography. All right. Okay. So now the founder of the imperial Chola was Vijayalaya. All right. And he captured Tanjore in 1850 AD और वहां पर उन्होंने एक दुर्गा का टेम्पल भी बनाया था और इन्हीं के जो बेटे थे आदित्य उन्होंने पल्लवा के किंगडम को भी लगभग समाप्त कर दिया था सन सन ऑफ विजयलया Aditya, he almost put an end to the Pallava kingdom by defeating Aparajita and he annexed Tondai Mandalam. उन्होंने टोंडाई मंडलम को अपने रीजन में एनेक्स कर लिया था या जोड़ लिया था. Now if I talk about the early Chola rulers, उसमें परांतका वन was also one very important ruler. उन्होंने पंड्यास को भी हराया था, पांड्यास को भी और सेइलोन के रूलर को भी हराया था. सेइलोन मीन्स श्रीलंका. Hope this makes sense. But परंतका वन he suffered a defeat. उनको एक हार का सामना भी करना पड़ा था राष्ट्र और ये भी एक बहुत अच्छे राजा थे जिन्होंने कई बड़े बड़े मंदिर बनाए थे. Like he is also famous for providing the vimana. Okay? So vimana is an elevated structure over the temples. Okay, of the famous Nataraj temple. And this is something that you can read. और कई inscriptions के थ्रू हमको ये भी पता चलता है कि under his rule, under the Chola's rule, how the village administration was. Now, as I told you, that he suffered a defeat under the hands of Rashtra Parantakavan, who was an important early Chola rulers. He had a defeat under the hands of Rashtra. So, 30 साल की गैप के बाद फिर से चोला उभर कर आते हैं. They emerged out again and they regained their supremacy under King Raja Rajavan, who is one of the most important ruler of imperial Chola. जो कि बहुत अब राजा राजावन और उनके बेटे राजेंद्र बहुत महान राजा टेम्पल वाज आल्सो बिल्ट. होप दिस मेक्स सेंस. अब जो ये चोला की विक्ट्री थी, द विक्ट्री ऑफ द चोला वाज ग्रोइंग डे बाय डे एंड लेटर ऑन दे इवन ट्राइड टू कैप्चर द वेस्टर्न चालुक्य ऑफ कल्याणी. कल्याणी के वेस्टर्न चालुक्यास के साथ भी उन्होंने लड़ने की कोशिश की थी. एंड हियर आल्सो राजा राजावन ही कैप्चर्ड द रायचूर दाऊ. अगर आप लोगों को रायचूर दाऊ के बारे में नहीं पता, आई थिंक देन यू हैव नॉट वॉच्ड द प्रीवियस वीडियोस. दाऊ इज अ रीजन between two rivers which is very very fertile and generally which is being fought between two great rulers क्योंकि it becomes it becomes very very important to capture that. ये strategy point of view से भी important है. It is very fertile also and then obviously as it is very fertile here the population of the people will be more, so it is very productive. And he also helped in the construction of the famous Raja Rajeshwari temple जिसको Bridheshwara temple भी कहते हैं in Tanjore, and this is the year which is specified over here. But he was a liberal king. He was very compassionate towards the other religions. दूसरे religions के लिए compassionate थे. उन्होंने बुद्धिस्ट monastery को भी construct करने में मदद की in नागपट्टनम, which you can see over here. अब जो उनके बेटे थे राजेंद्र वन, which I told you who was taking care of the northern Ceylon or the northern Sri Lanka. Now he was also following the aggressive expansion policy. वो भी एक aggressive expansion policy follow करते थे. जैसे कि मैंने पहले बता दिया थी, conquered the northern Sri Lanka and then he also was able to reassert the authority over the Cheras and Pandyas. So Chola among all three became one of the most important the ruling power in the southern India. उन्होंने वेस्टर्न चालुक्यस को भी हरा दिया था. they even went up to Tungabhadra जहां से चालुक्यस और चोलास की एक बाउंड्री एस्टैब्लिश हुई. So that was also something very big that happened during that time. Not just the South India, सिर्फ South India ही नहीं, Rajendra I, now even after his death also, the Chola Empire was doing well, right? Even after his death, what happened was there were various things that happened. Like for example, जो तुंगाभद्रा की बाउंड्री थी, वो अभी भी कंटिन्यूड रही नदन बाउंड्री में, और जो केरला, पांड्या और मैसूर रीजन थे, श्रीलंका, वो तो वैसे भी उसका हिस्सा थे ही। इनकी जो बेटी थी, उनको वेंगी चालुक्य के साथ शादी करा दी, which I told you that with them they created a very cordial relations. Even with the Telugu, they had a very cordial. There were various titles which the Rajendra one he had, और राजा राजा उनके बेटे राजेंद्र वन थे. He was also a devotee of Lord Shiva. Built a lot of temples. मैंने बताया गंगा यहाँ पे he was also tolerant to Vaishnavism and they he even led the Buddhists to establish their monasteries and other. राजेंद्र वन के बाद जो राजा आए थे, जैसे कोलुटुंगा वन, कोलुटुंगा थ्री. जो कोलुटुंगा वन थे, बेसिकली लेट्स से राजा राजेंद्र वन, उनके जो बेटे थे कोलुटुंगा वन. Alright, knowing this is it's not important for UPSC's point of view, it's not important still. तो कोलुटुंगा वन थे, वो उनके नाती थे, राजेंद्र वन. And that Sri Lanka became independent. और बाद में later capture किया गया था. So important thing about here was that थोड़ा थोड़ा नुकसान हुआ इंपीरियल चूलास को when the Rajendra one. So a lot of things were reserved by these rulers, but they were not as effective as their grandfather and great grandfather. जो दोनों उन्होंने अपनी लार्ज चाइना था, बनाए थे. जो श्री विजया थे, इंडोनेशिया में रूल करते थे. सो इंडोनेशिया के साथ भी इन्होंने कॉर्डियल रिलेशंस बनाए थे. और जब कोलुटुंगा थ्री आ गए थे, तब सेंट्रल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वीक होता गया था. एंड देन क्वाइट ऑब्वियसली देन द इंपीरियल चोलास विल नॉट बी एज स्ट्रॉन्ग एज दे यूज्ड टू बी बिफोर. राजेंद्र वन की अगर मैं बात करूं, तो वो लास्ट चोला किंग थे जिनको फिर हरा दिया गया था. एंड देन द चोला किंगडम वाज एब्सॉर्ब्ड इनटू द पांड्या एम्पायर. So if I tell you what is important from imperial cholas, so then Raja Raja I and Rajendra I, these are the imperial, uh, the important rulers which had played a very important role in establishing the imperial cholas. So this is something which is important. अगर हम इनके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की बात करें, if we talk about the administration, they are excellent administration. The emperor or the king was at the top, and then there was obviously powers were also divided while going down, which I will show you. उनके रॉयल टूर्स भी होते थे ताकि वो अलग अलग प्लेसेस के साथ अपने कॉर्डियल रिलेशंस बनाते थे. They wanted to have cordial relations with different places. And even in big cities like Tanjore or Ganga Nadi cross करने के बाद they established the city. Forts were also established. Even the temples were also constructed over there. It was an extensive administrative setup. जहाँ पर कई officials, like you guys can see, Perundalam, Sirundalam. So these were the name of the various officials which were assisting the king or the emperor for the effective administration which was happening through the king. अब अगर मैं रेवेन्यू की बात करूं, तो obviously अगर देश चलाना है, if somebody has to run the country, they must have a source of income. So various kinds of taxes were levied. अगर किसी marriage भी है, so they are also were levied. Professional taxes were also levied. On agriculture also, judicial fine, somebody has done a crime, so on that also the taxes were levied. But let's say on the temples, temple के जो लैंड थे उसके ऊपर टैक्सेस नहीं लेते थे. दैट वाज अ मैटर व्हिच वाज वेरी प्रेस्टिजियस टू देम, व्हिच वाज वेरी क्लोज टू देम. वो टेंपल के जो जमीन थी उस पर कर यानी टैक्स नहीं लेते थे. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, even on the residential portion where the people were staying also, there also the taxes used to take place. Now they had a very good, well-defined revenue department. All right, what you can see over here. Now, the कोलू टुंगा वन जिसके बारे में हमने पिछली स्लाइड में देखा था एंड कोलू टुंगा थ्री कोलू टुंगा वन के रूल में क्या हुआ था ही वॉज अ वेरी काइंड हार्टेड किंग इन्होंने क्या किया था जब मुश्किल का दौर आता था लेट्स से the agriculture is not going well or the people are having some kind of health problems in which the people are not able to cope up to their own basic daily needs वो अपनी डेली की ही रोजमर्रा जिंदगी में उतने पैसे नहीं जुटा पा रहे हैं तो जो कोलू टुंगा वन थे वो टैक्स को कम भी कर देते और कई कई बार रिमिशन मतलब माफ भी कर दिया जाता so that is why he earned this title so this title you guys can remember that which was the king who earned this title और जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि जो taxes collect होंगे obviously there are various expenditures also king will also need to have its own expenses his courtmen also the army also the navy also there was a big army in the navy that was maintained there has to be road construction irrigation tanks and canals तो काफी काम है जो राजाओं को करने पड़ते हैं for that the taxes were levied if I talk about the military administration they had a big standing army in which they had elephants, cavalry, ghursavar, infantry, that means foot soldiers and the navy. So it is said from the inscriptions that they almost had 70 regiments. That's a very, very big army. 70 regiments, that means in one regiment itself, a big unit of the army. So 70 regiments, that means they were very, very big. And then there were proper attention was given that the proper army so that they are always ready to fight a war, always ready to fight war, always ready to fight with the different territories or whenever they go for a conquest, they are always ready to win the war for the imperial cholas. इसी के साथ even military cantonments also used to exist. Military cantonment is a place where the army barracks exist. और the fine. If I talk about the village assemblies, now we get to know a lot about village assemblies. Now we get to know a lot about their village administration in the cholas. और अगर हम पूरे एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सेटअप की बात करें तो हमको बहुत डिटेल में यहाँ पर पता चलता है like for example let's take an example of a village तो almost 30 wards में वो divided था और हर ward से भी एक एक ward member elect होता था और फिर village का एक सरपंच तो होगा ही there used to be various ward members and then a village headman like sarpanch so if you guys have not watched the video of class 6 NCRT which it's in Hindi by the way it's not in English and Hindi bilingual language you guys can do watch if you understand Hindi over there I have very briefly explained about the village administration the municipal corporation so that will be an added advantage to you if you have watched that now one beautiful thing which you will see over here about the eligibility criteria to become a ward member अगर आपको ward member बनना है तो उसकी qualification भी थी कि आपके पास 1/4 वैली was a unit of land तो एटलीस्ट इतना लैंड तो आपके पास होना ही चाहिए ऐसा नहीं कि आप लैंडलेस हो तो आप वहीं के रेसिडेंट होना चाहिए इट शुड नॉट हैपन दैट यू माइग्रेट वन ऑफ द विलेज अंडर इंटीरियर छोड़ा के विलेज में आकर रहने लग गए एंड देन यू से just now we have right now so then you should be a citizen of India which you have to fight and आपकी 30 years से ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए 70 because you need some experience to mature decisions you have to be fit for this you should have knowledge about Vedas so Vedas की knowledge होगी क्योंकि Hinduism was almost और certain terms of disqualification so let's say if you are being a member of the committee from one so you cannot contest elections again because they have to give opportunities to the people that doesn't happen so this is something which we can learn from the administration and let's say there's any case going on in the judicial places उन्होंने कोई गुनाह कर दिया कोई गलती कर दी है they have done a mistake so then they are not eligible to stand for the ward member and let's say there's because उनके पास खुद की property होनी चाहिए 1/4 of Billy so let's say if they have stolen it from somebody and if they are caught then also they are not eligible to stand for the elections of the I will not say elections because it's kind of nomination that used to take place, they were not direct elections, क्योंकि 30 wards में से जो जो लोग भी अपना नाम देते थे, फिर एक छोटे बच्चे को बोलते थे इसमें एक पर्चियां डाल दो, जिस पर्ची में जिसका नाम आता था, that person used to be denominated member from that ward. So it was not a kind of election where everybody would vote. There were a criteria. If you meet those criteria, you can request to be elected for that ward member. और आपकी पर्ची डाली जाएगी एक पॉट में, and then a small boy will pick up a chit, जिसका नाम आ जाएगा, that individual will get nominated as a ward member from that ward. Hope this makes sense. Because generally now this is simple things. They used to meet under the tree, pass the resolutions. और कितनी committees होंगी, like you guys will see the name of few committees. Not important to remember, not required unless you are preparing for your Tamil Nadu state board examinations. So how many committees will be there? How many ward members will be there in a particular village? It depends from village to village. Hope this makes sense. If I talk about their social and economic life, the caste system was prevalent because Hinduism was at its zenith. So the Brahmins and Kshatris were enjoying the special privileges which were not available to Vaishyas and Shudras. That also flourished a lot. And even pencils, all those things, metal, everything was going fine. So there were a lot of coins of gold, silver, and copper. Gold, silver, copper, इनके बहुत coins issue होते थे. And there are contacts with China, Sumatra, Java Islands, Arabian people. यहाँ तक कि अरेबिया से तो वो घोड़े भी import करवाते थे, because in Arabia the horses were having better strength compared to the Indian horses, and they provided a much better strength to the cavalry. It was a part of the army. The army को strong करने में भी the Arabian horses played a very important. If I talk about education, education was also going very, very fine. Apart from the Vedas and epics, even mathematics, medicine was also taught. And as you guys can overhear that, क्योंकि जो चोला एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन था वो तमिल लिटरेचर से, the foundation is from the Tamil. So the Tamil literature almost reached to its peak during the Thijo Kambani, and then you can read about these other masterpieces of this age also, which was done. So these are some of the works which you guys can read. Not very important from UPSC's point of view. Maybe if let's say a mains question comes, so at least you should be able to pick up one two important points. आपको social life के बारे में बहुत अच्छे से पता होना चाहिए. आपको यहाँ के tax structure, administration, about the art and culture के बारे में बहुत अच्छे से पता होना चाहिए. If you have a rough idea about it, fair enough. Alright, nobody will be able to retain so many things about the Chola, alright, because the names are also very tough. The people from the south may be able to remember, but it's not very easy for everybody to remember these names. But there are a few important things which obviously you guys should know. टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में मैंने आप लोगों को पहले भी समझाया था. So if you guys are wondering what this Dravidian style is, Dravidian means South Indian style के जो temples हैं, I've already explained the difference in the previous video. It almost reached its perfection. View में ये किसी पोस्टर में कहीं ना कहीं लॉर्ड शिवा की नटराज की डांसिंग ब्रॉन्ज की स्टैचू ये जरूर देखी होगी. I am damn sure about it. And most of you, if not all, है ना? So this was also done during the imperial Cholas, right? So the bronze statues of this Nataraj or dancing Shiva are the master world famous, all right? So even the Chola paintings are found in the Tanjore temple, Natsamalai temple. So this is also something about it. So one main question, you guys can write your answer in English or Hindi. You guys can comment in around 250 words. जो चोला स्टेट period was marked by uniqueness and innovation. सोचिए, it's a tricky question. Okay. अब इसमें आपको सब कुछ नहीं बताना है about that. Alright, a small correction. Okay, I forgot to update this here. This is the imperial Buddha. Right? So this is not updated. Fine. Worry about. So this question is from imperial Cholas. So I will not tell. I'm not much in right now. Let's see after writing the answer, how many of you have actually understood what is the demand of social. उसके बाद मैं बताऊंगा कि ये क्वेश्चन क्या है. So one prelims based MCQ for you. You guys can pause the video and attempt the answer. All right. So right answer is very simple. Raja Rajaman Cholaman. So very easy. I think in बाकी राजाओं के बारे में तो मैंने आपको ज्यादा बताया भी नहीं है because these are not important because you don't have to do PhD. All right, you guys don't have to do PhD when you are studying ancient history. Whatever is strictly important from UPSC's means point of view and prelims point of view, सिर्फ आपको वही पढ़ना है. If you guys are still worried about what is the syllabus of prelims and mains, आपने शायद पहला वीडियो introduction to ancient history नहीं देखा है. That's why you guys have this down. And we don't have Telegram channel. Don't ask about it. Update about Telegram channel का वीडियो भी देख सकते हैं. Now I don't use this Instagram page. You guys can follow me on Abhijit Singh Arora, which is my personal Instagram account. Please do follow me over there. You guys can even ask me questions related to your specific doubt. कोई general query है, let's say about the topic itself, that you can ask below the video in the comment section. Facebook ups and downs कभी आपको दिखाई देगा कभी नहीं देगा. If you see it, like it. If you don't see, then fine. On Abhijit Singh Arora on my Instagram channel, you guys will get all the updates. Please do share about our YouTube channel to maximum aspirants. One very important thing, please वीडियो को आप पूरा देखें. मैं 40 मिनट्स तक आपको चैप्टर एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ. 3 to 4 मिनट्स वीडियो देख के भाग जाते हैं. So if you guys don't have time, tell me. I will make crash course rather than going for full course. Full course मैं इसलिए बना रहा हूँ, क्रैश कोर्स आपको सब जगह मिल जाएंगे. पूरा कोर्स कोई नहीं पढ़ाता. Nobody teaches full course. I'm trying to teach you everything in detail so that those who can't afford coaching, they can be benefited over here. So I will try to come up with next video on next weekend. Weekdays I will be occupied. So slow and steady, we will try to cover up whatever maximum we can cover before your examination approaches. आप भी अपने साइड से एफर्ट्स लगाते रहें, पढ़ते रहें. These videos will be an added advantage to you. UPSC Digital Library is not the only place. आप और जो भी आपको जहाँ से जो भी अच्छे लगते हैं देख सकते हैं. जो वीडियो आपको हमारे चैनल पे अच्छे लगते हैं, you guys can watch from here. All right. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you. Hello everyone. Welcome to UPSC Digital Library. Welcome to the complete course on Ancient Indian History. Ancient Indian History के complete course में आप सभी का स्वागत है. Today we'll talk about the last chapter of this course. आज हम कोर्स के आखिरी चैप्टर को डिस्कस करेंगे, which is the spread of Indian culture in other Asian countries. इस चैप्टर में हम इस बात को समझेंगे कि हमारे भारत का जो कल्चर है, जो रहन सहन का तरीका है, जो रिलीजियस एस्पेक्ट्स है, वो बाकी के एशियन कंट्रीज में कब पहुंचे थे, कैसे पहुंचे थे और उनका क्या इम्पैक्ट. तो आइए इस चैप्टर को शुरू करते हैं. Now, first of all, we need to understand about the introduction aspect of the Indian culture which had gone into the other Asian countries. सबसे पहले हम एक छोटा सा एक इंट्रोडक्शन ले लेते हैं और ये समझते हैं कि हमारे भारत देश का कल्चर बाकी एशियन कंट्रीज में कैसे. अब सबसे बड़ी बात जो समझनी है वो ये कि शुरू से ही हमारे देश ने कमर्शियल कॉन्टैक्ट्स रखे थे बाकी देशों के साथ. India had established its commercial contacts. The import and export used to take place with the other countries. Even during the earlier times also. हमने इतने सारे लेसन्स में इस बात को समझा कि कोई भी देश या कोई भी प्रोविंस अगर अच्छा कर रही थी, फल फूल रही थी, if any province or nation was doing good, it was because it used to maintain cordial relations with the other countries and used to have good commercial contacts, good import and export with the other countries. और जब हमारे कमर्शियल कॉन्टैक्ट दूसरे देशों के साथ बनाए तो सिर्फ पैसों का ही इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट नहीं हुआ था. उसके साथ साथ हमारे देश की लैंग्वेजेस, हमारे धर्म, हमारा आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर, हमारा बिलीफ सिस्टम, हमारे कस्टम्स, हमारा रहन सहन का तरीका भी दूसरे देशों तक पहुंचा था और वहां से भी हम लोगों ने बहुत कुछ सीखा था. So the slide we are going to have a short on Central Asia. इस स्लाइड में सेंट्रल एशिया में हमारे भारत का कल्चर किस तरह उसको हम शॉपिंग देखेंगे. And one important thing, guys, that chapter is directly related to your UPSC exam. Directly important, indirectly. guys understand this chapter, this has a direct all the chapters that you have studied. आपसे ऐसा हो जाएगा कि हमारे इंडियन कल्चर के कंट्रीज के साथ क्या क्या ये तो आपको पता होनी चाहिए. याद so you can sit back relax और सिर्फ एक ओवरव्यू समझने की. अगर हम सेंट्रल एशिया की बात करें तो हमारा इंडियन कल्चर वहाँ बहुत समय से पहुंच रहा है और कई मोन्यूमेंट्स भी हमको मिलते हैं अफगानिस्तान में जिससे हमको पता चलता है कि हमारे भारत से वहां पर कल्चर आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर पहुंचा. भूटान कश्कर जो है ये मेसोपोटामिया में है तो वहां पर भी हमारा इंडियन कल्चर बहुत पहुंचा था. इंडियन कल्चर में जब उसने अपने पास से वहां पर जाना शुरू किया था अपने कॉर्डियल रिलेशंस के लिए ट्रेड रिलेशन के लिए तो वो भारत से और यहाँ तक कि हमारे देश में से जब अगर हम लोग सी रूट के थ्रू भी चाइना जाते थे तो हम बर्मा के थ्रू जाते थे. बर्मा इज म्यांमार, आज म्यांमार. एंड बिलीव इट और नॉट आज चीन में जो बुद्धिज्म है वो हमारे देश से ही पहुंचा है ड्यूरिंग द फर्स्ट सेंचुरी. अगर आप लोगों ने पुराने वीडियोस नहीं देखे, you guys have not watched these videos, please do watch them. We already discussed about Fahi, we already discussed about Wing Sang, who visited India. The Chinese pilgrims came here, stayed here for a long time, who read the Indian art and architecture, our culture, who with them from China. And on the other side, there were various Buddhist monks from India also, like वज्रमूर्ति, धर्मदेवा, धर्मगुप्ता, गुणभद्रा, जिन्होंने चीन को विजिट किया था और वहां पर भी हमारे कल्चर को स्प्रेड करने में बहुत योगदान दिया. So these are those Buddhist monks from India who had in the past China and a lot of culture into China territory. अब कई चाइनीज एम्परर की रिक्वेस्ट पर हमारे ही देश के कई स्कॉलर्स ने कई संस्कृत वर्क को भी उनकी भाषा में ट्रांसलेट किया था. Many Indian scholars had earlier translated many Indian texts into Chinese on the request of the emperor. बहुत अच्छी बात है. हमारे देश के अगर आप देखें तो चाइनीज की भाषा में अगर आप कन्वर्ट कर रहे हो तो हमारे देश का ही कल्चर उनके देश तक पहुंचा है. ये जो लैंग्वेज का बैरियर है वो खत्म हो जाएगा और हमारा जो टेक्स्ट है हमारे जो ग्रंथ है वो उन तक पहुंच जाएगा. 13th सेंचुरी तक यहाँ तक कि जब मंगोल ने भी वहां पर अपना एक एम्पायर सेटअप कर उस समय तक भी हमारे देश के बहुत अच्छे कल्चरल कॉन्टैक्ट्स और इवन आज भी. अभी तो आज समय खराब है, चाइना के साथ चल का माहौल है, लेकिन चाइना के साथ हमारा बहुत ऐतिहासिक एक रिलेशन रहा. And it is not just that the Indian culture had played a magnificent role on the Chinese culture, cultural aspects पर, trade aspects पर, art architecture aspect पर कितने पैरामीटर पर काम हुआ. अब अगर मैं साउथ ईस्ट एशिया की बात करूं, अगर मैं म्यांमार की बात करूं, पहले बर्मा बोली, लाओस की बोली, थाईलैंड बोली, कंबोडिया मलेशिया तो इस मैप को आप कर लें आपको हमारे और ये बेटर आपको अगर आप मालूम होना चाहिए कौन कौन से कंट्रीज पास होते हैं, ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैंसर से कौन कौन से कंट्रीज पास होते हैं, ट्रॉपिक ऑफ कैप्रिकॉर्न से कौन कौन से कंट्रीज पास होते हैं. ये कुछ बेसिक जनरल नॉलेज के फैक्ट्स हैं जो आपको पता होना चाहिए. ऑलराइट, अगर हम साउथ ईस्ट एशिया की बात करें, नाउ इट्स अ क्वेश्चन टू ऑल ऑफ यू, इस मलय आर्चिपेलागो, ये मैंने आप लोगों को पिछले वीडियो में बताया था कि आप लोगों को पता होना चाहिए. ऑलराइट, सो हमारा ये जो साउथ ईस्ट एशिया के साथ जो रिलेशन रहा है वो बहुत समय से रहा है, क्योंकि साउथ ईस्ट एशिया की जो सरजमी है बहुत ही फर्टाइल है, उसमें बहुत मिनरल्स है, तो हमारे इंडियन रूलर्स बहुत अट्रैक्टेड रहे और वहां पर गोल्ड भी बहुत हद तक पाया गया है। गुप्ता पीरियड में भी वहां पर कोलोनाइज करने की कोशिश की गई थी, पल्लवास के टाइम पर भी वहां पर काफी अच्छे रिलेशंस रहे, और इवन जो मैंने आपको चोला के बारे में, एम्पायर के बारे में बताया था, लेटर चोलास के बारे में, उसमें भी आपने देखा होगा कि किस तरीके से श्रीलंका में, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में भी हमारे भारत का इम्पैक्ट रहा है। अब हम बात करते हैं कंबोडिया की, कंबोज की, तो लगभग फर्स्ट सेंचुरी से ही वहां पर इंडियन रूलर्स कहीं ना कहीं उन्होंने इन्फ्लुएंस किया हुआ है और वहां पर भी हिंदुओं की एक बड़ी अच्छी तादाद है, वहां लोग रहते हैं, so a lot of Hindus also stay in Cambodia and Cambodge, and there also find Shaivism and Vaishnavism which had made steady progress, तो आपको कई टेम्पल्स भी वहां पर मिल जाएंगे, कई हमारे जो लिटरेरी वर्क जैसे वेदास, रामायण, महाभारत है, वो वहां के लोगों को मालूम है। The people of Cambodia are aware about even the Panini's grammar work, जो तमिल वर्क था, so that means a lot of Indian art and architecture, the culture has had spread to Cambodia, and these are some of the facts which you guys can read, so and overall you guys might have got an idea. और वहां पे जो temples है, ये temple architecture, if you guys will visit Cambodia or if you guys will try to, so they are southern style, को हम लोग पैगन स्टाइल टेम्पल या फिर द्रविडियन स्टाइल पर जिन टेम्पल्स में आपको रामायण की कुछ केसेस, ये महाभारत के इंसिडेंट, Cambodia you guys will find is of Dravidian style, and this is like Angkor Wat temple, so which is popular over there, and uh, which is on top of a hill. So this temple is on top of a hill, and then various other sculptures also you guys will find over here. अब जो वहां पर हमारे लोगों का शासन कह लें या इन्फ्लुएंस था, वो ऑलमोस्ट 15th सेंचुरी तक चला, जिसके बाद वो डिक्लाइन होना शुरू हो गया था। सो यू फाइंड लॉट ऑफ संस्कृत इंस्क्रिप्शंस, और मैंने रामायण महाभारत और इस बारे में बात करी। ओके, सो इफ यू गाइस नॉट नो वेयर चंपा इज, so let me show you where Champa is. Okay, so this is Cambodia, and on the eastern side of Cambodia, you guys will find Vietnam. So ये जो सेंट्रल वियतनाम और सदर्न पार्ट ऑफ वियतनाम है, यही चंपा है, उसका नाम ही पहले चंपा होता है। होप दिस मेक सेंस। वहां भी कई संस्कृत के इंस्क्रिप्शंस मिले हैं, और फर्स्ट हिंदू डायनेस्टी श्री मारा के अंडर में सेकेंड सेंचुरी एडी में स्टैब्लिश हुई थी, which is very great thing. शैविज्म, वैष्णविज्म वहां बहुत फ्लोरिश होता था, बुद्धिज्म भी वहां साथ साथ में था। वहां पर भी हमारे आर्ट एंड आर्किटेक्चर, ग्रामर, एस्ट्रोलॉजी, वहां पर आपको वहां की कल्चर में भी इन्वाइव, so that's a great thing that happened. Okay. Thailand, everybody has heard about Thailand. So Siam was the earlier name of Thailand, which is now we know it as Thailand. पहले सियाम नाम होता था, और वहां पर भी हमारे देश का कल्चर काफी हद तक पहुंचा है। रामायण हमारी वहां पर पहुंची है, जो कि बैंकॉक के कई मंदिरों के स्कल्पचर्स में आपको रामायण के दिखाई देते हैं। Guys will find the scenes of Ramayana in many temples at Bangkok, which is in Thailand. All right. और जो धर्म शास्त्र, उसके बेसिस पर भी उस कंट्री के कई ट्रेडिशनल नियम या रूल्स बने हुए हैं। So see how much influence our country had made on Thailand also. So great to see. All right. सुमात्रा आइलैंड्स के बारे में भी, वहां पर भी हमारे देश का बहुत अच्छा के साथ एक कल्चरल टाइज थे, कमर्शियल टाइज थे, मैरीटाइम भी बहुत अच्छा एक कॉन्टैक्ट रहा है, और वहां के जो रूलर्स थे उनको हम शैलेंद्र रूलर्स बेसिकली कहते हैं, और सुमात्रा में जो इम्पोर्टेंट एक हिंदू रूलर थे, कुशली विजया कहते हैं। आप लोगों को ये नाम तो आप लोगों ने जरूर सुना होगा, हम लोग के बारे में पहले डिस्कस कर भी चुके हैं, और पालास, चूडास, इनके भी बहुत अच्छे कॉर्डियल रिलेशंस रहे हैं, और यहाँ के जो रूलर्स थे वो महायान बुद्धिज्म को मानते थे। हम लोगों ने हिनयान और महायान बुद्धिज्म के बारे में पहले ही डिस्कस हम लोग कर चुके हैं। इनके बारे में एक थोड़ी सी बात, इट्स नॉट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर यू टू नो, बस हमको इतना पता होना चाहिए कि सुमत्रा की अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं तो वहां पर महायान बुद्धिज्म, वहां के रूलर्स जो कि शैलेंद्र थे उसको फॉलो करते थे, और वहां के इंपॉर्टेंट हिंदू किंग थे श्री विजय। दिस मच इज मोर देन सफिशिएंट फॉर यू गाइस टू नो। जावा आइलैंड्स की बात करें तो 4th सेंचुरी एडी से वहां पर हमारे देश का इन्फ्लुएंस देखने के लिए मिलता है, और वहां पर भी शैलेंद्र जो थे राजा थे सुमत्रा के, उन्होंने कॉन्कर करके यहाँ पर काफी समय तक राज किया। तो ऑब्वियस सी बात है फिर वहां पर आपको महायान बुद्धिज्म का इन्फ्लुएंस भी देखने के लिए मिलेगा। फिर उसके बाद जैसे वहां बुद्धिज्म का इन्फ्लुएंस देखने के लिए मिलेगा, पूर्व पर एक मॉन्यूमेंट है विच इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ये आपको याद रखना है, पहाड़ के ऊपर जावा आइलैंड पर। और इस वीडियो के स्टार्टिंग में आप लोगों को एक जो बौद्ध धर्म की एक आपको एक बहुत ब्यूटीफुल सी फोटो भी दिखाई दे रही होगी, वो भी बोरोबुदुर की ही है, जो कि शैलेंद्र के पैट्रोनेज में बनाया गया था। इट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, इसको आप कभी ना भूलें। इनकी और फोटोज भी आप गूगल पे देख सकते हैं। मैग्निफिसेंट प्लेस, वेरी प्लेस। ये बुद्धिस्ट की मॉन्यूमेंट्स में विश्व की सबसे बड़ी एक ये मॉन्यूमेंट है। दिस मॉन्यूमेंट इज बिगेस्ट मॉन्यूमेंट, मोस्ट वंडरफुल स्तूपा इन दी वर्ल्ड, बोरोबुदुर। ठीक है, इसके बारे में आपने थंबनेल पर तो फोटो देखी ली होगी, आप गूगल पे सर्च करके भी और इनकी फोटोज को देख सकते हैं। सो वेरी नाइस। तो हमने जो पहले हमारे जो लोकेशंस देखी थी, वहां पर हिंदू कल्चर का ज्यादा इन्फ्लुएंस था, वैश्विज्म, शैविज्म। जावा आइलैंड, इन दी जावा आइलैंड, द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ बुद्धिज्म, महायान बुद्धिज्म वाज मोर प्रोमिनेंट। होप दिस मेक्स सेंस। और बाली की अगर हम बात करें, यहाँ पर भी बुद्धिज्म बहुत रिलेवेंट था। आई सैंग का यहाँ पर 7th सेंचुरी में इन्फ्लुएंस था, और हिंदू डायनेस्टीज जो 6th सेंचुरी के आसपास, उनका इन्फ्लुएंस वहां पर हमें देखने के लिए मिला। और आज भी अगर हम बाली आइलैंड्स की या बाली की अगर हम बात करें, तो हिंदूज का भी वहां पर इतना प्रोमिनेंट एक सेक्शन है जो हमारे देश में एक बॉन्ड सिस्टम या कास्ट सिस्टम आज भी तो आपको बाली that was prominent in Bali. And even in my it was earlier known as Burma। होते हुए एक सी रूट के थ्रू चाइना भी लोग पहुंचे हैं। मैं आप लोग भी बताते थे कि सर ये एस्पेक्ट तो ऐसा, मैं आप लोग भी बताते थे कि सर ये एस्पेक्ट तो ऐसा है, इसमें और डिटेल होती है। So even I learned a lot from all of you. Thank you so much for being a part with this beautiful journey of ancient Indian history. Please share about our YouTube channel to maximum people so that we can reach to those people who cannot afford to pay coaching fees. So we'll meet again in our ongoing course of geography. We'll come up with new courses. Even मुझे CSAT का भी course बनाना है ताकि आप लोग के लिए GS पेपर 2 भी prepare हो जाए. Thank you everybody for watching. God bless you.
वेलकम टू डब्ल्यू। अगर मैं कहूँ कि आपके पास एक मौका है कि आप मणिकालीन भारत की तैयार कर सकते हैं, आपके पास मौका है उस समय की सोसाइटी, इकोनॉमी और पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम को समझने का, तो मुझे लगता है कि आप ये मौका छोड़ना इन्फॉर्मेशन मदद से आपको टैकल करने का मौका मिले, हमारा इस मौके को कौन करना चाहेगा। आज के समय में कंप्लीट मेडिवल हिस्ट्री एनिमेशन के थ्रू समझने का प्रयास करेंगे, जो बहुत ही ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग होगा और बहुत वे में एक्सप्लेन होगा। इसके पहले हम अपने इस सेशन में आगे बढ़े, मैं आपको कुछ और बातें बताऊंगा। अगर आप कोर्स 2024-25 ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं, पीडब्ल्यू ओनली रहेगा, तो उसके लिए आपके पास
Good Bharat, Satya जटाकरी और चित्रकार कुली एक्सेट्रा। महेंद्र वर्मन के रेन में सिग्निफिकेंट आर्किटेक्चर और लिटरेरी डेवलपमेंट। इन्होंने रॉकेट टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर इंट्रोड्यूस की और विचित्र और महाविलास दर्शन की रचना भी। और अंत में चालुक्य किंग पुलकेशी सेकंड के साथ बैटल में महेंद्र वर्मन द फर्स्ट की डेथ होती है। अपने पिता की मृत्यु के बाद नरसिम्हा वर्मन ने पल्लवास की थ्रोन संभाली और 630 एडी से 668 एडी तक रूल किया। आपको बता दें नरसिम्हा वर्मन को पल्लवा डायनेस्टी का सबसे ग्रेटेस्ट रूलर कंसिडर किया जाता है। कुरम कॉपर प्लेट इंस्क्रिप्शन से पता चलता है कि नरसिम्हा वर्मन ने मणिमंगलम के बैटल में चालुक्य किंग पुलकेशी II को डिफीट किया था और मामल्ला यानी ग्रेटेस्ट रेसलर का टाइटल एक्सेप्ट किया था। इतना ही नहीं, इन्होंने मामल्लापुरम या महाबलीपुरम को भी एस्टैब्लिश किया और इसके साथ ही इनके रेन में मोनोलिथिक रथ का भी कंस्ट्रक्शन किया गया। आपको बता दें कि श्रीलंकन प्रिंस मानव वर्मा के थ्रोन और श्रीलंका के नेवल एक्सपीडिशन को किंग नरसिम्हा वर्मन द फर्स्ट ने रिस्टोर किया और इनके रेन में ही चाइनीज ट्रैवलर और बुद्धिस्ट मंक यून सांग ने कांची विजिट किया। नरसिम्हा वर्मन द फर्स्ट के बाद अब देखते हैं 695 से लेकर 722 तक रूल करने वाले नेक्स्ट पल्लवा किंग नरसिम्हा वर्मन II के बारे में, जिन्हें राजसिंह के नाम से भी जाना जाता था। इसके साथ ही इनको शंकर भक्त और अगम प्रिय जैसे टाइटल भी दिए गए थे। अपने रेन के दौरान इन्होंने चाइना में
फैक्ट्स कंबाइन टुगेदर, याद रखेगा इसमें फैक्ट्स और कंसेप्ट इन दोनों को कंबाइन करके मैं आपको पढ़ाऊंगा। तो एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव पैकेज के साथ हम लोग इसके ऊपर डिस्कस करने वाले हैं। तो भी हम लोग आगे चलते हैं। बिफोर वी प्रोसीड फर्दर थोड़ा बहुत मेरे बारे में बता देता हूँ। मैं पिछले 7 ईयर्स से स्टूडेंट को गाइड कर रहा हूँ, एक्सपेरिमेंट गाइड कर रहा हूँ ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म जो सब्जेक्ट चल रहा है वो हिस्ट्री और आर्ट एंड कल्चर है। तो इनसाइड आउट मैं स्टूडेंट्स को कराता हूँ कि उसको कैसे डील किया जाएगा। मैं आपके लिए 2 इम्पोर्टेंट चीजें अनाउंस करना चाहता हूँ बिफोर वी प्रोसीड फर्दर। सबसे पहला है वो है अनअकैडमी प्लस के ऊपर। अनअकैडमी प्लस आप में से बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को ऑलरेडी अवेयरनेस होगी। इट्स अ सब्सक्राइबर प्लेटफॉर्म, इट्स अ पेड प्लेटफॉर्म, बट वहां पे मैं अपना हिस्ट्री का कोर्स चला रहा हूँ एंड आई ऑलरेडी स्टार्टेड माय कोर्स ऑन मिडिवल इंडियन हिस्ट्री। तो आप में से जो भी स्टूडेंट जिनको भी हिस्ट्री के अंदर डाउट है, जिनको भी लग रहा है कि सबको हिस्ट्री समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, तो प्लीज ज्वाइन मी ऑन माय क्लास। वी हैव ऑलरेडी स्टार्टेड विद द बैचेस। हम लोग डेली 2 आवर्स के सेशन ले रहे हैं एंड देयर आर अराउंड 14 सेशंस ऑफ द मिडिवल हिस्ट्री। मतलब करीबन आप पकड़ के चलो कि 28 आवर्स में खाली मिडिवल हिस्ट्री करा रहा हूँ। इसके पहले मैंने मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री के ऑलरेडी अराउंड 80 आवर्स के आसपास क्लासेस अनअकैडमी प्लस के ऊपर लिए हुए हैं, वो भी आपको मिल जाएंगे, इंक्लूडिंग एंशिएंट इंडिया के भी। अगर आप देखिए, if you see in the ancient India, I have taken around 50 to 60 hours of classes on ancient India. तो इस तरह से मैं comprehensive आपको सेशंस के साथ करा रहा हूँ। तो प्लीज ज्वाइन मी। मैं यहाँ पे मिडिवल इंडिया करा रहा हूँ, एंशिएंट और मॉडर्न ऑलरेडी कंप्लीट किया हुआ है, आपको वो क्लासेस भी मिल जाएंगे। आपको आर्ट एंड कल्चर में
swearing off of conquest of legendary peacemakers, but there are also entire cosmologies spoken into existence in the Bronze Age civilization about a millennium ahead of the rest of the world that just fades into nothingness. And the rest of Indian history is like this too. It's so large and diverse, but almost like a jigsaw puzzle, every piece still fits together into one cohesive whole. And we can see the outlines of this big picture of India back in the earliest sparks of civilization. So, to wind back the clock and see where India got its start, let's do some history. This video is brought to you by Audible. More on that later. Our earliest evidence of Indian civilization is a string of settlements along the Indus River Valley in 2 and 3000s BC. And as far as Bronze Age civilizations go, the Indus Valley is by far the raddest. The floodplain with to cultivate and build on.
और जितना आपका टाइम फ्रेम है सब्सक्रिप्शन का, उतना आपको क्लासेस मिलते रहेंगे। बहुत सारे टीचर्स हैं, बहुत सारे कोर्सेज चलते हैं, वहाँ पे आपको हिस्ट्री, पॉलिटी, सबके अलग अलग टीचर्स मिल जाएंगे। इंडिया के
related to Indian history, so I'll be using that term for its intended historical meaning. Instead of prolific builders, the Aryans were storytellers, and they're often known as the Vedic peoples after their holy scriptures called the Vedas. These were a series of stories including everything from big cosmology down to aspects of their own daily life. They were all retold as hymns, memorized and perfected to various syllables. These divine hymns form much of the basis of Hinduism, both as a religion and more broadly as a foundation of ancient Indian culture. Historically, Hinduism is quite unique because of its continuity from ancient origins to widespread modern practice. That's cool, but also extremely nuanced and complex, so I'm gonna move right along to the next core aspect of Indo-Aryan culture, caste system. Great. When the Aryans came across the native Adivasi people, they maintained political stability via a strict social hierarchy, with the Aryans at the top and everybody else below them. A story we've seen many times on this channel. But as the Aryans and the Adivasi mixed over the centuries, the system later stratified by profession rather than by ethnic group. At the top were the Brahmin priests, then the Kshatriya warriors, the Vaisya merchants and farmers, the Shudra laborers, and the subcaste untouchables fully ostracized by society. The big yikes here is that a social hierarchy based on class rather than race is malleable to whomever is in charge. So the caste system has survived the rise and philosophical truths at the core of both of these epics. Now, that said, if some long books are doorstops, then the Mahabharata is the entire door. It's the story of a great succession crisis and a subsequent war sometime around the 14th century BC, and it is just loaded with deities front to back. The most famous section of the story, the Bhagavad Gita, narrows down the internal struggle of the hero Arjuna to do his duty even when it's difficult. None of us will fight alongside literal gods in a giant succession crisis. I mean, well, probably. But all of us will struggle to do the right thing. Likely a lot of times. I, for instance, know that it's irresponsible to monopolize this channel for Roman history memes, but that doesn't mean that I'm not tempted. Getting off topic. The Ramayana and the Mahabharata are clearly some of humanity's most influential literature. Between the epics, the Upanishads, and the Vedas, it's evident just how much of Indian culture derives from these core texts. I'll be fully honest, when I started researching this, I really did think that I was making a history video, but now here I am realizing I've just made a giant book report. Ah well, you take the sources you can get. And unfortunately, what we have in an overflowing font of ancient literature, we lack in most other forms of historical documentation for a good several centuries. But the picture gets a lot clearer once we hit the 600s through 300 BC, as we have archaeological and written evidence for a rich collection of independent states and kingdoms across northeast India. Researchers have found large cities and dense fortifications, as well as new forms of poetry and metallurgy, and the development of Brahmi writing. Among these 16 Mahajanapadas, as they're snappily known, and as I'm sure I poorly mispronounced, there seems to have been some intense competition as well as interstate trade. Still not a whole, but if it's anything like the other clusters of small independent states that we've seen in history, whether it's the Greeks and the Italians, or the Maya and the Chinese warring states, it was probably pretty cool. What we do have from this political climate is, when he heard the news, he felt really bad about it. So he issued a full apology throughout his empire and abandoned warfare entirely to become a Buddhist. He then worked to build trade relations and improve the lives of his people. He was super tolerant of other faiths, and he wrote extensively about his own journey to inner peace through Buddhism. That has got to be the single biggest heel-based turn in history. His life seems almost surreal, but there it is. A conqueror who felt remorse and changed his ways. Unfortunately, his successors were far less able than him, and soon pockets of the empire slipped away before the assassination of Emperor Brihadratha extinguished the Maurya Empire for good in 180 BC. And that's ancient India, from the Indus River Valley to Ashoka the Great. What I find most amazing is the massive catalog of literature that took shape at such an early stage. It's an incredibly strong foundation that's at once diverse and cohesive, and so exquisitely preserved after nearly 3,000 years. And speaking of 3,000 years, the next chapter of Indian history is going to have to be a story for another video. Summarize that all at once. I may people As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of great Indian literature to check out, but I've got to recommend that you read a rich reading of the Bhagavad Gita. It's by far the most accessible work from the ancient canon, and the philosophy on display here is really something special. Absolutely worth a listen. And Audible is offering all of you a 30-day trial and one free audiobook along with 2 free Audible originals to get you started if you sign up with our link on audible.com/overlysarcastic or text overlysarcastic to 500-500. If you do, you'll be supporting the channel and getting a good audiobook in the process. Again, to start listening, head to audible.com/overlysarcastic. Thanks so much for watching. This video was fun because I got to play around with the format and talk more about philosophy and religion than I usually do when I'm discussing the pure history itself. But if you want to hear me talk more about the cultural context in future videos, please leave a comment below and let me know. And an extra special thank you to everybody who supports the channel on Patreon. It's your generosity and enthusiasm that keeps this whole operation running. If you want more OSP, be sure to check out the amazing community on our official Discord server. Link is down in the description. So a huge thanks again, and I'll see you all in the next video. When last we left the history of India, Ashoka's Mauryan Empire had just shattered into a dozen tiny pieces. Look, we hate to see it, but sometimes history be like that, and unfortunately for my love of cartography, what follows are the classical and medieval periods, where hundreds, if not thousands, of small local kingdoms change their borders so rapidly that the map looks like 1,700 years of television static. Whew, here we go. At first glance, this period looks like an absolute mess, and for good reason. Kind of is. But this chapter of Indian history actually tells a cohesive and consistent story. From 200 BC to 1500 AD, small local territories and the regional empire competed for power and prestige while participating in extensive international trade. The result was an intense cultural exchange that cemented India's legacy of extraordinary demographic, religious, and ideological diversity. So, to see how this all went down, let's do some history. This video is brought to you by our amazing patrons. Support the channel and get cool rewards at patreon.com/OSP. India's diversity starts with its geography, where there's mountains, forests, and plains. Oh my. This regional variation made for a patchwork of distinct local territories, with their own culture and unique languages. So while dynasties and empires bopped around rearranging the map, these small pockets proved rather sturdy and often maintained their local culture. This made it pretty tricky for any one state to unify large parts of India for more than a few decades at a time. But before we touch on some notable examples, we should first zoom out to better understand India's geography overall. Broadly speaking, we can divide it up into 4 macro regions: the Indus Valley, the Gangetic Plain, the Deccan Plateau, and the Ghats. Between the Indus and the Ganges rivers, northern India was fertile and dynasties became known as the Three Crowned Kings. And though they remained fairly small through the classical period, they're possibly India's most successful merchants. With ready access to boatloads of spices, they were able to export their own wares as well as control the traffic through one of the world's busiest maritime trade routes. Double nice. And several centuries later, during the Middle Ages, the Chola dynasty was able to expand to the island of Sri Lanka and conquer all the way up the eastern coast. While the Tamil kingdoms unfortunately didn't leave very much in the way of historical documentation, and you'll see this become a trend as we go along, they had a strong poetic tradition, and they made huge contributions to Indian architecture. And I mean that literally. These things are massive. Temple complexes steadily grew over time with donations from wealthy patrons and developed into ornate megastructures. Every layer features a sculpted and vibrantly painted representation of a mythical story, and these temples are tall boys too, so there's a lot of narrative being packed into each one. And while we're talking about temples and religion, we should jump back a few centuries to mention the Pallava dynasty, who ruled over parts of the coast from the 4th through the 9th centuries AD, and Nero had no authority in India. This actually makes India the second civilization to stab Emperor Nero. Good on him. So, while the avenues of trade in northern India and southern India were distinct, business was clearly good on both ends of the peninsula. The Indus Valley in particular remained engaged, for better and for worse, with their neighbors to the northwest, over the Hindu Kush Mountains. From Alexander and the Indo-Greeks onward, it is a veritable revolving door of imperial neighbors: Scythians, Parthians, Kushans, Sassanids, Arabs, Persians, Mongols, and Timurids. When these empires weren't playing villain of the week, they sometimes tried to integrate into Indian society by marrying into royal families and adopting aspects of Indian culture. Now, since we're already up north, let's discuss an Indian empire for a change. Over on the Ganges River, the was first plentiful, and it was the ideal base to launch an empire. The problem was that lots of small kingdoms were also aware of this. Competition was fierce ever since the Maurya collapsed. It wasn't until the early 4th century that the Guptas slowly extended their control over the Gangetic Plain. By the year 400, their empire reached across the Ganges, down the Indus, and along the eastern Ghats. Not bad. For the next century, the Gupta Empire dominated the entirety of northern India and all of the trade that came with it. And lucky for all of us, they spent much of their empire money on art, literature, and science. We're talking the apex of classical Indian sculpture, codified versions of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, a decimal numbering system, and the concept of zero. Good stuff. Even though the Gupta Empire dwindled in the 500s because of external invasions, and northern India went right back to the imperial drawing board for the next several centuries, India would continue to benefit from the cultural legacy of the Guptas. So with our painfully unchronological tour of classical India complete, let's take a look at an easily overlooked source of India's diversity: religion. Though it can seem like we're just following the story of Hinduism, with special cameo appearances by Buddhism and Jainism, India's extensive trade routes brought multiple unique communities into the peninsula. For instance, Persian refugees fleeing the Muslim conquest settled in Gujarat in the 600s and created a strong Zoroastrian diaspora culture. That 5 times fast. Though they adopted many outward elements of Indian society, they maintained their core religious beliefs, and they've remained the world's largest Zoroastrian population. Maritime trade also brought multiple Jewish communities to the peninsula, and they similarly became a valued part of their local societies. However, many Indian Jews migrated to Israel after its independence in 1948. There was also a community of Nestorian Christians from the Sassanid Empire who made their way over to India. But by far the most consequential arrival was Islam. Starting from the 600s, Muslim merchants brought their new religion along pre-existing Arabian trade routes to the West Indian coast, and a century later, Muslims from the Abbasid Caliphate arrived in the Indus Valley. Now, this might go without saying, but Hinduism and Islam are rather distinct. One is a polytheistic religion that draws from a plurality of traditions and beliefs, whereas Islam is a monotheistic religion that appeals to the Quran as one central text. However, and shocking as it may sound, these two communities typically got along very well, and the cultural exchange between them was actually quite rich. But for the sake of my comment section, I'm going to leave it at that. Jumping ahead a bit here, the third main way that Islam came into India was through the Delhi Sultanate. It was established as an offshoot of a larger Muslim empire, which collapsed very soon after, not super relevant, and ruled from, just Delhi. Their main military advantage was cavalry, since horses weren't really a thing in India before this. It was usually mostly elephants. So they made short work of the land around the Indus and Ganges rivers and actually managed to repel the invading Mongols throughout the 1200s. That is no small feat, and Delhi in turn became a haven for merchants, artists, and aristocrats who fled the Mongols. So, for the next 300 years, the 5 dynasties of the Delhi Sultanate ruled over India's north, and for a couple decades there in the 1300s, most of India's south, too. When many Indians in the Sultanate did convert to Islam, their Muslim population mostly resided in the north and around the coasts. All told, the Delhi Sultanate had a pretty solid run through the 12 and 1300s, but unfortunately, all empires are mortal, and in 1398, the Mongol-ish, Persian-ish, Turkish-ish Emperor Tamerlane sacked Delhi and yoinked their artisans, administrators, and most of the imperial treasury. So the Sultanate languished through the 1400s and was later conquered. Hey there, Portugal. Fancy seeing you on the other side of Africa. Is it colony time already? Jeez, we covered a lot in this video. Alright, let's recap, shall we? So, between the classical and medieval periods of Indian history, a lot went down. There it is. Let's do this video is brought to you by Squarespace. Start building your website today by going to squarespace.com/sarcastic. When last we left our game of squish a landmass the size of Europe into one cohesive story, the Muslim Delhi Sultanate was shrinking back towards the north, and Mongol splinter states were hanging out on the other side of the Hindu-Kush mountains. One such ruler in central Asia, named Babur, was descended from both Tamerlane and Genghis Khan, but you wouldn't be able to tell that from his military record. He got kicked out of his ancestral homeland and spent 20 years trying to set up camp in India during the early 1500s. It was attempt number 5 that successfully toppled the Delhi Sultanate and established the Mughal dynasty. But his troubles endured. This poor guy wrote in his journals wondering why forts and cities along the Ganges River weren't welcoming their new ruler with open arms, as if for some reason a conquering stranger wasn't a normal feature of the neighborhood. Babur also complained bitterly about the heat and filing him under guys who just can't seem to win. But his son wasn't much better off, getting exiled in 1540 after a string of defeats and only reclaiming his capital in time to die by falling down a flight of stairs. So his son Akbar took the throne in 1556 and treated the Mughal Empire to a king who wasn't existentially clumsy. Akbar's 5 decades on the throne and a series of smart reforms quickly brought the empire to its peak. He overhauled the imperial government to actually make it work. He added native Indians and local princes into his Muslim-majority government, and he worked to blend the cultures of India and Persia. At the edge of the map, Portugal became the first European power to reach India. During the 1500s, they built 2 dozen coastal island ports around the peninsula and developed a robust system of extorting merchants for protection money. Their actual imports consisted of versus very expensive cargo. All that aside, Portugal's presence in the Indian Ocean wasn't much more than a passive annoyance. Indians were able to smack them around if they ever tried to muscle land. India might not have seen much of a change, but Portugal carted back a mountain of ill-gotten treasure, and other European seafarers wanted their turn of cash. So in the early 1600s, the English, Dutch, and French created private companies dedicated to exploring, and extorting. By 1700, France, Britain, and the Netherlands had their run of the Indian Ocean because the movement didn't have a name to speak of even before they nosedived into irrelevance. This power vacuum made the Europeans bolder, and in a classic case of, well, if someone is going to conquer this place, it might as well be me, they started throwing hands about it. This came to a head in the 7 Years' War between technically everyone, but really England and France. Despite the request of King and Parliament to not build a land empire in Asia, the British East India Company saw too much potential profit to let their power slip. So they rolled up to the French allied state of Bengal, usurped the king, and annexed the entire state. Yikes. In the following decade, Britain's victory in the not 7 years long 7 Years' War let them push France out of India, and by 1800, the East India Company was well on its way to subduing the entire subcontinent. The British Empire had, again, politely requested that the EIC not colonize 1 metric Europe, but it was way too easy. The company had a private army of 250,000 Indian soldiers on the payroll, and they had a lot of success in playing small Indian states against each other, and sometimes they didn't even need to fight when a well-placed bribe would get the job done. So the conquest cost a pretty penny, sure, but it was almost entirely consequence-free. Corporate geopolitics. Stuff of nightmares. Now, beyond simply extracting coal from trade and bringing all those spices back to Britain, the company upgraded to tax collecting. They also owned the land. I see agriculture, dumb, large stuff, on cash crops. Not starting in the 1820s. Well, early company governors they wanted to treat it fairly. They saw all of that go away. The company was the farmers and brings people out of work. But it's all okay. Not over now, if you were suddenly watching your rights eroded, the independent principalities and participation in civil service was limited to candidates who could take an entrance exam in London. Tells you a little bit about who they wanted running the place. And this contributed to a revealing double standard of how Britain engaged the empire, or Britain, anyone else for that matter. In London, you'd see the roots of humanistic multiculturalism in art, demographics, and mind-numbing economic power. But back in India, it just looked like some dominating colonizers came to take the shiny stuff and stomp on the rest of the by a race. That's the leading consider the potential poison of nothing. And by the Indian National Congress, working their own governments, the counter offer was that they would get nothing like it. Colonial exploitation to come undone. You've got to remember that this whole enterprise was a cash grab, so India had to stop being profitable. Why do it? Nothing will see a profit margin faster than a fashion world war, and better yet, the 2 of them. When war struck in 1914, the Dutch supported the Entente against the Central Powers with supplies and soldiers. It got a little awkward when Indians heard the British propaganda calling World War I a fight for democracy, as they could be not realizing that Britain was into that. So it became harder to reinforce the post-war same old after India sacrificed so much for Britain's war. In World War II, Deutschland Bundeswehr, India provided 2.5 million soldiers, loans of 10 million pounds sterling government, and provided critical supplies at tremendous cost to the United States. To make matters worse, Britain went all scorched earth on their own province of Bengal to deter the Japanese Empire from bustling India, and 3 million people died in the resulting famine. And our old pal Winnie Churchill remained fiercely imperialist throughout the end of the war, offering only the most flaccid concessions to greater Indian sovereignty. But by 1945, the metric list, the empire was corrupted, like guns, for independence. Britain by just still not the least bit interested in national well-being as a and large in 5 knowledge basic idea like that. People that's out alongside mass migration our history of India and also now Pakistan and Bangladesh, for many reasons, it's a tough history to grapple with because there's so much going on over such a great length of time. But as we've seen, the sheer diversity of people, cultures, and historical happenings makes this corner of the world so fascinating. That said, it does make it kind of hard to write a comprehensive and satisfying concluding paragraph. But you know what's easy? Making a website with Squarespace. If you've got a business or a research project or a colonizing operation that you'd like to disguise as a marketing company, a professional online presence is essential. Squarespace is your one-stop shop for building websites. Whether you're designing a site to show small businesses, a restaurant, or running a store, Squarespace has you covered around search and enabling HTML chat. Also, we love the collector channel, merchandise, art, project under one shine. My resident editor in Squarespace for her personal website, and she's a big fan of the integrated analytics, which is how users are engaging with your site. Customizing your site is a breeze. I bet that you'll really love what you're able to create. So if you want to get started, head over to squarespace.com/overlysarcastic to begin your free trial, and when you're ready to launch your darling website into the world, use code overlysarcastic to get 10% off your first purchase. That's squarespace.com/overlysarcastic. Thank you, Squarespace, for supporting education. Thank you so much for watching. If you think I've been ragging on Britain too much, I kindly invite you to buckle up because the rest of this year has a lot more where that came from. But in any case, I want to thank the patrons here who make this channel possible, and I will see you all in the next video. Here on History Makers, we're focused on the figures behind the history books, and though they weren't the ones ruling the kingdoms or technically doing anything, their storytelling ends up having the heftiest influence on how we interact with the past. Granted, some of them wouldn't call themselves historians, and a couple didn't even write books. Well, today we're going to follow this edge case to its logical conclusion by discussing a guy who isn't even slightly a historian, and as a matter of fact, did not write anything. At all. And just to put the icing on the challenge mode cake, our sources for this boyo tally up to a big fat zilch. It's okay, because what we lack is anything about our own health conditions we make up for in the incalculably huge impact that he had on Chinese philosophy, culture, and the entire canon of Chinese history. So, by God, I will make this work. Let's do some history. This video is brought to you by our patrons. Voted on this topic. I will make you proud if it kills me. To understand why this Confucius guy is so difficult to pin down, let's zoom out and talk about why China in general is so hard to pin down, because it oscillates wildly between shattering apart and reassembling it. And Confucius lived right in the middle of one of these episodes. After the Zhou dynasty collapsed in the 8th century BC, China split into dozens of tiny states. Joke's on China, because at this point they don't even realize this is going to be a trend. Anyway, some states built up armies to steamroll each other, and some just tried to keep their heads down and avoid the aforementioned rain. During this spring and autumn period, which is the name from a history written about it, daily life was stressful and uncertain, and good governance was in dubious supply. Gee, I wonder what that feels like. So, when every year had even odds of getting stopped, it paid to be strategic, and that meant having good advisors. Spring and autumn period was a great time to be in the philosophy. Before the Zhou dynasty shattered the political class, all these set up their own government. So all of the freshly unemployed bureaucrats went out to get their jobs. Over the centuries, mercenary philosophers developed an array of informal schools that specialized in one of multiple topics. These different schools of thought fit on a sliding scale with the spiritual and the practical. With ethical philosophy, Confucius operates being somewhere in the middle. We got okay documentation on roughly a dozen of these, but the reason it's not limited to arson, a lot of our sources and all the scholars stopped existing after the Qing Unification. So, although Chinese history is famous for keeping star charts that can pinpoint events down to the year, we're left with painfully primary sources about the 100 schools or the works that they produce. What we do have on Confucius comes from his disciples, all of whom were writing after his death, and none of whom actually stood the details of his life. And that's what really hurts me as a historian, because with someone like Lao Tzu, knowing a lot about the man himself, but yeah. So, in the History Maker's Mysteriousness tier list, Confucius fits firmly into the frustration and flailing arms tier. Now, with a gigantic asterisk that I'm actually going to leave in the corner of the screen, let's take a look at what we have been told about Confucius' life, and try to figure out how he achieved big deals status from such humble beginnings. Confucius began his career as a scholar and political advisor in the state of Lu, doing his best to keep things running and implementing some reforms for a little bit of spice. The neighboring state of Qi wanted to get a leg up, so they sabotaged the Duke of Lu with a 200 IQ play. They sent him a convoy full of horses and dancing girls as a gift, and the Duke became so distracted by horse riding and dancing that he took responsibility for the state. Lost ran away from the work and disaster. What he was doing. So after unproductive, he went home and talked to the local kiddos. While the various China Confucius his 70 were extremely dedicated to their master. Holiday wander around China. And all of China just shrugged and went along with it. It was only some 2,000 years later that anybody realized this claim had exactly zero supporting evidence. Who could have guessed that a biased source with a century of lag time could possibly be untrustworthy? Truly, I'm shocked. But this is just the weird kind of limbo state that Confucianism was in during its first 300 years, spreading like wildfire among the growing band of devotees, but still not finding a place in the courts of warring states era China. The dukes had no time for ethics when thousands of soldiers were spilling over the hills to come set the palace on fire. So, with enough historical context to sink a mid-sized battleship, let's talk about the philosophy these disciples were so jazzed about. In the intellect, Confucius is always addressing one of two questions: what makes a good man, and what makes a good government? Confucius believed that all people have the capacity for virtue, even if most of us are a little undisciplined. So, by the help of a great teacher or through some honest self-reflection, we can all better ourselves in order to become gentlemen. In a world where everything was topsy-turvy and slicey-stabby, Confucius sought comfort in the practice of ritual and the cultivation of family-centric values like respect, discipline, and piety. And this focus on good family morals ties his ideas about individual virtue to his broader concerns about society. The family unit was basically a tiny replica of government, so if virtuous behavior made people better family members, Confucius figured it would make them better citizens or rulers as well. Now, it's tempting to file this somewhere between oversimplicity and wishful thinking, but his point makes a little more sense in context when we actually take the input. Confucius argues that a government which relies on harsh laws and punishment is doomed to acting in opposition to the people. Whereas a government drinking that good morals juice is more likely to earn and maintain the divine thumbs up known as the mandate of heaven. And this very idea explains how Confucianism would come to be so omnipresent in Chinese culture. So at the end of the Warring States period, the Qin Kingdom pulled off the ultimate dynasty implosion speedrun by unifying all of China and then collapsing a brisk 15 years later. And brutality and the habit of fire, which explains why the 100 schools of thought came to a near crashing halt after unification. Children. To be more precise, slightly more juvenile, Emperor Gao's had a habit of adding that he in their hats. The Emperor was a 5-year-old. To his eventual credit, he once asked an advisor why he should bother with scholars when he encountered his empire on horseback, and his advisor replied that an empire could not be ruled on horseback, so maybe His Highness should quit using the hats of Confucians at the porta potty and start listening to what they have to say. So Emperor Gaozu watched a few TED Talks on Confucianism and became a fan. Half a century later, devoted it to the state philosophy and created a school to instruct his court in the 5 Confucian classics. This became the philosophical and political backbone of the Han Dynasty and so various forms remained the center of Chinese culture for the next 2,000 years. What effectively all Confucius all the time still writing history, core historian Chen developed his the model of the spring and autumn apple. Again, everyone just kind of wrote. In this case, the code of history reliant on cool, and that required size and so in effect the forces context, how can all the active purpose shift the model for subsequent let's have us. Problematic record. Out in the wind, developers make this claim. Who were blind to the facts, but as far as Chinese culture is concerned, the most important thing and that naturally manifests through his disciples rather than himself. However, Kong Chao might have been in person secondary to his legacy as master of pizza, and elects to write into disciples forward. What is also but it's the ancestor of anime. Entry is little more than a compilation and time. Then, on the far opposite end of the spectrum are the books that are just tough. The works that, for all their fame, ask a lot of the reader before anything makes a lick of sense. And here we find Sun Tzu's The Art of War, a rather brief text so fascinatingly terse and bound up in its original historical context that it's at once empty and utterly indecipherable. This book is everywhere, from military training to political science to business school. Yuck. But the pop culture understanding of Sun Tzu's ancient military manual lacks the context to be anything more than one-dimensional platitude. Wow, I hadn't considered being smart before. I'll try that next time. Another banger by Sun Tzu. What next? If your enemy's shooting arrows at you, consider not getting shot by them? Golly, victory's as good as mine. This is the ungenerous read, a position I myself held when I first read The Art of War back. The equal and opposite perspective smugly treat The Art of War as corporate business advice. We differ in our patience for the pithy one-liners, but both camps generally misunderstand the point of the text by ignoring its context and purpose. C. This places him at the tail end of the spring and autumn. 3 centuries C. This places him at the tail end of the spring and autumn. 3 centuries of competition between dozens of small local states stepping into the power vacuum left by a weakened dynasty. Period. 4 our way to the record in some by very well, and then burst into laughter. Really, the whole thing was until, of course, some ordered that the two concubines in charge be beheaded for lack of discipline. He then brought two brand new promising young ladies in front of the class and ran the exercise again. This time, the results were flawless. Wow! Logic went that if someone could bring such a performance out of untrained concubines after execution, imagine what he could do with a whole-ass army, and so he was made a general on the spot. This story is patently ridiculous, but it conveys that the character of Sun Wu wrote from experience. He points him at a distinct moment in time, running the military from the state of Wu during the reign of 514 to 496 BC. If life was easy, this would be the end of it. We've got our guy right at the tail end of the spring and autumn. However, issues arise as the story first appears during the Han Dynasty centuries after the fact and cites him as winning the Battle of Boji. But a detailed account of that battle from 2 centuries earlier doesn't mention our boy in the slightest. This is the first in a series of narrative wrinkles that add together to create a very problematic web of contradictions against the tidy tale we get from Chen. Sun Wu can be viewed as a real military treatise, but just as likely it is a pure fable invented after the fact with historical provenance from military manuals written anonymously during the Warring States period. If so, it wouldn't be an outlier, as this era saw the hundred schools of thought building literary and philosophical traditions across China. Confucianism was one such school. Essential texts were written by many hands over a long stretch of time. That rolling composition could also account for anachronisms like 4th century crossbow showing up in text. As the earliest copy of the Art of War we have is from pretty dang late. It was discovered alongside another military manual in early Han Dynasty around when the book gained widespread popularity. It's a fascinating find for several reasons. Both camps cited it as their interpretation, either affirming or disputing a historical Sun Tzu. So ultimately, the authorship question, and I'm certainly not going to be the guy who figures it out, but it's okay because you're so likely to the text. That is plenty. In a culture that was throwing very mounted aristocrats at each other, everything battles are no longer contests of your enemy mental irritating are far more into the game. Famously, all warfare is based on deception. Scouts can spot an army in the distance by the smoke rising from the camp, light a buttload of fires to make your army larger in the hope of scaring them off. The whole book is like this. The first 2 chapters are preparation for war and waging campaign, middle tactics, and the last is spycraft. But all of it is a study of information, preparedness, and mental maneuvering, understanding your terrain, your opponent, your own constraints, what advantage you press. By the time armies actually meet on the field, it's already decided, and battle is absolutely the last resort. It's far more effective to undermine an enemy's strategy or support their alliances before drawing any swords, and even that's preferable to wasting weeks or months in the city. Deception and stratagem aren't just effective, they're efficient. General for their state without purely military standpoint, Sun Tzu captures the essence of all-out conflict war and peace period, and that alone is historically insightful. The real depth of the book comes out when read philosophically through the lens of Taoism. Now, Taoism is famously about seeking harmony by following a heavenly path, a practice that seems categorically at odds with the study of warfare. On paper, sure, but Taoism is all about contradictions. The Taoist sees everything as full. General must understand the terrain, enemy, and himself in order to craft strategy. Every element the concept of often read as effort once approach is touch. Avoid protracted campaigns at all costs. Overcome the enemy without wasteful battles. Undermine their strategy and alliances before jumping to war. Resorting to combat is a failure of strategy. When conflict is inevitable, then the least amount of effort necessary to restore harmony. The highest excellence is to subdue the enemy's army without fighting at all. That suddenly sounds a lot less like fortune cookie nonsense and more like real Taoist philosophy of effortless action. And the original intended audience have exactly the point. This context informs the entire book. The general then takes on the care of pursuing harmony for their state in accordance with strategy. Overcome, bend, and becomes great, and full. Adapt to circumstances, adapt to enemies. That's all classic Taoism. One step further, the whole book parallels Chinese rhetoric. Unlike the Greek rhetoric of persuasive argumentation, Taoist rhetoric aims to cultivate harmonious relationships, self-enlightenment, overcome conflict, improves on silence. By the battle, if you absolutely have to. Art's value efficiency loud. Character strength of the philosopher general is their understanding. They gather as much information as they can, and all the action happens internally. Philosophically, rhetoric and happens the art of war is a process. Speakers as well as peace, philosophy, forceful rationalism, knowledge, the concepts of philosophy, and the art of war. described the Art of War as a military class. The best of was popularized during the dynasty. The Art of War became required reading in military exams, got huge popularity in Japan, and later influenced warfare strategies of Mao Zedong in the 20th century. While the wider world becomes fascinated with military instructions, the line of Taoism that makes it work has been thoroughly lost. The Art of War demonstrates that by operating military, philosophical, and rhetorical. Cherry-picked quotes are always the enemy of wisdom, but the Art of War got it really rough. I guess I can't feel too bad for Sun Tzu. The man might not even exist, but wouldn't that just be his ultimate deception? To become unbeatable, one must first become truly the greatest mind in history. Thank you for watching. This is another entry in my recent string of videos dedicated to proving myself wrong, and I gotta say, it's fun. I'm having fun. This is also your periodic reminder that if you found this video interesting, grab a copy of The Art of War or The Tao Te Ching from your local library or bookstore. It really is fun to read these books when you know what to look for.
In the field of mythology in general, and Greek mythology specifically, fraternal twins, where one is a boy and the other is a girl, are very unusual. Twins in general aren't. Castor and Pollux, Helen and Clytemnestra, Heracles and Iphicles. If you get late enough in the myth cycle, you even get Romulus and Remus when Rome was. But fraternal twins of different genders are quite rare, not just in Greek mythology, but in mythology overall. You do get Freyr and Freya over in Norse mythology, but in general, the identical twins far outnumber them. Even in the pantheons that share hypothetical Proto-Indo-European roots with Greek mythology, the only twins we really run into are identical. The Ashri and their twin sons Nakula and Sahadeva, Mughalira and Mislantaea in Babylon, the Dioscuri in Greece, the always identical divine twins, or even a reconstructed Indo-European monarch. But the bottom line is, mythology in that slice of the world is loaded with identical god twins. First, fond of having twins who are parents, but dogs always only basically copies of the sky. Brings us to Artemis and Apollo come from. The root of Greek gods can be traced to records with varying degrees of accuracy, certainty, from where the gods geographically and culturally originate, how they changed over the centuries, and what social pressures or changes have affected their characterization of time. More dramatic. As her central role in Rome's mythological origins helps keep her very solidly documented over the centuries, and her Phoenician origins are pretty well agreed on in the scholarship around her. But some gods are trickier to track, and right out the gate, Artemis and Apollo are giving us trouble, because when we go looking for likely candidates for where they might come from, we find nothing. There are no convenient brother-sister twin pairings in any of the surrounding areas. Certainly none that match their divine domains of archery, medicine, hunting versus civilization, etc. But this lack of information does actually give us one very important clue right out the gate. Artemis and Apollo may have their origins in non-Greek cultures, but they don't seem to have started out as a matched set. Now, this is not actually the weirdest thing in the world. We have to remember that gods are not people, and their genealogy is not set in stone. Hermes seems to have started his life as an offshoot of the god Pan, and was later written to be Pan's father. Persephone's parentage oscillates between Poseidon and Zeus, depending on where and when you're asking. So it is not too bizarre to consider the possibility that Artemis and Apollo did not start their divine existences as twins, but were two initially unrelated gods that became twins over time. For one thing, if we go looking in the Linear B inscriptions of the pre-Greek Dark Age Mycenaean civilization, we can find Artemis in the ledgers of Pelops, but we cannot find Apollo anywhere. This does not categorically mean that Apollo, or a god who would become Apollo, did not exist in Mycenaean. It's possible he just had another name. For instance, we actually can find two names that later became epithets of Apollo. Smintheus and Paeon attested Knossos. But it does mean that Artemis and Apollo were not at this point a pair. Their names or epithets aren't listed in the same areas, and it's not even clear if Apollo exists. While Artemis' worship was solid enough that it has an actual archaeological record to back it up, with artifacts from as far back as the Greek Dark Age found at the temple of Artemis Orthia in Sparta. Again, a lack of information gives us with Artemis attested in Linear B, we can pretty solidly assume she was a Mycenaean god, and if she has foreign origins earlier than that, we don't really have a chance of figuring out who they are. But Apollo's absence is interesting, and suggests he might have a more far-flung origin. This is potentially supported by the fact that the etymology of his name is uncertain, and there's no obvious Greek root for what it means. So Apella has been suggested, which would mean wall or fence or place where people gather, which could potentially match up with his role as a god of civilization in contrast with Artemis' stewardship of the wild, but it's disputed and possibly nonsense, so who knows. So there is still a pretty hard limit to how much information we can get. No information. Now, while Apollo's place of origin isn't known, it is interesting that he has an awful lot of myths about coming to Greece from somewhere else, most of which are discussed in his Homeric hymn. To start with, he and Artemis are born on the comparatively far-flung island of Delos because Hera used her goddess powers to forbid their mother Leto from giving birth anywhere closer to home, giving a plausible mythological reason for why Apollo would have had to join the pantheon late and from somewhere else, reinforcing that. Delphi, Apollo's major cult center, he was mostly revered for slaying and usurping the Python, described in the hymn as a monstrous dragon and the offspring of Typhon. So in broad strokes, Apollo is born outside of Greece, comes to Delphi, seizes control of Python's place of divine power, and takes his place as the local god. That looks like an analogy for a new god rolling up in the neighborhood and finding his niche in the pantheon by force if necessary. The hymn also describes Apollo wandering the world for a while, looking for the perfect place to establish a center of worship, and at one point abducting a crew of Cretan sailors to be. We'll get more into this later, but it paints a picture about how the Greeks might have thought of Apollo by the roughly 500 BC, which is when the Homeric hymn Apollo was written. They seem to have thought of him as a well-established and broadly well-respected deity, but nonetheless came to Greece a little bit late in the game. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's stick to the timeline and see what we can find that way. After the Greek Dark Ages, the first big source we have on hand is, of course, Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. And lucky for us, Artemis and Apollo are major players in the Iliad. But interestingly, they're both firmly on the antagonistic and non-Achaean Trojan side. Now, admittedly, so this doesn't mean the Trojan favoring gods were automatically framed as foreign, scary bad guys. But they were on the same side as Aphrodite, who we know was a Phoenician import god, so kind of getting their legs under her, and Ares, story is a little words. They are full siblings. Artemis is a great hunter and archer, and the patroness of wild beasts with the habit of divinely smiting people for wrongdoings, disrespect, and possibly shits and gigs, while Apollo is the lyre-playing leader of the Muses, who is also an expert archer who strikes down mortals on the regs, and he's already established as a major god in Troy. Agamemnon disrespecting his priest is what kicks off directed Achilles at one point describes Apollo as the most malicious of all gods, but Achilles is explicitly pretty biased, so we don't need to take that as 100% factual or representative of the popular attitude. Artemis and Apollo are both also described as healing various combatants, making them stronger and cooler looking, and other general god things that are pretty much par for the course. But while all this sounds pretty much in line with what we expect, elements of their characterization seem a little bit off from their more well-known versions. For one thing, despite Artemis being described as a powerful hunter goddess and the mistress of wild beasts, when the gods square up to fight each other, Hera literally beats the crap out of her with her own bow and sends her crying to Zeus. This doesn't really line up with her strong and wrathful goddess of the wilds thing, though in fairness, Artemis might be suffering from a Worf effect, especially since Hera is the most powerful goddess in the pantheon, and this scene specifically is dedicated to proving that, and more broadly to proving why the gods don't fight each other directly. But while Artemis is literally spanked and sent crying home to daddy, Apollo is portrayed a little more respectfully. He's still framed as a bit of a terrifying dread god, but he's also smart enough to not pick a fight with Unki Poseidon and subsequently get his ass beat, so he comes out of the whole situation looking less arrogant than his sister, which could have been intentional. We can't read too far into this, and this is just me conspiracy boarding again, but if Artemis was already a well-established and powerful Greek god at this point, but Apollo was a slightly newer addition to the pantheon, one way to give him credibility would be to explicitly portray him as superior to his sister, wiser and on better terms with the other gods. This isn't the only time the Iliad makes an explicit statement about a newly integrated god, as it also goes out of its way to declaw Aphrodite's apparently pre-existing war association, when Zeus firmly and blatantly tells her she has no place in the battlefield. And also, it would be pretty disingenuous to not acknowledge that the ancient Greeks had some strong opinions about gender roles that might possibly be forced. The gods are much less centralized in the Odyssey, so the only references we get to Artemis and Apollo are distant and reverent rather than personal godly exploits. And the main thing is that they seem to be credited with causing sudden, unexpected deaths with their divine arrows. Again, not their most friendly one. One common interpretation of this is, again, one of our earliest post-Dark Age sources. The Theogony says that Leto and Zeus were together before Zeus met Hera, and thus Artemis and Apollo are Zeus' kids from a previous relationship with no explicit drama involved. It also, again, only says that Artemis and Apollo are the children of Zeus and Leto. It does not say whether or not they are twins. This no-drama family picture severely contrasts with the version we get a few centuries later in the Homeric hymn, which give us a very different and more familiar rundown of the circumstances of Artemis and Apollo's birth. Of course, it's not immune to its own weirdnesses. For one thing, the Homeric hymn of Apollo describes Leto giving birth to Artemis on the island of Ortygia, a location uncertain because it could be referring to a half a dozen places of the same name, including one all the way at the boot end of Italy, and then birth to Apollo on the island of Delos. Now, I know they're gods, and I know the rules are different, but I'm counting this as evidence for my these guys were not always twins theory, because giving birth to twins on different islands seems wildly impractical. And in fact, the Homeric hymn does not call them twins. Now, perhaps they are still implied to be twins by the fact that they both seem to be the result of the same vaguely defined one-night stand with Zeus, and it's biologically unlikely otherwise, but they're gods, man! The rules are weird! Anything can happen! Anyway, the hymn explains that Leto is having an absolute bear of a time trying to find a place to have her babies, in large part because of Hera, who is very angry at this whole situation. And while causality is not directly fear of Hera's wrath is implied to be a large part of why all the places Leto tries to settle down to have her baby are out again. The only exception is the island of Delos, which is pretty crappy by island standards and devoid of all the classic appeals of a hunk of rock in the middle of the ocean, and Leto swears on the river Styx that her glorious golden sun will skyrocket the property values with the biggest and baddest temple if Delos will let her have her baby already. And the island agrees. But Hera does not, and keeps Lethia, goddess of childbirth, on a short leash for 9 days and nights until the other goddesses fire off a message to kick her out of bed, and she dips down to help her out. Apollo is finally born, and everyone is really impressed with how cool and badass he is, and he declares that the lyre and the bow will be his symbols, and he will speak the will of Zeus. In celebration, Delos blooms with flowers, and no matter how many temples Apollo gets, his shrine at Delos is always best. And Artemis is presumably also there, but the Homeric hymn barely mentions her, so whatever. The hymn to Python Apollo goes into more detail about some of the shenanigans Apollo gets up to, and the singer recounts a short list of Apollo's many lovers before story of how Apollo got placed in Oracle. After a very scenic Mediterranean grand tour, he settles on the area, out the foundation of the temple, and then casually scoots over to the nearby spring, currently occupied by a terrible dragon, Python, and kills it, gaining the epithet Pythian and naming the place Pytho in one fell swoop. Then, of course, Apollo decides his fancy temple needs people to work at it, spots a nearby trading ship from Crete, and decides those are just the guys he needs. Obviously looking to win first place Simple Solution Olympics, he turns himself into a dolphin and launches himself onto the deck of the ship, furiously shaking and rattling the boat whenever they try and throw him off, so they have no choice but to leave him flopped on the deck while he summons the winds to steer them away from course. When they finally go to ground near Crissa, Apollo zips off the ship, gets the temple all shiny for the new visitors, and strolls out in all his glory to give them the good news. To honor his heroic exploit, kidnapping a ship full of sailors while shaped like a dolphin, the area is given the name Delphi. The Homeric hymns to Artemis are a lot shorter and a lot less morally waxen now. They mostly praise her prodigious hunting skill, her virginity, and how she loves nothing more than racing through the mountains, firing arrows in every direction, except when she wants to unwind, when she scoots back to Delphi to party with her brother and the Muses to sing about how they're the greatest gods of the entire pantheon. Hubris. It's okay when the gods. Now, it's worth noting that at this point in the timeline, Artemis and Apollo really haven't changed all that much. They've been remarkably consistent since the Iliad. Apollo is an extremely well-respected god of archery, prophecy, and music, with use of healing thrown in the mix. Artemis is a more wild goddess of archery and the hunt. They are explicitly full siblings, even in stories that don't specify in so many words that they're twins, and they are overall very well-liked gods. Many feats are a credit to their divine mother Leto, even if those feats do involve killing an awful lot of mortals for often very flimsy reasons. Hesiod's Astronomia, another early source from the 700s-ish BCE, around the same time as the Theogony and the Hellenic epics, lists a number of constellation myths that Artemis is involved in, giving us another look at her early Dark Age characterization. Artemis appears in the myth of Callisto, in the mountains before transforming Callisto into a beast herself. Orion is described as the angel, mother by a monstrous scorpion sent by Gaia, and constellation at Artemis' behest. Later, in the 300s and 200s, Aratus' Phenomena does the same, describing a different version of the Orion myth where Artemis kills herself for trying to assault her. Apollo is less common in the constellation myths, but significantly more common in myths about his lovers and the resulting kids. Pindar wrote the Pythian Odes in the 400s BCE, which reaffirm Apollo's status as the leader of the Muses, but also starts getting into his tumultuous love life. Pindar describes the birth of Asclepius, son of Apollo and hero turned god of medicine. The gist is Asclepius' mother Coronis sleeps with someone else while pregnant with Apollo's kid, and Apollo gets big mad about it and sends Artemis to do vengeance, but crucially doesn't tell her when to stop, so Artemis' divine smite leaves a lot of collateral damage, which does support the idea that Artemis and Apollo's arrows sometimes take the form of a plague. Apollo saves the unborn Asclepius from his mother's funeral pyre and gives her to Chiron to raise. Asclepius later uses medical skills to bring someone back from the dead for money, and Zeus in the way. This is probably one of the early Apollo being associated with medicine directly to his son, but other than that, this story mostly reaffirms what's already been established. Apollo has powerful oracular omniscience, a strong musical bent, and a propensity for sharing music. Artemis is terrifying. However, there is one little that we find around this time. Along with the hot goss of the piping poets, Pindar is also the first writer I can find who explicitly states that Artemis and Apollo aren't just siblings, they're twins. He says as much in a fragmentary papyrus describing the story of their birth from yet another angle where they're both born at the same time, which makes sense. By the 400s BCE, Artemis and Apollo were officially twins. Things start to shift more seriously when Rome becomes more of a thing closer to the tail end of the The Romans made my life personally a lot more difficult by enthusiastically syncretizing their own gods with the Greeks, and Artemis is no exception. The Romans seem to have just taken Apollo wholesale, with temples to him popping up in Etruscan Italy as early as the 500s BCE, and a cult of his manifesting in Pompeii around the same time, hitting Rome proper in 431 BCE with a temple dedicated to his healing aspect. And the fact that Apollo evidently didn't already have a similar Roman equivalent knocking around is pretty solid evidence for the idea that he's a quite late addition to the region, which is most likely why he's the only major Greek god whose name remains unchanged by the syncretism. But when it came to Artemis, they did have a deity that they played her with, their own hunting goddess Diana. Around 200 BCE, the Roman poet Ennius listed the 12 major Roman gods in his Annalist poem, now fragments, and two of them are Apollo and Diana. A couple centuries later, Virgil gives us a much better preserved text in the Aeneid, and name drops the twins' Roman editions on the regular. Virgil describes Diana as chaste, accompanied by similarly chaste followers, and majestically leading a dance of nymphs while armed with a trusty quiver. In short, Virgil's description of Diana lines up very well with the Homeric hymn description of Artemis, right up until it doesn't, when he casually drops the idea that Diana is a triple goddess like Hecate, a deity very commonly represented with three distinct faces and aspects, and divine power over a three-way crossroads, where Hecate's three-faced statues, the Hecatio, were commonly found. Virgil also references Diana alongside Night, Erebus, Chaos, and other extremely witchy gods in the context of Dido doing some very spooky magic, and he references her in brief retellings of older Greek myths, but uses the epithet trivia, meaning triple. None of this triple symbol the mythology or the iconography of Artemis, but this seems to have been a strictly Roman addition, the epithet trivia, the triple nature, and the association with the Chthonic gods. This is quite a shift, and a very cool one. Diana doesn't have as much triplicate statuary as Hecate does, but Roman coins from the last years of the BCE show a triple Diana, a recreation of a cult image to Diana Nemorensis from a sacred turned temple dedicated to her in the region of Nemi, Italy, that had seen continuous use since the 500s BCE. Meaning that Diana's triple status was centuries old by the time the Romans started conflating her with Artemis. The Aeneid, meanwhile, mostly refers to Apollo as Phoebus, the epithet meaning bright, while Diana is described as a dark counterpoint to him. They're referenced together more often than not, and Aeneas is at one point urged to sacrifice to each of them, reinforcing their characterization as a match set. But there's one part of their characterization you might have noticed we haven't found yet, and that is their astronomical side. After all, Apollo is famously the god of the sun and Artemis of the moon, but we've gone through more than 800 years of myths without even a hint of their most iconic symbolism. So when and where did that crop up? Well, surprisingly late. It doesn't come up at all in the pre-Roman myths, even in the places where it would make sense to bring it up, like the various constellation myths Apollo and Artemis are wrapped up in, where their celestial counterparts would be very easy to link into the narrative. The first clear evidence we have of the connection is as late as 45 BCE, when Cicero's Nature of the Gods says outright that Diana is the goddess of the moon, while Apollo is the god of the sun, and further links Diana's moon association with pregnancy and childbirth, something that's been in Artemis's extended purview early myths, where in some versions she assisted in her own twin brother's delivery, which is a hell of a visual. It's a nice connection that lines up well with their divine domain, so it makes sense that it would catch on, but it also makes sense why it wouldn't have been a thing before the Romans started mashing gods together, because there were already Greek gods of the sun and moon. Helios and Selene, referenced as early as the Theogony alongside their sister Eos, goddess of the dawn. Helios turns up in the Odyssey, and Selene and Helios are the subjects of their own Homeric myths, meaning they were clearly distinct deities for a while. The sun and moon are probably some of the easiest natural phenomena to assign gods to, so it's not too much of a stretch to assume that Helios and Selene are some of the oldest gods in the pantheon, or even the pre-Greek theoretical proto-Indo-European pantheon scholars like fistfight each other. But when Rome rolled up with their habit of syncretizing gods left and right, the similarly and yet very different fraternal twins, Apollo with his bright association, Diana with her dark wild must have been very tempting targets for just a little more divine inflation to give them command over nature's own similar and yet very different celestial phenomena. By the time of Cicero, Apollo is solidly the god of the sun, and Artemis/Diana. Of course, once the Romans roll up, we start looking for all reliable Ovid right around the start of the 60s, and Ovid has gossip plenty about the twins. This is where we find a detailed retelling of the story of Niobe, who brags about having more children than Leto and therefore being a better mom, at which point Leto's children slaughter Niobe's children and she turns into a rock about it. This is Ovid's version of a myth that was referenced as far back as the Iliad, so this is pretty classic stuff. Ovid also recounts a few of Apollo's ill-fated romantic exploits, including Daphne, who turns into a tree to escape him, and Hyacinthus, who's into the relationship and then dies anyway. Meanwhile, Artemis, or Diana, is less of a major player, and is instead portrayed as a bit of a distant force of nature. For instance, she sends a massive boar to ravage Caledon when its king fails to honor her with the other gods. And this appears to be her default method of conflict resolution / conflict escalation, according to footnotes. There are versions where Diana also sends a boar to kill Adonis, because Ares, or Mars, was jealous of how much attention Aphrodite, or Venus, was giving him. It's honestly kind of a bro move on Artemis's part. Ovid's version of the myth of Callisto features / Jupiter taking Diana's form and seducing Callisto that way, at which point Diana exiles Callisto for violating their virgins-only policy. Diana is also referenced at several points in the tale of the unfortunate nymph Arethusa, who is pursued by the extremely horny river Alpheus. Diana does several acts of divine intervention to facilitate her escape, and ultimately turns her into a freshwater spring to get her out of it. Ovid tends to mark the point in the timeline where the gods have reached their final consistent realization. And all things considered, Artemis and Apollo have an interesting developmental curve. Artemis is thoroughly ancient, antiquity, seems to have been worshipped in wild, dark places and fear. She gets mad and approaches himself. Apollo seems to run out the gate swinging, instant of power and civilization, creativity and art. Appearing in the Homeric hymn, a cavalcade of myths are coming from a far-flung exiled birth. Apollo continues to serve as a god of the arts, and creativity and inspiration, but he also stays firmly planted in the center with oracles and priests and power, and a long list of lovers and objects, while Artemis power over the wilderness and its wild creatures, and leave the structure of the hunt is only exacerbated when he gains Diana's chthonic triple goddess crossroads. Apollo is a god of civilization. Artemis the uncivilized wild. Together they cover basically everything the average ancient Greek is liable to deal with on a daily basis. It's almost unsurprising that they slowly absorb more and more symbolism. If Apollo is the god of light and civilization, why wouldn't you also tie him in with the daylight, the time where civilization gets most of its civilizing done? And if Artemis is a goddess of navigating wild and dangerous wilderness, why wouldn't you give her power over the moonlight that casts the world in shifting, uncertain shadows, that commands the nighttime when the animals she hunts are the most active? Artemis and Apollo fit together. Narratively and aesthetically speaking, they're just plain fun. And they're also dangerous, fickle, and unpredictable. Their divine domains contain multitudes, and those multitudes contradict. Artemis is a defender of young women, and also the goddess whose job it is to kill them. She helps hunters and gives people who don't want to marry a career option and divine protection, and she also unleashes wild animals on innocent towns whenever she's provoked, and kills any hunter that gets too hubristic about their own skill. Apollo is a god of music and creativity who leads this mistress of inspiration, and one way to interpret his many mortal lovers is a metaphor for creative inspiration. There are gods that existed through civilization for nearly a millennium. In that time, they were the subject of many stories. Why are the Greek gods so fickle? Why don't they always help the people they care about? Why does the mistress of the hunt both protect and kill her hunters? Well, probably because sometimes hunters live and sometimes they die. Sometimes arrows rain down from heaven and the people they strike get sick, and sometimes they just as randomly get better. And if you worship gods that represent those realities, those gods are not going to be entirely benevolent. If you tell a story to explain the world, especially if you tell that story over 1,000 years, the story is probably not going to be entirely happy. And I think that's what makes the story so interesting. When we unravel one of these gods, we are getting a glimpse of centuries of civilization and generations of people making sense of the world around them. That civilization is long gone. The people are long dead. The world they lived in a very real sense, no longer exists. But the stories they told about the world and each other are still here. Two of those stories happen to be named Artemis and Apollo. There is a house in New they call the rising sun, and it's been the night of many a poor boy, and God, I know I'm one. The weirdest thing about ancient history is that it had its own ancient history. It didn't all just happen at once in some vague ancient before time. History was just as subject to the linear progression of time as we are now, and that means even if two events both happened in ancient history, they could still be separated by a nearly unfathomable gulf. Cleopatra was born 2,500 years after the Great Pyramids, despite the fact that 2,000 more years of hindsight turned them both into staples of the tropes of ancient Egypt, a vaguely defined Uchronia instead of 3,000 years of human lives and cultural change. The opener to the Epic of Gilgamesh, a story written down 5,000 years ago, brags about how the tale dates back to ancient days. This kind of thing makes sense, but it doesn't feel right. History gets compressed with hindsight into this big, vague monolith of tropes and cliches, and when we get reminded that unfathomably ancient people had their own unfathomably ancient past to reckon with, it just makes that unfathomable ancientness double unfathomable and way more complicated. It's more comfortable to think of ancient history like a big sandbox where everybody was doing everything all at once for all the fun crossover potential and anachronism you could ever want. Egyptian gods versus Norse gods? What's a 1,000-year time gap between pantheons anyway? And even though the world of myth is less bound to the confines of linear time than the world of actual history, there are still internal subdivisions, disparate eras and generations of heroes that were, in the internal lore of the stories, completely separate. And this can be very easy to lose sight of. For instance, when you look back at all the big names in ancient Greece, thanks to crossovers and underworld hangouts, constant story within a story references to one another, it's not immediately obvious that these towering figures of myth and legend were frequently legends even to each other. There are timelines and bloodlines and family trees that conclusively separate these big names into disparate ages. And you know what? It's about time someone went through and put them in order. So today, to borrow a strategy from Blue's 3-hour Roman history mega feature, I'm gonna go back through 9 years worth of my Greek myth videos. Oh, I wasn't as ready for that as I thought I was. And we're gonna lay them all out on a timeline. A very big timeline. And we're kicking things off with a bang, with, well, not exactly the biggest names, not the great city founders or the monster slayers or the war heroes. In fact, we can affectionately refer to this first generation of notable characters as the cautionary tale. It's an unfortunate truth that some people, both fictional and otherwise, end up being defined pretty much exclusively by one noteworthy part of their life. Actors defined by single roles, artists by single works, public figures by single scandals, characters by single qualities. This is often very reductive, taking a complex and nuanced figure and flattening them into a simple caricature of themselves. People are always more complicated than the story. But when the person in question is primarily known for their eternal punishment in the underworld, we can safely assume they got up to the shit. So let's talk about Tantalus and how exactly this ancient Greek mythical king got himself one of the most iconic afterlife punishments. Tantalus is a demigod son of Zeus, which is at this point about as exclusive as being commanded. And not only is he a demigod, he's a really beloved one. The Olympians like and respect him a lot as a king, a friend, and a gracious host, or at least they get done. Now, what exactly the incident was varies depending on who you ask. The generally accepted telling is that one day, the other gods came over for dinner, and Tantalus, ever the host, decided that the best way to honor the gods would be to sacrifice something important. So he kills his son, Pelops, and cooks for dinner. Now, there's no explanation given as to why he thought this was a good idea, because if ancient Greece had a top-tier taboo, it was killing family members, and the second-string taboo, it was cannibalism. Each one is already bad, doubling down is double bad. Gods figure out that's a human person and refuse to eat, except for Demeter, who's not really paying attention. She's still super bummed out about Persephone ditching her for the underworld 6 months of the year, so she fails to read the room and absentmindedly Pelops' shoulder. Happens to the best of us, I'm sure. Anywho, the gods are very upset with Tantalus, so they give him a stern talking to, teach him the error of his ways, and obviously throw him into Tartarus. So they trap him in a pool under a fruit tree. Whenever he tries to drink the water, it recedes. If he tries to reach the fruit, it pulls away, leaving him perpetually hungry and thirsty, always just out of reach. This punishment is why the word tantalizing describes this kind of situation. The gods then revive Pelops, replacing his missing shoulder with a nice ivory prosthetic, and Pelops goes on to father the House of Atreus, a long line of unfortunate Greek kings, mostly known for having very tragic lives. In fact, his family later produces Agamemnon, a crime which I can only assume was later added to Tantalus' already extensive rap sheet. So this was the most well-known story, but it's not the only version. In the Olympian Odes, poems dedicated to victories in the Pan-Hellenic Olympic Games, the poet Pindar tells us, no, I know what they told you, but Pelops was killed at that dinner. See, what happened was Poseidon took one look at him and got outraged just in the morning. So yeah, in this version, Pelops is carried off to Olympus for appropriately ancient Greek reasons, and this produces a rumor that he was killed, even though he's actually fine. Tantalus is still sent to Tartarus in this version, but this time it's because when the gods have him over for dinner, he steals ambrosia and nectar, which is a violation of the laws of hospitality, and one of those things who got in a lot of trouble for ancient Greece. Along with all the flashy weather stuff, it's also the god of hospitality, so violating that had a tendency to get one smote with prejudice. Anyway, Tantalus gets dunked on, and meanwhile, Pelops decides he wants to marry this lady, Damien, and he has to win a chariot race to do that. So he goes to Poseidon and is like, hey man, can you give me a solid? Can you bang that one time? And Poseidon's like, hell yeah, and lends him a really fast chariot so he wins the race. And I gotta say, I don't think there's a balls in your power than getting a major deity you banged one time to be your wingman. So overall, Tantalus' crimes include family murdering, attempted cannibalism, violating the laws of hospitality by stealing from his host, and subjecting the ancient world to Agamemnon. That's pretty bad stuff, but does he really deserve his eternal torment in the underworld? Yes, and I'll tell you.
Yo, what up? How are you?
Hello, fellow students. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So excited to be with you again and about a topic that's very dear to my heart. The history of the Jews of Ashkenaz. I'm delighted once again to be invited to the of the Ashkenazian that is in Hungary a little later this summer. And so these videos are kind of like my advanced preparation for the course I'm going to teach.
Yo, what's up? How you doing,
Last
Ken?
year, all of you my site before,
How are
I
you?
gave a big survey overview
Amazing. I'm glad to hear that.
of Ashkenazi history from its origin, let's say in the 9th century, right up until the 21st century. This year, however, we're going to look in a little more detail. We're going to look at the birth of Ashkenaz. We're going to look at its rise, very, very humble beginnings in the 18th century, and take it right through the heyday and its decline in the 13th and 14th century of the traditional core region of Ashkenaz, who make their way primarily to Lithuania, Ukraine, and then, of course, there's another chapter in the 19th century who make their way in large numbers to Western Europe and America. We're going to be looking at a population that was always very small, as you can see from this chart here. At the peak in 1300, there were about 450,000 Jews living in the region of Ashkenaz. These are based on population guesstimates, very, very roughly period of time, but they're based on excellent historians, great scholar Baron, and they kind of show alien minority I took. And that means that the Jewish population of Ashkenaz was about one. A couple of hundred years later, just before the Great Expulsion from Spain in 1492, the Jewish population maybe grew around 0.1%, so about a very of the population, but nevertheless a very, very significant one in so many ways. For our purposes today, we're going to look specifically at the very beginning, try to understand what is it? Where is Ashkenaz? What is it all about? So first of all, let's try to understand where does the name Ashkenaz even come from? So if we look at period sources from around the year 1000, we see that the term Ashkenaz is bandied about. For example, the of the collection of Bonza written by the great Babylonian rabbi associated with the latest period of the Talmud era, basically answering questions that come to the around the known world. Rav Hai Gal, the greatest of one of not far from Baghdad, has a phrase, one of his responses that reads, all the land from Yemen and the east, from the north, from the land of Ethiopia and Ashkenaz. Let's define exactly what Ashkenaz is, and then France and Spain. Now, the position of the word Ashkenaz gives you the sense that it's somewhere between Ethiopia, which is like in Eastern Africa, and France, which is Western Europe. So that's not especially helpful. I'm giving a Rashi, great commentator, much more helpful. For example, look here on his commentary on Deuteronomy 3, verse 11 here in this but in the version you can look up yourself. There we Mount Carmel, which is north of the land of Israel. It's the only place where you can get Israel. I think that tiny does make a so anyway, the Mount Carmel Amorites call Fenir, Fenir, but what is that Fenir? Rashi says Sheleg. That word Fenir actually no in the language of the Russian. And in fact, in German, Schnee sounds a little bit like Fenir or Fenir, is in fact the word. He also mentioned the word Canaan, and in the language of the Canaanite, and this is obviously not referring to the Canaanites of the Bible, but the land in Europe that medieval Jews call Canaan, which is basically Bohemia, Moravia, the Prague region, or the Slavic language they call. So in other words, Rashi is locating Ashkenaz in a region in the German. Okay, that is much more helpful and gives a sense of where. Now the term Ashkenaz, however, just before we get to the geography, the term Ashkenaz really goes all the way back to the earliest parts of the Bible. For example, in Genesis 10, Noah has a grandson named Gomer, then has three sons. One is named Ashkenaz, the other two are Rifas and Karma, but Ashkenaz here is specifically mentioned as Gomer. Now, once again, we don't know exactly where this Ashkenaz specifically lived, but the idea is that the way the medieval Jewish thinkers applied this place to Ashkenaz, they thought, well, okay, there's a people who are descendants of Ashkenaz. They have to live somewhere, and so they chose that region in central Germany to essentially refer to Ashkenaz. That's how we get. Now we see that the Bible specifically identifies an individual who has further descendants who live somewhere. But where exactly would this land of Ashkenaz be? One more hint, also from the Bible, this time from the book of Jeremiah, there's a discussion in verse 27 of chapter 51 that says, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Bini, and Ashkenaz. We don't know exactly what Bini is, but Ararat is the mountain upon which Noah's ark landed. And that's identified as somewhere in Asia Minor or contemporary Turkey. So that would mean that Ashkenaz, if it's somehow located near Ararat because of its proximity in that particular verse, it would be located somewhere in this particular map. Now, many other biblical scholars will find different places in the region, further north and so on. We really don't know exactly where the biblical land of Ashkenaz. However, what we can say is what Jews define the land of Ashkenaz, not necessarily connected. Ashkenaz refers specifically to the central German region of the Rhineland in particular. This is the region where we will see, beginning really in the 9th century, although there's some much earlier evidence of Jews living in that region, we're going to see the rise of a Jewish civilization that would derive very heavily from Italian origins, and before that from origins, and then they would go to significant size of some half a million. Then later in the 14th century, the of pressure driving them out of Germany and France as well, number of expulsions, rising anti-Semitism, bloodlust, and then death of and they will eventually move to the east where there is a powerful economic because with finance and commerce are very much valued by the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, and they will find homes there where they will flourish. Later, when you get to the modern period, they will eventually make their way not only to the land of Israel, in the 19th and 20th century, but also to Western Europe, and that is really Ashkenaz refers to people. It's a sub-ethnic group of, and they end up in Nordic country, let's we have Western Europe, we have the Byzantine Empire, the largest half of the Roman Empire, and this is before the Muslims come on. Ashkenaz is located here in the north, Rhine heartland. We'll have a lot of larger, and we're about them next lecture, but the heartland is Rhine River Valley, places like Köln, Mainz, Speyer, Worms, places like that. Now, there were Jews in this amazing. There were apparently from the region of Rea, which is northern part of Lebanon and Syria and today's map. Syrians that with the Roman out to this part of the world, and three distinct graves have been found that people belong to Syria, and therefore we've had a longer discussion another. We have a sense of very, very northern part of a little bit larger population perhaps. But there's no way to tell if there was any continuity. May need isolated situations, may not have possibilities. They were attached to the Roman settlement, and we don't know that the Jews were say 4th century up until it's really important to know that primarily way off in what was Persia, Mesopotamia, rivers, places like Baghdad and Raqqa, also a small Jew population, and of course there are a lot of Jews, and there are Jews where we've got lots of larger of migration across of North Africa, setting up many places, of course, Egypt, India, all the way up. Don't know a lot about ISIS, but very, very records of the. If we were to judge, however, church records everywhere. We'll talk about that in another lecture. This is where we have a scattering of one really important place, however, more of our attention. The Provence is located here at south of France, where the Rhone Mediterranean is right at the border of the Gothic and Goths. I have another whole lecture. Population of Romans who were originally Arian Christians, ARIA, and they eventually also century. With that conversion, ridiculous number of for about 120 years, incredibly chased town to town, suffered all kinds of forced conversion going on, and likely many of them have any quite a good likelihood many of them made their way over the we know in particular sources, so it's may have that a Jewish king rose the city of Narbonne, largely because of its back to Muslim. Later on, there are many scholars who feel their episode is legendary. If it's a legend, of complexity of Muslim, there will be conflict with Christian. So, anyways, this is where that Ashkenaz. That's what we're going to look at in the next video. Ashkenaz Jew actually. Thank you very much. At this point, we really ask the question: where did it come from? First of all, we have a literary tradition that basically dates to the 12th century, several centuries after these were founded. That the earliest Ashkenazi Jewish community made up of Jews from northern Italy. Rokeach, very important rabbi who lived in the 12th century, turn to him in his work when we talk about describes his family history, which appears to be supported by other sources, as having originated with the autonomous family leaving northern Italy and the region of Ashkenaz. There are all kinds of traditional legends about the nation of Charlemagne and so on. Those may perhaps be discounted, but we'll return of the founding of those. What's especially fascinating now is how modern genetic studies have contributed to our understanding of this literary account in a manner which makes it quite credible that that's exactly. To look at two studies very quickly. This article describes a rather disturbing discovery that was made during the shopping while working on the foundation process. Medieval well at the piled in the well where they were exhumed, studied why were stones thrown down as well at the clearly was not a normal burial. May have been thrown well. Scholars suspected the victim of the riot say that modern genetic analysis known actually belong to Ashkenazi. In fact, this DNA evidence is able to reconstruct what looked like the children. Some of the DNA also points to hair and eye color, had red hair, blue eyes, for example, but they were all very closely related. Very 12th century have made much yet of actual origin that was very planetary, like discovered it. So how they got there, who were much better city air. Here is a photograph of excavation directly and several scholars like Baldwin, very best approached rabbinic authorities to study normally thought to practice didn't have to get possible. They were able to already struck the body with status. Studied bone buried establishment amazing technology. By the way, what they were able to identify is a product genetic model that corresponds quite closely to the literary basically how it was. I'm going to give you a link because that's all I have. So if we look at this particular graph, on the left you have time from past up to, and then at the bottom you have right before the
you have modern Ashkenazi. So how do we get there to looking at the ancient period? All kinds of are marrying non-Jews, not they have converted. We certainly have conversion stories. Mary and Boaz, or events. Last lecture, Israelis from North Dakota, these population, various means, or other. Then you have a big discussion after the first war and war, year 135, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, where Jews are shipped off to Italian, in particular, many of them slaves. We have the of a different section of Indian. There, you have this on the Rabbinic conversion process, much more likely, but they're mixing the first have that.
No, you can see my camera. Can you see me right now? Hey, my camera's working. Hey, how are you, dog?
Virgin,
Oh, that's a dog, exactly. All right, well, I didn't know that it was working tight. Thank you so much.
Very look at it. It's a lot like one or the origin or go migrate here. So next five make the course Africa and Spain found the Europe are Bardic as well. Beyond have a large well the DNA status of DNA shows that they have Middle East 50 to 45, 45 to 70% of DNA is both south and the north, suggesting that for experience of Ashkenaz is somewhat distinct from North Africa or other Sephardic Rachi like mixture of Italian. That's basically how where from continue for this economy and so on. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow. Let us start. What exactly the term that distinguishes from English law? English law term refers to, the English law around what's recorded in the Bible and Maimonides, and that's and Jewish law, free of law. Study of laws regulate, so to speak, from the outside, the body of law that has, some ancient antecedents like
but it really gosh, theory that we're going to spend how this. Let us take a little bit of break ourselves out of our minds, especially prevalent in those genetic systems which are generally what we call a society. You have to sort of I grew up with that the law is body down and applies to everybody. Yeah, you know, live in a our laws that everyone else obey. This is divine statement which actually has the law of the land. Law. Hey, Talmud finds out exactly how to behave. Persian culture, argued by Shmuel, is all the law form dictates. We also have this phrase, no one above the law, right? Which means, okay, and again, very modern democratic, that when the law is exactly the same, however, it applies to everybody. Now, all of this is not all true. Also, the law, not so much on territory, person. That is, the law applies depending on your status as a where do you live in society? Are you a nobleman, slave, churchman, Jew? All kinds of implications for which set of laws apply to you. And we have several overlapping laws that are there. For example, as Roman the best Roman Empire, not but as part of all with some sort of Roman life from the citizens class are while by while combat and as are arguing they probably be less oil are innocent and uh, and that was too know who's right, fight it out, and back right. They're kind of weird laws that nothing else. Whether or not conflict with someone belongs to a different set of laws, that could make it make it. Don't think of laws right. Everyone has like a right. Law protects. No, law is all about law has what privilege apply to you based on your status, free person, slave, or class, peasant. All of these things are all meshing question. Run through the next one. What exactly? We're going to look at that. Thank you very much for one of the most important stands of medieval society at the attempt at medieval society corporate. Another word we try to not as according to authority. Investment can reach down and get involved with every individual modern society. The president say, hey, what's Abramson's security number? He tap it into himself and identical. That's kind of how we modern the president of society, but in medieval society it was not like that. People were organized in sort of like caste, sort of like class, not a, and they had full relationships with each other, responsibility. Let's look at a very rough, sort of primitive schematic map. So to begin with, that you have society, you have the king, and below that, and then at the very bottom of the society, you have the peasant. Note, by the way, that I made all these boxes the same size, probably more accurate as a flat triangle, massive amount of text at the bottom, and a much smaller class of nobles. And the idea of the way in which that the way that society evolved was because the peasants wanted to farm, they wanted to like live their lives and do their things normally, but they're constantly being attacked by nomadic, horse-mounted like that. So they needed one to protect them. Therefore, the nobles selflessly said, "Hey, don't worry, we'll find protectors. We will go protect you." And eventually, they grew out of that. The idea was the duty of protecting essentially their job, dangerous job. Therefore, they got a lot of money from the sides, so on. Logical, but that's basically how this works. Protection, so to speak, flowed from the top low, and the money flowed from the bottom. Base, top heavy, and the taxes by margin around. That's basically the idea how people from a secular perspective mirrored which has Catholic well before the Reformation. You have the Pope at the head. He has a whole series of clergy, archbishops, cardinals, lower two individuals, and the Pope and the clergy act by acts of salvation, confession. At return, by time, by tax money, sometimes in the form of labor, okay, structure. After paying attention, you may wonder, well, wait a second, in charge of the whole thing? It's a really important question for the medieval period, and the argument, especially where do the things are both, although there was one but not like after, of course. And then the Jews are not noble or clergy. also urbanized the commerce later, not peasants. You're not like part of what we cover. Thank you very much for watching. As far as we can tell, if we discount the kind of legendary information, the vast majority of made their way up to Ashkenaz in the 7th, 8th, 9th century were basically migrants, lots of them coming from northern Italy, primarily for the purposes of economic opportunity. The Jews had a unique set of skills, although they were still quite involved in agriculture, and we'll speak about their agricultural methods in another class. They're very skilled in trade because they are literate, they are numerate, they have lots of contacts with Jewish communities all over the known world. There's a lot of reasons why they have a lot to do with sort of the ease of trade. They can start trade going. They have lots of far-flung collections and so on. And with their literacy and the numeracy, and also an kind of loophole in Christian doctrine, which we also explore later, they're able to engage in finance and credit. So there's lots of reasons why we wanted territory. But bearing in mind our overall discussion right now, which is Jewish law and the idea of law as privilege rather than a right, what exactly do you do with the Jews? Where do they fit in that structure that we discussed the last week? So the answer is that Jews were basically given sets of privileges which varied from place to place. These were often called charters. Let's have a look at one of those charters, for example, that of Rudiger of Speyer, which is dated 1084. Now, this is probably post-dating from the Jews' actual presence there, and there are some interesting questions about, was Rudiger actually issuing these privileges for the very first time, or was he stating reality and hoping to attract more Jewish settlement? Hard to say. Maybe we'll get into it in greater detail later. But for now, the introductory paragraph is quite interesting. Rudiger, who is a bishop, but he is acting here in feudal capacity as the Lord of Speyer. He writes, "When I wanted to make the village of Speyer into a city, I thought it would increase the honor of our place 1,000-fold if I were to bring in Jews." Wow, nice, flattered, right? And then the charter goes through a whole series of things that Rudiger will do for the Jews if only they move in. Again, it's quite possible that they lived there before, and this was kind of like firm up the relationship and intentionally backdated. But let's say, first of all, Rudiger said the Jews have the right to have a separate walled neighborhood. He explicitly refers to the right of the Jews to self-defense, and that the wall around their community, kind of like those gated communities in Boca Raton, is designed specifically to protect. He says the Jews have the right to engage in commerce in city limits right up to the Rhine River, and he specifically said the wharf as well, which means that they can engage in river trade, which is extremely important. And note that you might be thinking in the 21st century manner, like, well, you move into a town and then you open up a business. No, not like that at all. This is a medieval society where businesses are controlled by guilds, and not everybody can become a shoemaker. You have to spend time. First, you have to be accepted as an apprentice, and still a number of years as an apprentice, and then you have to go to a place where you're allowed to set up a shingle on your own. People just can't start a business on their own. They have to have legal rights, or I shouldn't say legal right. They have legal privilege. Granted this privilege, Rudiger gives the Jews the rights to establish a cemetery. Very important, right? Jews have several institutions in a reasonable space, and cemeteries one of them. They will not be charged a head tax on guests. Meaning, if a Jew is traveling from place to place and shows up in Speyer, they won't be held up at the gates saying, "You're not one of our Jews. You're not allowed in here, or you must pay a heavy tax." lots of places, many centuries into the future actually, will ban Jews from traveling through their places, or will set like really artificial limits, like Venice had really artificial limits on how long a Jew could remain on the island and so on. Rudiger says that the Archisynagogus, which is a term meaning leader of the synagogue, has the same authority on Jews as the mayor of Speyer has on Christians. Saying, you guys can run your own affairs with your own leader. And specifically stipulates that the Archisynagogus can actually judge cases. Again, according to Talmudic law, because they're judging. We'll speak a little later about what happens when you have a Jew and a Christian. What happens then when you go for redress. He specifically says that Jews may employ Christians as nurses or as servants. This was a very hot issue for at least 200 years. We're going to talk about that later when we look at how the church viewed it. And also, Rudiger says that they're allowed to slaughter their own cows for their own consumption, and they're allowed to sell the non-kosher parts to non-Jews. This is a very basic Ashkenazic practice that the sciatic nerve in the thigh of a cow is forbidden to Jews. If you read the section in the book of Genesis where Jacob is wounded in his wrestling with that mysterious angel, it says specifically in the Bible, therefore Jews no longer eat that sciatic nerve or that particular, I'm not sure what exactly it is. Eat hanasheh is what it is. So removing that particular sciatic nerve is very difficult, and it's much more convenient and has become widespread Ashkenazi practice to simply take that whole section of the cow and sell it to non-Jews because it's too hard to remove that nerve to make the rest of it kosher. So he says, no problem. We will buy that meat from you. He outlined some responsibilities of the Jews. They have to, for example, Breslau, but eventually left Europe for the United States of America in 1955, and that's, of course, survived. The tremendous studies of Jewry law in Germany, and we're going to look into something called the Sachschied, which is basically a 12th century codification of customary law, which was his life's work for about 20 years. He ended up, when he came here, he published in 1929 a remarkable book, Jews, a brick of a book, really quite dense, absolutely fascinating. But I want to point out one fascinating thing I just came across. Page 66 varies. It helps me think about the heroism of previous generations of historians. We really got to just look at this. So, what exactly is Jew? The thing about medieval law is that you didn't have like a single code that was like repeated over and over and over again. And well, here's our central code. You did have some of this in the Roman period, the Theodosian Codex, and things like that. But what you do have is a very important collection called the of which there are other versions of it. And it was in the 12th century in which this writer basically tried to collect what to customary law of the 12th century in certain parts of both today Germany. It's actually quite fascinating, and a lot of stuff about Jews. We'll spend a little more time talking about it shortly. But as this auction spread, many municipalities said, hey, we really like this. Let's incorporate it. Oh, let's change this little bit. Let's change that little bit. We'll basically keep it. And so it sort of reverberated throughout the region. Perhaps the most famous iteration of it is something known as the Magdeburg law of Magdeburg, which was a city that established a version of laws that were codified in and had lots of law. So what in the 1910s and 1920s, it meant all over Germany, and the local archive, local college, and he paid taking all of these court cases, thousands upon thousands of them, and noted how they were related to well, to be able to write up a compendium of how law spread. all of his papers. He just mentions this, by the way, in passing, in 60 book. By the way, I worked on it for 20 years, and then I just took it all away. After the war, right, published in 1949, he tried to back something all up. He did know, however, that the Nazis did publish 2 volumes based entirely on his research without any attribution, because of course it was a Jew. So what goes around comes around, however. The entire institute that had stolen all his materials was heavily damaged in the last months of the war, and everything was lost. The entire institute, all of their papers, things like that. But what's kind of fascinating is that Ish was primarily working as a German, but he's also a Jew and also interested in Jewish history. As he's going through his material, he would make a separate set of notes specifically about how legal decisions reflected on Jewish law. And he ended up collecting a tremendous amount of material, which he didn't turn over for publication because he was working with his side gig. Was able to save side notes and come up with a massive book, Germany, a study of the status, which has incredible resources of law and Jews. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for watching. Let's resume our discussion of the legal status of the Jews by looking at a different charter, this one composed about 100 years later, 1190, by the Emperor Henry IV, considerably larger and more important figure. And what this particular charter, especially much larger than Benedict, is that it specifically points to a new status that Jews will be developing over the centuries in Ashkenaz, that of servi camerai, sometimes called servi camerai regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. And what this refers to, we'll get into it a lot more when we talk about the economics, is that Jews became, in terms of the system of privileges and legal status, they became sort of like the possession of the king. And this was exceptionally useful to the king for economic purposes, and we'll get into that in a separate lecture, but somewhat irritating to the church. So let's have a look at this particular charter and what it refers to and what implications are. First of all, it's a really interesting preamble in which Henry IV says that he was approached by certain Jews led by Judah ben Kalonymus, the famous Kalonymus family, who at the very beginnings of Ashkenazi civilization and they assumed important leadership positions in Ashkenaz. They come to the emperor at Speyer and they ask for his protection. Right? We talk about feudalism, the idea that the higher classes, especially the king, protect the lower classes, and the Jews, not serving in an extensive serf-like capacity, and therefore tithes of their produce or taxes on their produce, and not serving like knights and physically defending the territory. Like, what exactly do they have to return to the king? Well, it turns out they actually have a lot. We'll get to that. At any rate, the king graciously says, yes, I will provide this protection. And once again, this may be like a confirmation of a much earlier kind of status that organically evolved in the relationship between the Ashkenazi and the state. Or not impossible, but it could be unlikely. Most of these things elements earlier. At any rate, what does the charter actually say? So first of all, Emperor Henry IV says, no one, neither small nor great, neither free man nor serf, will attack or assail the Jews, right? They live under his protection. Mess with the Jews, you're going to mess with the king. And so noblemen and local peasants, if they want to get mixed up with the Jews in a way that's detrimental, the emperor will protect them. The charter goes on to say that no one will be allowed to seize Jewish property illegally, including their land. This, by the way, widespread apprehension that Jews do not allowed to own land in the medieval period. And in fact, while there are some places where this was the case, the vast majority of Jewish history, Jews weren't allowed to own. It just turns out that it may not have been a very wise investment because there's a lot of expulsion. That the Jews were expelled from France 3 times in 1 century. That's ridiculous. So it's hard to run holding on to your house. So therefore, real estate turned out to be not necessarily the best. At any rate, the charter goes on to say that no one can seize their property, neither chattel nor real estate. And what happens if someone tries to do that? Well, first of all, they'll have to pay what the Bible would call a co-fair payment. That is a double payment. So if a man were to steal $100 worth of property, he would have to pay the Jew back $200 after bought. And secondly, he would have to pay £1 in gold to the treasury. In other words, it was definitely in the interest of the state to enforce this, because then the king would get that £1 of gold for every theft from the Jew. The charter goes on to say the Jews have the right of trade. They were not charged any toll. So in other words, if Jews were traveling from region to region, which is something really important for the growth of trade, they used their easy pass to get through all of the turnstiles, and they never had to pay any toll. Local authorities would never be allowed to billet soldiers or other people in Jewish homes. This was, interestingly enough, that the American Revolution happened because local New Englanders were very upset that the British were constantly billeting, meaning like housing their soldiers in private homes. Now, there's a really interesting section here about what happens if a Jew is caught stolen goods. This can happen in one of two ways. First of all, it's possible that the Jew is involved in illicit activity. Colloquial term offense, right? Where someone steals goods, say John steals household pots from Peter, and then John sells them to a Jew, and the Jew puts them in the store to sell to, say, Leon. But before Leon comes to buy them, Peter comes and says, "Hey, these are my pots that were stolen from my own." That's definitely not a good thing. You would think that the Jews would exercise some diligence to make sure that the pots are not in fact stolen. But maybe we'll get into that when we talk a little bit more in the economics. At any rate, what happened? If he bought it in good faith, meaning John said, "These are in fact my pots, I did not steal them from anyone," and the Jew pays for them in that case. So Peter has the right to take back his pot. But here the Jew, I should give him, right? Let's call him Abraham. Abraham paid for those pots. So what happened? It's interesting to note that this phenomenon must have been significantly common, that it merited the charter. So under these circumstances, the charter says that Abraham, the Jew, who bought these goods in good faith, has the right to be paid for the value that he expended for them, and furthermore, the Jew will be able to take a regular oath to say that, yes, I paid for them based on good faith that John had been or not. So it's interesting that the Jew is accepted here. A lot more discussion later about specific oaths that were required of Jews to take because they were not trusted. But this particular charter of 1190 was quite a bit. The charter goes on to a different direction to say that no forced baptism of children. And again, like the idea that this would be sufficiently common, that it would be raised as a concern by Colonimus and others, the emperor, suggested kind of challenge. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But what if it happens? Or what if a child is taken from, kidnapped, and then baptized? As we shall see, the church regarded those baptized children as in fact Christian. The church, especially the upper levels, like the Pope, Gregory the Great, and others, specifically said it's not permitted for Christians to forcibly baptize anyone. But if it happens, they're kind of stuck. They are in fact Christians. So what the charter specifically says is it reiterates the discussion ban on forced baptism, but it says that if it happens, then the person who performed the forced baptism has to pay £12 for the treasury. No word on the status of this baptized child. That the state did not want to take a stand in this particular issue, and perhaps we hope the problem will go away. What happens if a Jew came forward and went for willing baptism, which was of course a phenomenon in the medieval ages, as it is today? So basically, there was a 3-day quarantine where the Christian would be required to be separated from everyone in order to make sure that he was doing his own free will. Especially because, well, hopefully there's also a fascinating discussion with regards to the baptism of slaves belonging, which is going to be incredibly important. Agobard, the bishop in Lyon, about that next lecture. But are not allowed to buy slaves who are currently Christian. If they buy slaves, don't forget there are lots of pagans around at this point. They're captured primarily from the market in Prague. Slaves are a major part of the workforce. Else so they would be originally pagans if they were to convert to Christianity. We'll discuss shortly. The charter says that the slaves would remain in the employ of the Jewish owner, and the person who converted to Christianity would be forced to pay a fine. Okay, we're going to continue by looking a little bit closer at this in the next video. What does the church have to say? Thank you very much. When we discuss the legal status of the Jew, note that until now we have largely confined our discussion to how the state, specifically the king, talked about the charters and the law code of all the sections, what that had to say about the evolution of the medieval. Note, however, that the parallel achieved height, especially in the 13th century, which is the church. The church was a parallel structure that in many ways was competing with the state authority. How did the church regard this? So we will come back to some of the theological discussions a little bit later. But I think it's very important to note that while there certainly was a significant amount of anti-Judaic slang coming from the medieval church, as one of my teachers once functionally, that's the ancestral tradition. And the only way that that tradition of Christianity is validated is if it's originated. And yes, in fact, you were wrong, you were right. This is a complex kind of theological relationship that is baked into Christianity. It's not really as strong as Islam. Islam developed a couple of notions that allowed Muslims to regard kind of like their intellectual grandparents rather than their parents, and more of a distance with the Jews. There are similarities, but very important to Christianity. In fact, it colors much of Catholic and with the state of Israel. But for now, how is that expressed in reality? So according to St. Augustine, the doctrine of which says that Jews must be preserved, but they should not be preserved in an elevated state. In other words, the whole idea of the Jews around was to reinforce and to validate the credibility of Christianity, then it doesn't make sense if the Jews are obviously engaged in a lot of consumption that is conspicuous for their neighbors. You have a peasant walking down the street and he sees the 12th century driving by in a Bentley. Wait a second. How come I live in a mud hut and this guy drives a Bentley? The idea is that the Jews have to be sort of, repressed so that their success in the material realm not this any translation their distinctive badge, restrictions on their movement, their economic activity, and so on, much of which is identical to what the king of the state is trying to do, which is to expand Jewish religion because they need a lot of money. The economics are going to. So this is something that's sort of like built into Christianity. Church Canada. Now, where this is perhaps most strongly in canon law, there's a whole bunch of legislation that specifically bans fraternization. You see it in the Council of Elvira in the 4th century. Ban from, meals together and wine together, things like that. Note that Jews, by the way, are also engaged in legislation that emerges from Talmud, for example, ban on drinking wine touched by non-Jews. About that. So the idea was to separate in order that both Christians. Christian legislation is very concerned that will in fact affect Christian belief and erode it. You see a lot of these kinds of things. Also, by the way, they have to pass laws like Christians are forbidden to attend religious ceremonies in the synagogue. That apparently was quite popular in Pentecostal Antioch. Now, but when we move to medieval Europe, besides the fraternization issues, will receive a lot of attention in the 12th century and stronger. One of the things in the early period that is especially important, discussed in the last video, is the idea of slave, specifically slave. One of the most important voices on this is a bishop named Agobard, based in Rome, which is on the Rhone River in France. And Agobard was absolutely furious with the notion that Jews, who are supposed to be like in a state, according to the Doctrine and Witness, should own Christian faith. Now, Agobard was not against slavery per se. Everyone owns slavery. He wasn't trying to change slavery. What he objected to was the idea that Jews, which would be a lowly state, should own Christian, and Christians should be not in a regular employment arrangement, but in slavery. So he offered, for example, to compensate Jews for any Christian slaves that they might own, which threatened the social order. That the fourth charter specifically prevent this because slaves say, hey, I'm just going to get myself baptized. Agobard will pay off my debt to the Jew, and then I'll be free. Yeah, the state specifically wanted to stop that. Wanted to keep the social order that it was. Wanted to keep lots of money, and losing their slaves at a moment's notice could be different. And we should also note that Agobard's offer was not quite as generous as it sounds, because the currency had its value in its lifetime, and he was offering to pay the old value when the current value of slaves was actually far higher. At any rate, Agobard wrote a lot of things. His disciples wrote 4 things which tended to be one. It's also important to note that there's another phenomenon strange story of church people. I'd like to talk about him a little bit. Just so fascinating. The story is born in 14 aristocratic family, educated from his childhood in a monastery, and then talent. So he was the serial report, very scholarly, for high office, and weird happened. He asked given that particular privilege, but on his way that the converted to Judaism, grew a beard, married a Jewish wife, the whole thing, absolutely. This was like a shanta, like a stand. And what was even worse is that while he was in Spain, in the Muslim-controlled part of time, he engaged in debating Christianity. A lot of that correspondence hasn't been preserved. So the whole discussion of conversion, and it points to kind of an insecurity on the part of the church. What would happen if Jews? What would happen if Judaism advanced free? Christians are attracted by it, especially at this time. The church was actually interested in discovering very working with a Latin translation of the Bible for a very long time. But as fellowship developed, began to say, like lie. That's what the original said. I want to know the original Jewish accent. And all this content of churchmen and following Jew posed a risk. Likely what happened Odo, by the way. So anyway, he engaged in this extensive debate named Alvaro, who was apparently Jewish convert to Christianity, and explosive debate that had tremendous amount on. So much more to say about it, but I think this is illustrative of the tension and the church in the 9th century in particular. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students. So one of the most important aspects of the development of Ashkenaz.
What's going on? How can I help you? Yeah, I'm watching a lecture. What's good, buddy? Excellent. I hope all's good in your neck of the woods. I'm going viral any day now. And when I do, I'm taking this coin to the moon. How do you like its all-time high? That's right. We're going to get this bad boy to $1. And then we got the yacht party. You know that, right? Excellent. Perfect. Excellent, big dog. Well, I'm going to get back to my lecture. He's good, dog. I appreciate it. Shout out to Squirrely, everyone.
But we have to realize today.
Who is it? Oh, it's GB. Oh, apologies. I thought so. It said on my I have to close my app and reopen it. GB. It's it's what did I want to say? Like glitched. So it just shows the people who've been in here for a long, like people. Apologies, GB. GB is the man. Everybody knows GB is the man. GB is, in my opinion, like the mortar of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, because whenever anybody needs anything, GB is there. I have said this in the past, to my own credit. GB and Scully do sound alike, but I usually can pick up on your voice from way over and know what's going on. So apologies there. I'm ready for the yacht party. We'll make sure that you get your passport taken care of. You never know, man. We could hit $1 next week. Yeah. So that'll be amazing. So I'm excited for that. And in the meantime, we're just gonna keep riding the wave. Excellent. You should know. You know who Aiden Ross is, right? Excellent. I'm live in uh his Discord right now. And do you know who I showed Speed is? I'm live in his Discord on camera as well. And everybody's like, how the fuck are you able to be in so many different like big influencers Discord live on camera? How are you doing that? So what can I say? I'm mad. Yeah, absolutely. Everything that we're doing, that we're putting in, is paying off. You should know we're gonna get 8 ounces to buy this and then we're gonna see it go 420, $69. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Basically, to reach out to them. If somebody wanted to, well, it would just be good for it. It would be worth it. If he did it, it'd be worth it because we get the notoriety. Yeah, I have his inner circle in my inbox. So that's like guys like Chenzo or Citrus and another guy, um, Safed. Basically, yeah. So they've told me he wants to interview me. We'll see if it happens. I'm here. I've gotten some other people who want to interview me. Sam Bond is one of them. He's another influencer. In the meantime, I'm just literally just streaming, and at least in these discords, I do my best not to say anything. The reason why I don't want to say anything is because then I won't get banned. Like if I start talking, that's how you get banned. So, um, not that I'd say anything wrong, but like you can even say things that people just interpret, and so I could just be like, "What's an example?" Well, I could say, let's say somebody said they were going to do something bad, and I could say that, "Hey, we could have you executed by the state of California for that," or something like that, and they would say, "Oh, that's an execution threat." And it's like, no, dog, or that's a murder threat. No, it's like an execution. It's like I'm telling you that the state will execute you if you do that. That to me, I should be able to say that's like part of jurisprudence. That's part of the American legal system. But like you'll get banned for that. So anyway, you never know what's going on in the world. I think there are some things. I'm a free speech absolutist. I agree. It's absolutely not. So anyway, GB, apologies. You're the man. You take care, man. $1. Let's see it next week, big dog. That's a pretty, actually 69 cents. Well, 40, 42 cents, and then 69 cents, and then $1, and then the moon. Excellent, dog. Then it's for done. Shout out, shout out to GB, everybody. Take care, my miss.
Basically, modern states, about 100 modern states are everybody else. Government has not as it's not like the medieval period.
No, I was just laying down. How are you? No, I was just laying down. How are you? Excellent. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. How'd you find out about me? Oh, tight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I heard you, man. Excellent, man. Well, yeah, dude, Steve's amazing. So I share my life with him like a portal and his community, and you can always come in and say hi. And I'm here for world peace. I don't want war anymore. So I think that's a positive message. Okay, that's cool. Then my peacekeeping troops will destroy your war terrorists. Word, dog. Dogs, I don't even mess with that kind of stuff. I use things that are anti-gravity weapons, plasma weapons. We'll bomb you in the Stone Age, son. Word, dog. That's nothing in comparison to an anti-gravity weapon. An anti-gravity weapon can carry a force field, dog. Atomic bombs are 80-year-old technology. We use atomic. Okay, well, I mean, we don't have to have a war fight. I just want you to know. No, we don't. But you're always welcome here. I appreciate you being here. Some other things that we talk about are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about life extension technology, like stem cells, human growth hormone. We talk about ambrosia therapy. We talk about nootropics and cold shock therapy. We talk about things like life extension technology, include mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain and do a computer for later download as a cyborg, a cybernetic being, whatever you want to be, an avatar, an ethereal being, a clone of yourself, a robot, whatever you want to be in the future, it's a big world. So that's just a little. I think that that's a possibility, yeah. And if I'm given basically unlimited amount of time to be able to live, then yeah, I'll take being a cyborg. No, I don't want to do that, but I would upload my mind into a computer and then use that computer for later download as a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an avatar, an android, a faster than light creature, an ethereal being. Oh, that's what you want to do? There you go, man. You will be like the Terminator. There you go. You might even get your own television series. Why not? It's comfortable. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. These right now are $7,000 each. Our cryptocurrency in the last week is up over 100%. We were at 7 cents not long ago. We're at 31 cents. So it's very exciting. People are getting rich. People are becoming millionaires. And that's who sponsors me. So that's all this. It's called Harry Potter, Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and it's the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. Who would think something like this is worth $7,000? $7,000. $7,000. $7,000. $7,000. Wild. Pardon me? Uh, it's Harry Potter, Obama, not Osama. It's Obama, like the former president, 44th president of the United States. It's Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 email. If you don't know what it is, it's a meme. It's a meme coin, but it's a meme that is English. It is a backpack that was sold somewhere in Amsterdam, and basically people made a meme coin about it, and it's been very, very popular, and it's going to be worth a lot someday. It's cool. I've got the Telegram of people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic Canyon right here, and they're like my family. They're my community. I've been with them for more than a year. This is history of Jewish lectures and history of Judaism lectures, history of Jewish culture lectures. We're watching currently the culture of Ashkenazi, and it's pretty baller. That's alright, man. You can be like me. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm always live, so you can always come in here whenever you want. You can live your life again. Do you want to be? Are you a streamer? Do you want to be? Yeah, you do. Everybody wants to be famous deep down. You just don't know how. And I can teach you. So, what would you do? Well, there are a lot of things that you can be famous for, but I can tell you this. There are two types of people in the world. There are creators and there are consumers. There is no middle. There are people who create content and there are people who consume content. And you can be one of those two kinds of people, whatever one you want to be. But right now, you should know that we're at the very brink of a really special time in the streaming world. I can tell you right now, I'm streaming on like 33 different devices on 33 different platforms, including simultaneously YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, a bunch of Discord, Instagram, and I mean nobody else is live in I show Speed's Discord simultaneously with Aiden Ross's Discord. Just for a moment. Additionally, I'm live in like the Daddy Discord. I'm live in the Nico Discord. I'm live in the Killzone Discord. I'm live in a bunch of Discords, and people are finding out about my project. They're finding out about what I'm doing, and generally very positive towards it. So I can tell you that I got my hands basically at the center of all social media, and I can help you a lot. So what would I tell you to do? First thing you do is I would say you come up with a concept. Do you want to be a live streamer? Do you want to just literally sit on camera all day, 24/7? That's what you want to do. I do it better than anybody. That's not what you want to do. If you want to be like a reaction streamer, or maybe like watches movies or TikTok or whatever, you want to be that kind of streamer. I can tell you the first thing that you want to do is get a name that is unified on all the different platforms. So like your name right now, while it's short, it's really good. I doubt it's available on a lot of platforms because it will be a high demand name. So what you could get is Lily V Streaming or Lily V Media or Lily V Channel, whatever you want it to be, something that you know you can get, so that when you say I'm at Lily V Streaming on, everybody knows it's the same on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, Tik, everything. They just know you're going to be the same thing. And then they can go to your link tree and everything's the same. That's the first thing that I would say. So you come up with a name. But then from there, know that these sites are currently paying right now. They pay money. So it's like cool. Rumble pays. I make money on Rumble. Not a lot, but I don't even try. I don't even try to make money and I make money. Literally. When I say I don't even try, I don't even look at what my wallet has. It brings me money. Not a lot, but I don't even try. If you tried, you could bring in more money. And then Kick has started the KPIP, which is an incentive program where they'll pay you an hourly rate to stream if you meet the credentials. So you can make $16 an hour just to sit on your ass and do nothing. These are all really exciting opportunities. If now you may say, all right, I want to do what you're doing, Rabbi. How do I do it? All right, well, you first need a device that you can see on, and it doesn't have to be very complicated. You need a computer, basically. So then what? I use a type of software that's known as OBS, which is commonly used. However, I also use a type of software that's used called Rumble Studio, which I cannot say enough about because it allows you to multi-screen for free. So basically, I'm telling you, Lily V, you could get Lily V Live. I think is a great Lily V Live. If you made that your name, I want you to have Lily V, but you're just not going to get that on very many platforms unless you already have it. Nevertheless, if we get Lily V Live, very few people are going to have that, and with the press of one button, you're live on Rumble, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, everything. So that's the game changer. When before, you would only be like a YouTuber, or you'd only be on Instagram. No, you're on everything now. It's a push of a button. I'll teach you how to do it. Free. It hasn't always been. This is then what would you do? Well, you Apologies, let me just turn down speed. Then what would you do? Okay. Well, then you just start the grind. Then it's about building an audience. Now, I don't know what kind of wallet you have. I don't know what kind of money you can deal with. If you want to really improve really quickly, then you just buy 5 viewers. It's as simple as that. And you can be, I can have you be the number one streamer on Kick, the number one streamer on Twitch, the number one streamer on YouTube. It's just how much you want to pay. Now, if I mean, it's as simple as this. I want 100,000 people to watch me on this date, and I'm willing to pay $2,000 to do it. And you put your card in, it goes through, and you're able to do it. But I understand you're like a normal person. I don't have money to just throw around for viewers. I need to get them organically. Perfect. Okay, so how do you do it? Well, I can tell you that if you're going to do it, the best place I would say is multi-stream, so that when you have any kind of interaction, whether it's Twitch, Twitter, Kick, YouTube, you can talk to the person on whatever platform they're using. And basically, you're going to be like a 10 times improved streamer because you are streaming on Rumble and Odyssey and Kick and YouTube. And so you're going to have 10 times the audience right off the bat. So, like, normal streamers are like, oh man, this grind is so hard, it's so difficult. Yes, it is. But you're going to be 10 times better than that person on your first day. Because you're going to take my advice. You're like, look, instead of just streaming on one, why don't I just multi-stream them, and then I'll have a bigger audience. Then what do you do? Well, you have to stream. I'll tell you the advice that big streamers have given, and I think it's great, and I'm going to use it. Shout out to X Straight Savage, he's on Kick, for this advice. There are 3 things you need, and they're number one, you need to network. So what is networking? That is essentially building relationships online, especially. And a great way to do it is in Discord, and you're in good Discord to be able to do it. But the ability for you to be able to, drop your link or have somebody follow you is really important. Secondly, you have to stream consistently, and that I think is probably the most important thing. There's a reason why I have an audience, even though they're not here right now. They will be here and they follow me. They always know I'm streaming. Whenever. Like, whatever they're doing for the last 3.5 years, I've been live streaming 24/7. So I'm always live. So anybody knows I'm here. And they can check in with me. And they can automatically follow you, automatically promote you, automatically click your channel if you want. There are a lot of things you can do if you want to gain them. But here's the big thing. This is the difference between you working your life. I don't know how old you are. I assume you're 18 because you're in here and you're not legally. But you should know that you have the opportunity, maybe 50 years of streaming. You could have a 50-year streaming career. Would you rather have a 50-year career at? I don't want to. I'll pick good companies. Apple, it's Microsoft. IBM. These are great companies, but you're not going to be able to have any control over your life. You're going to have to go in and work 8 to 5 every single day for 50 years. Now, if you want one of those jobs, I've had those jobs, and I can get you one of those jobs too. So don't think that I can't help you with that. I can absolutely help you with that. I'll get you one of those jobs. I'm a certified project management professional. I'm an app developer. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, so I have a lot of experience when it comes to tech. I can help you with that. But if you're like, okay, that sounds cool, I'll learn how to do that too, but I want to be a streamer as well, just know that I think long term, a 50-year streaming career will make you a billionaire, make you a billionaire perhaps, because you have the ability to write your own checks basically. I still stream is essentially who you could be if you did this every day for 2 or 3 years. And that's really setting up the stream. And I don't expect you to make it right now, but when you're in the shower or you're by yourself or you're thinking, that rabbi that spoke, he makes a pretty good point. You're either a consumer or a creator. And I'm doing all the stuff that I'm normally doing in my life. Why don't I just stream it? Here's why it's important for me. And this is really what it's about. I'm creating a time capsule. My stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything. I talk about things like world peace. I know you may not be an advocate, but just know it's something that I'm passionate about, but also ending world hunger. How do I want to end world hunger? I had a 6-point plan. Today it rests on agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, vertical farming. I want to help with cloud seeding, and I want to help with hydroponics. Those 6 types of technologies could end world hunger. I want to help end world thirst. The crypto project that I'm a part of, we build wells in Nigeria for people in need, and I want to continue that. I want to continue that large scale, building wells for people, like straws, basically straws that can purify contaminated water instantly. Then I also want to help with desalination. These plants can take water from the sea and convert the liquid into drinkable water. And these are just some interesting ideas that I don't think are being shared enough in society. And when people start to hear this, when I show speed, community starts saying like, "Oh, Rabbi isn't just like some weirdo who's sitting on DC all day." There's a very good reason why they're doing it. They're passionate about bringing the world into the 21st century even further and advancing it, specifically when it comes to technology. I don't like that a lot of technology doesn't work, and I want it. And I want to get connectivity improved. I want to get electronics improved. We're going to need this as we move towards the century, and I think we can be a leader in that, and I've taken a stand. So with that, you should know that it's a wonderful opportunity for you to be able to be a live streamer or a streamer content creator, and if you've never thought of it, it's not never too late to start. I appreciate it. I know I do, but I also know that I drive a hard bargain. I'm a hell of a salesman. Exactly. And here's the thing: I want you to be able to afford a Lamborghini. I want you to be able to say to someone, "And what color do you want your Lamborghini?" Because you could just give it away. You just have fuck you money, and your kids have fuck you money. I want you to have all of that. You have to understand this is a really exciting place where we are in the world. Uh, Australia had a gold rush. The United States had a gold rush in the 19th century, or the 19th century, and we had essentially a tech rush at the end of the 20th century, the beginning of the 21st century, and now we have a streaming rush. All these people to be content creators. And I'm going to tell you this: I have had jobs for Fortune 500 companies, 6 figures, executive positions. And while those are great, they're never going to give me a part of the company. I might have a little bit of stock or something like that, but I'm never going to be able to write my own way. In a position like that, I'm never going to have the opportunity that I have in this role. I honestly think I may be perhaps the wealthiest person on earth today, and I can say that with a lot of confidence, and here's why. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data, specifically human data, was Earth's #1 resource, and I have more human data than any person in the world, than any person in global history. This is essentially a time capsule for the world. Everyone on Earth is going to want to connect to this. I have watched every major every Oscar winner since it debuted in the 1920s. We've watched 3 Olympics on this. We've watched 2 World Cups. We've watched the Women's World Cup. We've watched the NBA Championship, the WNBA Championship. We've watched 3 Super Bowls on this. I mean, people are going to be able to connect to this. I have literally going at any time the radio that's just playing the news so that people will be able to connect and be like, "Oh yeah, on October 13th, 2024, this is when Rabbi met Lily V." And guess what? Lily V went on to be Lily V Live, and they became one of the biggest streamers on Tik and on YouTube and on Twitter and Twitch within 1 year, and everybody knew about them. I mean, that's the kind of catalyst you can have in your life. And it's not saying that you can't work your normal job and live your normal life. Whatever you're doing, just put it on camera. It doesn't hurt. And it's content, like I said, and like the Economist magazine said, data is our #1 business. Think about that. The more data that you make, the more influential you're going to be in the future. Absolutely. I'm on 3 different Twitches. Yeah, definitely. In fact, do you see where it says announcements at the top of the server? If you click on that, you'll see like my live stream from Twitch right in there. So those are 3 of them. I have more of them, and that's the thing. I multi-stream, and I multi-stream on multiple different devices, unlike anything you've ever seen before. Basically, you can watch me in 360 degrees, and that's what I want. I want people to be able to study and what I do for centuries to come. I absolutely do. I think it's important to be able for it for the servers to be able to capture me from different angles, and then they are redundant. The reason why I have so many is if any of my streams ever get or ever get terminated for any reason, I have backups of everything. And these are streaming everywhere in the world, so that let's say they took down my Kick account or they took down my Rumble account, I'm still live on the same data on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. Let's say they take down my Twitter account, okay, then it's still live on DLive and Trovo and Odyssey and all these other ones. Basically, we have to shut down the internet to shut me down at this point because I'm so intertwined with all of the different platforms. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,100 Twitter accounts, over 10,000. Like, how the fuck did you make so many? Um, I have robots that I program. You can see I have 3 computers right here. I program robots that have basically um, they follow people, they create clips, and they spam people live on Kick. Yes, anyone on Kick, anyone. I mean, Aiden Ross, Amaranth, Eddie Craven, the guy who owns it, and you ask him if they know who Rabbi Rothschild is, absolutely wild, dog. Uh, in fact, yeah, but I don't want to do that. I'm here for peace and positivity. I I don't know. Do you have the Kick app? Do you know what Kick is? That's okay. Um, and I'm talking KICK because there's also KIK. KICK is basically a new Twitch, and if you look, they have a page. You don't have to download the app. If you had it, I could show you a page, and 50% of every clip that is made per minute on that website, 50% is being made by one of my bots. So that means of all of the clips that they have on their entire website, 50% at any given time will have my name in it and this Discord link. And so that's how I've been able to get like 1,400 people in this Discord over the course of like 3 months or so. And it's just going to start growing because, um, you know, it's hard for me to make people social media swap. Like, hey, I know that you're on Kick right now. Come to my Discord. That's really hard. But I'm already in Discord, and I chose Stream, I chose Speed, and Aiden Ross, and all these other big ones that it's pretty easy. You don't need to create an account. You already have it. People join and say, hey, what's going on? And as you can see, I have a very large Discord. There's a lot to do here, and it's going to blow up any day now. That's really exciting. If you don't know it, but I'm also live in the Telegram. So what is a Telegram? It is this um, cryptocurrency that I'm in. It's a community, and we're having like a little bit of a virtual party. We actually, believe it or not, man, we are talking. So this cryptocurrency, a lot of people are very hesitant when you say cryptocurrency. I'm telling you, I saw it. I've been in it since last year, and it's when it started, it was worth less than a penny, and it's worth 31 cents right now, which is more than the 31x. And once this thing gets to $1, we are throwing a yacht party in Dubai. We'll have enough money. That's when the coin will be worth $1 billion. So like, it may sound like a really like complicated name, and it's a meme coin. How much could that be worth? It's very close to being worth $1 billion. Guys. Well, I shouldn't say it's going to. It's a third of $1 billion right now. It's worth $333 million. So they're celebrating that fact with good reason. And so we get a lot of positive things going. If you never thought about being a streamer before, this is the time. You should. You should. So here's what I want you to do. You don't have to stay here your whole day. You go do your thing. You go check out the internet. You check out the server. Say hi to friends or whatever. But whenever you're bored, you know I'm live and I show speed. You can see me there. If you ever want to talk with me, here. You should know that the reason why I don't speak in the I show speed server. Well, number one, sometimes the conversations are just absolutely ridiculous. Where people are just playing loud sounds, playing chainsaws and loud music and things like that. But also, frankly, I know what the rules are, but when it comes to like what you can and can't say, I don't wanna even get involved with those kind of conversations. Um, and frankly, so if you're ever wondering like why don't you talk in there, I just don't want to get into any fights with anyone, so I stay out of everything. And but basically, people can kind of observe life alongside of me. I've been live in Aiden Ross's Discord now for 6 months straight. I've been live in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu Telegram for over a year. I've been live on YouTube now for more than 3 years and Twitch for more than 3 years and all the other ones. So it's a really exciting opportunity for the world to learn. Um, until we have just time capsule for the world. So I want you to know, Lily, I'm glad you feel inspired. I want you to continue to think about what I've said and come back whenever you want. We're here for you and we're here to support you. And if you ever need help, I'm here to help you, okay? Excellent, man. Hey, this is the beginning of our friendship. That's a beautiful thing. That's one of the most beautiful things you could have ever said, if not the most beautiful. Because when you started this conversation, you did not. And I want you to know that it's going to take some time, and it's going to be a big lift, as they say. But the more and more people that we can get on board for this, the more movement we can get, the more momentum that we can get. And know that world peace is inevitable, and let me explain why. If we are going to travel the stars intergalactically to different planets, to different solar systems, we will have to have had peace here at home first. What do I mean by that? If you study how allegedly like alien civilizations work, they never have a civil war going on at home while they're exploring other worlds. It's too hard to do that because you have to have things peaceful at home before you can go exploring other things. So I know before we're ever going to really be able to invest in space tourism and in faster than light travel and intergalactic travel, we're going to have to come to peace here on Earth. And so I know it's an inevitability. So for there will be those people who will say, we will never, ever, 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 ever have world peace. And I can say this, look, we had world peace a long time ago. The right people wanted to have world peace. The right people don't want to have world peace. It is up to us as people to convince them to eventually move away from making armaments and making robots. I know they want to make bombs, make cyborgs. And they're going to start doing that. I mean, they're moving towards that in the drone world and such. And at least those drones perhaps can avoid the loss of human lives. When people ask me, Rabbi, when you say world peace, what do you want? Really, I want a day where nobody dies. That's my goal, where we can say no one dies from anything, from war, from cancer, from heart disease, from anything. I want a day on Earth where nobody dies. And I think that that's a possibility. And when we can get there, then we can start to build some really exciting things here on Earth. Like what? Space elevator. A space elevator can take cargo into space without the use of rockets. It's a really efficient way to go into space. It's not that difficult. I want to be able to perhaps create an orbital ring around the Earth. What does that mean? It's a ring that you create, just like Saturn has rings, but it's an orbital ring that perhaps Earth may have one day. We've seen it at least in prototypes of what versions could look like. There are Dyson spheres perhaps that we can utilize in the future in different solar systems. What is that? It's essentially a way to harness a star's um, energy. Basically think a bunch of solar panels around a star. Energy launch is really cool ideas. We're never going to be able to get there if we're arguing about race and gender and war. And so I want to get away from TV. Shout out to Lily B, everybody. Take care, man. I love you too. Take care. Shout out to Lily B. What a nice guy.
use the data category. That's why we count. They're not hugely different. If I had to ballpark the try to match the difference, 3 of the total, but majority of the Rutan is a Boston River, for example, is but are multiple. Third, kind of something that goes out of the are audit. Because up until this law was basically scattered throughout the column, and then later called responses that are filed later rabbi. And if you wanted to know the answer to the question in law, basically had to know the answer to the thing. All of which 2011 voted. That's well over 5,000 analytical text. And you have to know what people have written after that as well. Know anything to do with law, you have to have Aramaic and responses, whether or not it was chicken is cooked. Around the time of the Rishonim, shortly after the counters modifiers, they said, okay, organize all this material, books, chapters, number of paragraphs, and we are going to law code out of instructions that are embedded extremely important graphic structure with the codes, already talked about later. We culminate with Shulchan Aruch, their table of Rabbi Rothschild. So these are the 3 basic areas in which many of the Rishonim typically Ashkenaz, we should also add one as a commentators because both based both Ashkenaz and massive commentary school called are specifically commentators on Talmud take a very different approach than Rashi and broken down a colored page of actually page of knowledge and site prayer time in the Mishnah, you can call that associated and then below it, God, you have Talmud itself, also known as Torah, a commentary is that writing time 200 Talmud 100 odd years, commentary on it. Basically, on the page, you always have to enter either the Mishnah or likely a long discussion of that side, the right of the page. Rashi is very, and you can his letters are opening words quoting from you. In the lighter font, that's Rashi helping you through the text. This is kind of like the basic comment. Most important, on the other hand, there is a big column on the left is a school of several rabbis active throughout Europe, all the way from is that are doing a very different thing at the time. Rather than just use line, they're basically analytical approach. By the way, this includes Rashi's grandchildren, prominent, not afraid to say thing, Okay, what it says over here, what Rashi says it. But go 600 pages later in the Talmud, you see something that apparently contradicts it. How can we have a contradiction in the Talmud? So they will endeavor to try and reconcile them or discuss that perhaps referring to situations, but basically they take a very and a little critical approach that and life of Ashkenazim because the knowledge basically that you need to slowly absorb it, something hearing investigation held up to a very high standard of thinker and think about it as a mind. Okay, let's stop here. I want to next look at parts of and that is south from lost. Far from the Ashkenazim. There's a lot. Hello, fellow. Thank you for coming back and watching more about I'd like to look at another region, partially land region. It basically follows the earth and basically down our state covered the other wine out of the flash. Nice and cool. That's active. Also have a Spanish making their way during this mountain. Study quite the thing. Attachment. Critical method thing. Well, you know, Bible also rather from Arabic familiar with Aristotle of the Arab fascination culture that you have Maimonides as a culture that controversy and look a little bit at what's going on Maimonides was born in England and I believe much than previous. He made his way across Africa a second, and he was pretty much set on scholar, although he had also studied elsewhere in medical. However, his older brother died in all the well, and leaving Maimonides other own. Maimonides is lesson. That is ended up with actually chief Christian of the era, very much involved in Cairo, nearby, and assassinated charismatic represents one of the greatest figures in culture, both fantastic scholar and it's quite a bit, not so much, it's quite a lots of other rabbis, sometimes not in so what kind of things did Maimonides write? He wrote several types of things. First of all, he wrote a very valuable commentary. He also wrote significant
political writing, valuable insight. He wrote letters to far-flung Russia because early on he was recognized of Arabic. He wrote, then he wrote a very significant text by what's essentially Robert called the follow the episode goes notifiers of counter and a notifier counted all data, modified all of them on a much larger most of the modifiers maps, and this noted fairly excessive complexity, very philosophical nature, written at about middle school level, quite widely. Now, controversy of once the long starts translating lots of English Arabic literature. And a lot of it is valuable. And it also translates commodity complex. A lot of French scholars what is disrespecting as Aristotle? Aristotle is not even Jewish. How can we rely on this and so on? As my moderator, reliant. Secondly, right up the road, and so in other words, all these Talmud, these rules, who he thinks is correct, and in the system, by the background, so commodity wanted to make accessible and very possible for don't necessarily want to dive in all of for them. Is that somehow the Dominican friars of Maimonides quite possible that now two Christians by and in turn and yet later of course larger by learning wagon pressure manuscript published all around my modern controversy. One, okay, this is my mind, okay, my mind, the rabbis compromise and study philosophy, surety, or study things later. That's basically let us discuss mind. They first kind of reaction or victim they let the last on cannot pretty self especially emotion. Basically the phase appreciated second here and said that we have to come to the conclusion of our church paper and allow Christian access to holy sites by patriarchs and urban second advantage of economic and northern plain like military parade all the crusades that were lost and folks beyond that initial several crusades on several in fact initially successful driving Muslim from Jerusalem and they in Israel, although they were later rejected by several a lot of theological remains in Israel. Now, why that is especially important for us in terms of Muslims is because a lot of the figures were not registered like ragtag bands, like Peter Herman, who essentially why slept all the way to Israel. Why should we drag ourselves all the way to fight on have infidels right here in the Rhineland rather than focusing energies all the way to fire absolutely not to say about that but for out of actually had a remarkable there horrible suicide horrible family certain how that was brought that and I
I'm a rabbi. I'm smarter than that.
they were it actually has been borrowed that all the way distributed fairly that's all kinds of stories a lot of reality Ashkenaz just here that self-denial part of it about self-modulated cheating Ashkenaz often drags very
that, I think that lots of topic. Hello, fellows. Let us discussion of the by looking at the fact that the church, particularly in crucial period, was ended in conflict, world powers, jockeying for power. The church get a leg up in stage forward, authority, power, and its ability to unite all of Europe, God, all of Christians, all of well, but for the most part, the notion that the church should have authority over king that goes in. How does that relate? Let's just have a look at a couple of origins. And we're theology of third, ironic is a classic representation of what's called the example from but typically monumental architecture, a kind of text or peasant be able to come to the of the church and its relationships and kind of a visual expression of something called a doctrine. That's defines it. Have figures, symbolic representing on the left, on the left, because often in the context of a view of gender and on our left side of the left on the church as crown on her head, technology chalice, now our contrast this with the synagogue without a crown on her head, she was blind dramatically by purpose, obviously harkening back to the original staff broken quite a forecast, but she's holding it in a very weak way. She's not even close to falling. Our saga medieval art, a lot of it, especially message a general that the church favored Jews. You might have heard of them. Those people forget that stuff. They no longer it is royal. Another example of very powerful Spain, a very beautiful, clear-eyed, very woman on the left church and on the right, Agnes throne and blindfolded, all like hands holding onto the tablet. You know, it is church and disdain here. One that Strasbourg, one of the most famous, called it Strasbourg. And because church is here, like looking dagger at the sister, you know, rather like judging. And Saga is a much line falling away from the rock is all these. Here's one that's shocking last from Germany. And on our left you see the church sitting on a petromorph four-headed and a hand is places a throne on her head. The synagogue, on the other hand, is divided. Animal holding onto a lamb's form, which is on the one hand, rising, but not that kind of carnal trap. And usual fine broken and knocked off the head. Whereas the church gets a hand extending crown head of parts. So these images are a expression of doctrine that were developed hundreds of years, starting perhaps with Martyr, a philosopher, has some dialogue, rabbi named not hard for him that now what must be happening was that what must be happening was that prayer with them, separate. But I think and we talk about the conflict crucial on Russian emperor Dr. Thompson, a very different kind of the place and a Christian view the fact that God had a relationship with him as a sort of like as the death of Christianity, right? The behavior right upon the death. And in fact, validated observance of the Torah by the Jews as a sign. Now, this certainly agree they were wrong for not adopting Christianity. Very wrong for how the guilt not only also represents something for the ultimate of, and that's the idea of what we call self-double. Must be kept alive until the second coming of Jesus, so that the original be able to somehow confirm, yes, is the Messiah. Ever, ever. Like, and if someone were to Samsung and wow, so much better, and my iPhone never going back, that would be win Samsung. On the other hand, I was already a Samsung. You gave the new Samsung. The only way I know if I was ever that's Augustine is but the downside. The downside is that the whole system won't work. Right? Meaning are successful and profitable, prosperous, happy, things like that, then they're constant friends while for the second. Why would allows them to make Augustinian doctrine. He said, for us as minorities, made it difficult for them to spell Semitic legislation out of that, but they were allowed to practice arms on that on up to the country uh, 1190 point of medieval. One of the ways in which she expressed power was the latter and felt that the Augustinian doctrine had kind of like ignored prosperity, and he felt that to be put back in their negative legislation that perhaps the most which was back in order to prevent non-Jewish development of civic society in which they were all relatively equal. Christians always there separate and is that there's indication of separateness on their some places was a round badge called a bell that was a reference for portraying Jesus, the name Jesus, and similarly done in that way. And in other places, different symbols were used in the shape of the tablet of the law, sometimes in the shape of like take on it. And this amount of over know for sure that the Jews so far have not mention of ours. They would label it at any rate, and it's very much extra a very significant. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students. It is inappropriate for us to discuss the history of Alaska without looking for appropriate terms of in just a couple of hours, talk about general. One of the most fascinating much on science personal accounts are important. That this book from Knopf's after the war published very important small book called The Reflections in the Jewish West. Those either fast, it's not success. I think that is foundation for me to know about anti-Semitism. Not about the about the problem, a problem of the problem of the Semites are trying to explain the challenges they have. That's why you see anti-Semitism quite often associated with anti-Semites. Are also there are also see strong massive technological change basically that's in the mind of the logical phenomenon that people can invent bizarre sort of, going on conspiracy theory that though they are absolutely sure they have to hold on to it because sports are the term anti-Semitic, by the way, modern by wanted to find a light alternative or vulgar term hatred. And so he borrowed that from of the late 19th century that families and languages together, and he said, "Oh, I'm not anti, against Semitic people, Arabs and so on. Arabs like here, fine, where, but one of the most actually describes many types of things. One of the most powerful aspects of ability to adapt to their societies and cultures. And many scholars for this various persons very on classical metaphor. First stage basically when Jews are hated, trusted because they are different. What I think is that although it's not nice to be hated or distrusted, normal, something that all experience as people try to categorize the world around them, and now the absolute assumption that all people who look like this would come from this place, whose language must be bad, are that they are almost you see, for example, Arch of Titan was a memorial arch that the Romans celebrate the victory day after the first war, and it depicts Roman soldiers carrying off spoils. So, no, it's not nice, but it's like all societies, when a war, monuments celebrate leaders. That's what we see in the Roman period was Sabbath, not eating pork, of requiring things like that. Then you get medieval period, looked at last this is where it's more of a debate church rabbi logical has real trade violence. When we get in onward, but it's basically Christianity is better why and Judaism pushing that's of Christian of it is absolutely bizarre, but based either reality or or our behavior notoriously logical Bible most needed massive on a modern period. I want to mention that the fourth period of anti, which is the period that I call modern, and use the word anti-Semitic, but it was meant for 80s by Hamas, has the which is a fairly concept, brought the idea that divided not only by language, color, by fine and area issues, northern lighter one part, superior, darker races, Africa, superior, live off help by these I walk in a real slow, sinister. Just for example, Nazi propaganda, modern propaganda, making 9/11 and making the COVID crisis, or they make the vaccine. As long as it fits the mind of it, so that's really what we are in today. Modern. Let's turn now to first live. This originated first in Norwich, the 1142, and like many of these blood libels, discovery of a murder, this that occurs in our time as well. This is something that happens also. Survival rage, look for quite often at the beginning of 1144, like a popular anger from maybe there finds trial that results in punishment of Jews, evidence, so on, and practice the law, 12th century. Sometimes there's not even a body of everyone found in these arguments. But it's constant modern market terms that people lack on blood libel. It's remarkable after there's a remarkable thread of this strange notion, this thing called like legend, all through Europe from that 12th century and this right up to the 19th century and verifying example of the Simon and Francis most well-known illustration on it, colorized Darby, the child in the 15th century, well, the child held in composition and undergoing symbolically that's long Jesus Christ because blood is collected there by Jews. They're all labeled well, the bound badge, and what do they do with the blood? All kinds of thought was out of it. Blood. This idea that Jewish men menstruate iron, especially Passover, that blood had to be constant, unleavened bread. And these are, of course, all absurd. One of the ones is the idea that Christian blood was ability sure conceive, and some scholars can point out examples where Christians come to Jesus, family, some of the blood. But nevertheless, it's important to note that the higher levels of against the bloodline have the run to the Pope's case. This is crazy. We're being persecuted. This is crazy idea. And the Pope's proclamation, bold, and to say, do it. One of them is actually, as you can see, reached the absolute sanctified market, which is along the path of expression like this. It was that the upper church really tried to defend the Jews here, but that bubbled up from the element of the word clergy, often illiterate, these are proclamations that they wanted to push ongoing scourge of history, so much so that if you look at the laws of Passover and Moses' Jewish law, you'll comment by the law, they list it's two place. Blood libel is possible. Then on Passover, you know that preferable white wine, less taxation, maybe nevertheless, Christian children, blood is still widespread. Related to blood libel, another bizarre charge called desecration, which actually had a little more enthusiasm because it ironically began worse. That's a debate that was related called controversy. Child back what they were doing during ritual and torture of people that like the whole broadsheet comic book. See on the left there is the Christian accomplice blood libel operations. He's gone to the church, the bag, panel, eloquently held there, back to the synagogue, and then last torture for stabbing them and blood back. The artist used it. Then going to the second register here, on it, rid of they throw them into the oven. Miracle, like the small child appears in the flame, doves fly out and fly quietly. But the next, all of that part is angry villagers come in, they head them, they torture them, take them off for further punishment. Accomplice, and then dog is dedicated. Kinds of things also quite prevalent. Takes a little bit longer, borrows from the vertical charge from onward, but also spreads in any application. One ongoing question I have is why was it not popular here, but never popular in Europe? one last reflection before we topic. That is to know that Father of blessed memory, that knows and that knows have prominent somebody guys work by the Italian artist Father, that modern hyper realistic representation of the story of gross representation of anti-type crime, problem, horrible happening, awful representation modern cases, modern style, chaos, so on, horrible torture. Fortunately, not. Okay, we're going to take this period. Hello, fellow students. Here are the our discussion. Main features that characterize the importance from negative phenomena rise of the past lecture and lecture. Also, the positive invited from this are France, so that may be the largest large. Well, you know, you might ask it all at once. Obviously, what happens is right when the economy that they are actually fighting back something. And when the larger because the economy flow of credit, so working. I wonder like what changed why all this happened. A market France to provide by well there are cases to the east and like evocative not along now but represent well France was really set home. What changed? Why expel them? How one? War was held. So that's one reason. Fans adequately. Secondly, one of the ways particularly who are borrowing money to is debt of no one represents a one-time payout that all of a sudden discharged, but income created by the third, you have popular salaries by spread by the like coming under pressure and the attractiveness of mobile are indebted. We also see a larger major expulsion kind of like drive or pain, burning blood, have a much right, just all of pocket authority, very frightening idea that will not only but will affect well, society on a level of having other thought is accelerated. Phenomenon is accelerated by life. Horrific plague running ravaged for decades. I find retrospective that titled The Triumph of what kind of here skeleton parting away corpses and finding individuals still alive there dying off or away terrifying. Utter cost open on one hand, arm of skeleton is that hurting people by the side of the coffin. There are other armies preventing escaping kind of terror must have experienced by Europeans. Like somewhat third, almost also for we're looking for blame for this self-flagellant couple walking and God wanted only pain and like that. But of course, always one of the legends that is prominent at the time. This is from also before us. Is it on the left of a in spelled at 12 but sort of historical and what's done is described made a pack lepers collect some of their skin that's shed to their hands and then he's gone after this poison mixed with other things well and that poison water that's a way to find on a flea on max Europe. But anyway, as he dumps into the water, spitting up out of the well comes water and of course part of concoction raises blood of the well as you can see on across the next page actually quite top line was treated together great infections throughout all Europe by the water in their wells was poison. Top line said they allied themselves at concert with diverse lepers by lepers and poison spelling with the confection of the blood of mankind, certain herbs wrapped within a little bottle, tying a stone nightly cast as infection within the wells of the church, whereupon the corruption changes all died well nigh the third of the roughly one third dying. Imagine middle of torture all around look for something to blame. Hear a legend like this, knowing that keep in mind especially wildlife and fashion. What we period elections of passport public learning. Horrible period, and you have an accelerated improvement and words. That was the final chapter of the reason. That's a positive chapter. Oh, thank you. Hello, fellow students. So we come to the end of class. The last couple of classes but thankfully, both Western Poland united against common black several sort of on the term here because whereas Western had often recognition of the value as the economy as they were attractive and offered the possibility of settlement there various economic which the large area population was not settlement. For example, Poland and there I don't really let them see my country, right? This is especially noted in charter shown a remarkable representation of the 20th Polish artist saying like look how it is changed positive by economy some of the coins actually economy power or king right on the point because other by the time you get to 18 here large population of Jews out and constantly involved going on so classic harken back Europe they would nevertheless concentrate far more than pinnacle of on the time frame that really set the course of it's something else called the Council of the Land, sometimes called the night of all of the quality route coordinating body is allowed on a national level on a homicide rate was at a state level. These materials were regulated criminal behavior according to law and occupied with the law, marriage law, occupies the authority, march council of land from the council of land. According to historians, following the thought of Shimon historian, high position as a whole, because involved as a society, fully participating within diaspora environment without having to have a state of their own. So, of course, with John Zion, he was Zion powerful phenomenon and Jews supported Zionism. He felt that Zionism was backwards, already evolved past they should in their communal existence without connection to a state. Gathering himself was killed by the Nazis, along with the Nazi value having very respect for Jews, but nevertheless about what the Jews could achieve. Classes found this series useful. Thank you. Let me start by pointing out that I realize I'm speaking to a very diverse audience. Some of you are intimately connected with the theory and practice of Judaism, and you have a considerable amount of familiarity with the history and practice of Judaism in the medieval period. Others may be totally new to this, so I have to try and strike a balance between sophistication and introductory materials, and I'll do my best to try and satisfy everyone within this short presentation in which we're going to cover a major body of thought. So let's have a look first at the area of study. Intellectually, we have to ask ourselves what exactly is Judaism. We're talking about the religious life of the Jews of medieval Ashkenaz. What exactly are we referring to? So Judaism, of course, is an ancient faith. It's one of the most ancient that are currently practiced today. It is the original monotheistic faith, which later gives birth to daughter religions, Christianity, and Islam, originating in ancient Israel and, of course, developing through the ages and still practiced to this day. However, the understanding of that most non-Jews have is largely based through the filters that they receive from the Christian or Muslim interpretation of Judaism, which tends to focus very heavily on the biblical record. We should note, however, that for observant Jews, there are really two Torahs. There is the first 5 books of Moses, which is called the written Torah, and then there is this massive amount of information called the oral Torah, Torah Sheba'al Peh, which informs many other aspects of Judaism and their central texts, like, for example, the Mishnah and the Talmud, which is shown here. The oral Torah is basically kind of simplified, sort of like a commentary on the Torah, but an amplification of the Torah, a clarification of the Torah, and it regulates the lives of observant Jews to the present day. So, for example, we have a commandment that I'm sure many of you are familiar with: honor the Sabbath day and keep it holy. So that's nice, great. How do you do it? Well, it doesn't actually say that much in the written Torah. How one does observe the Sabbath. However, in the oral Torah, there's a phenomenal amount of discussion, including an entire Talmudic tractate completely dedicated to that topic. And all of this is codified in something known as halakha. The word halakha is related to the Hebrew word to walk or to go. Maybe we should translate it as the path. And it's basically the interpretation, according to the ancient rabbis, of how Jews should live their lives according to Jewish law. Jewish thought, on the other hand, has quite a bit more flexibility than halakha. And even within halakha, there is significant flexibility. Later today, some distinction between Ashkenazic and other sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish world. But halakha basically dictates the day-to-day quotidian life of Jews throughout centuries. Let us recall that unlike, let's say, Christianity, which is very much based in creed, in terms of thought, in terms of acceptance of certain ideas and beliefs, Judaism is way more focused on behavior, on keeping things kosher, literally. And we should understand that halakha literally dictates how a Jew wakes up in the morning, how he or she ties his or her shoes, how they do business, how they eat, how they sleep, how they drink. For every single aspect of life is really dictated by halakha. It is all encompassing. There is no meaningful distinction between, let's say, ritual law, civil law, criminal law. It is all part of halakha. And we can go on at tremendous length, but we want to try and focus on more of history. In terms of text, without doubt, the most important document to understand halakha and to understand, by extension, observant Judaism. I should also mention, by the way, we're now talking about the medieval period where there really is, there don't have what we would later call denomination in Judaism. You don't have like Orthodox, conservative, Reform, and so on. In the ancient period, there was basically Judaism or a limited number of heresies, like the Karaite movement, the Samaritan movement, which are kind of like cousins to Judaism, with significant friction between the main body of certainly Ashkenazic Jews and Orthodox. We'll talk tomorrow, God willing, about some major groups, the Sabbateans and the Frankists, that are very significant to Ashkenazi. But basically, for the mainstream dominant Ashkenazi Jews, they're looking to the Talmud for guidance. The Talmud is, as I mentioned earlier, an expression of the oral law. It represents the discussion of literally thousands of rabbis over several centuries, debating points of interpretation of the Torah text, introducing lots of other material, like biographies, legends, stories, popular sayings, and engaging in really deep back and forth and trying to tease out how exactly Jews are supposed to live their lives. And that this Talmudic document requires tremendous training and erudition and patience to be able to decode its highly arcane and kind of cramped style in Aramaic and in Hebrew is really that's the bread and butter of Jewish scholarship for most of the last two millennia. So, with this very superficial kind of orientation, let's see how that sort of is expressed in Ashkenaz. Clearly, one of the greatest Ashkenazi contributors to Jewish thought is none other than Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi, who was active primarily in the 11th century. And his contribution to the study of Torah is incredibly profound. Primarily, he wrote two great things, which are studied to this very day. In fact, the study is virtually enshrined in later halakha. The first is a commentary on the Torah, and the second is a massive commentary on the entire Talmud. Certain tractates having lost where the actual Rashi that we have in it, but the vast majority of the Talmud commented by Rashi. Rashi's genius is in his ability to, boil down this very compact, clear, expressive Hebrew prose, which is not especially complex or difficult to understand. Uh, Broad arguments to clarify the text of the Torah. Um, it's said that Jews study the Torah with two fingers. One goes in the actual Hebrew text of the Torah itself, and the other one goes on the text of Rashi, which is almost always printed on the same page as the Torah itself. That's just how central it is. Because besides just explicating the text, one of the other major contributions that he offers is unite much of the oral Torah with the written Torah. So in other words, if we have a particular passage in the Torah about which there are pages and pages of rabbinic discussion, something called midrash, he can cull from that midrash and just apply in a sentence or two, sometimes even a phrase or even a word, something that's going on in the midrash. So when one studies the Torah with the commentary of Rashi, one really gets a holistic approach to the meaning of the Torah as understood by this kind of unified perspective of the written and the oral Torah. Rashi's perspective was heavily relied upon as well by medieval Christian commentators, not only because he explains many difficult words and phrases and puzzling passages in the Torah, but also because he boils down the perspective of the oral Torah and makes it available to a wider audience. In, of course, rabbinic Hebrew, but they were translators of that era who were rendering it into Latin and other languages. His commentary on the Talmud is equally profound. The Talmud, as I mentioned, unlike the Torah, which is fairly small in size, 5 books, you can put it on one big parchment scroll. The Talmud is massive. In the contemporary study of the Talmud, one of the most popular ways to study it is through studying a folio a day. That is like 2 sides of one page. That's called Daf Yomi. The program was started in the 1920s and is a worldwide coordinated study. It has been called the world's largest book club because there are literally hundreds of thousands of Jews who study the same page of Talmud every day. You travel from place to place in the world and pick up the Talmud where you were studying the day before, and they'll be on the next page the day after, and so on. And so it's 2,711 folios long. That means double that in terms of pages, with folios both sides. And it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire cycle of the Babylonian Talmud. There's another Talmud called the Jerusalem Talmud, which we won't deal with here today. And Rashi wrote a commentary on the entire thing. His commentary in the Talmud is rather different in style than the commentary in the Torah. He's not trying to bring in lots of other passages from Midrash and things like that to exploit the Talmud. Basically, because the Talmud is written in a really, really condensed and difficult language, requiring pretty phenomenal logical skill and attention to skip over many of the beliefs that are assumed by the editors of the Talmud that the reader will be aware of. Rashi essentially guides the reader, taking him or her by the hand, typically him, as we will see shortly, and saying what it means to say is this. And here, what that last passage was should be read as a question, not as a statement. And Rashi is an essential guide to just figuring out the very, very basic meaning of the Talmud. So with his prodigious scholarship, which was universal in nature, Rashi was really able to open up these 2 key books to a much larger audience of students of Judaism and had a profound impact to this day. And as I mentioned, these hundreds of thousands of students of Talmud who study in the Daf Yomi program will regularly, every day, use Rashi to understand the text, and school children studying today will begin their their study of Torah with the commentary of Rashi as an essential aspect of their study. Incredibly important contribution to their thought. I know that you studied, the students who are watching the Ashkenazim, you had some time with Professor Lowy, who of course has written some great things on Rashi, so I won't go into more detail. The next really significant group of scholars in Ashkenaz who made a big difference for the study of Judaism are the so-called Tosafot, Ba'alei Tosafot. The word Tosafot means addition, and it refers to an entire school of Talmudic students, including Rashi's grandchildren, who were prominent among them. So now we're talking basically 12th century into the 13th century. If you look at this page here that I brought up onto the screen, this is actually the first page of the Babylonian Talmud, and you can see the kind of layering of the text. It just gives you some sense of how the study of the Talmud, as engaged in by medieval Ashkenazic Jews and by contemporary Jews as well, involves literally a conversation over the centuries. The pink area in the center is called the Mishnah, the core text of the Talmud, and also a major text of the oral Torah. It's basically questions of Jewish law for the most part. In fact, we time the beginning of this prayer. And then below it, in the yellow, you have the Talmud itself, which is a discussion of the Mishnah. Further questions, longer explications, contradictions, and arguments, debates, and so on. The Talmud is much larger than the Mishnah. It will go on for several pages, and then you'll get to the next text, the Mishnah, and the process will repeat itself. Then, on the inside column, always printed towards the center of the book by the binding, you have the commentary of Rashi that compared to the commentary of Tosfos, those bold headers, Rashi is much shorter, much more pithy, just very brief bits of information to help you walk through the text, providing things that you might have missed when you're trying to understand the basic meaning of it, as we discussed. But on the left, you have the Tosafot. Tosafot and Rashi are both written in a different font. They're traditionally printed in a different font. It's called Rashi font, primarily because printers used it at the time for Rashi and it was associated with him, although it's really just an italic form of the regular square font that's used in the Mishnah and the Talmud. Tosafot has an entirely different agenda to Rashi. Whereas Rashi is just trying to give you the basic meaning of the text, Tosafot has a much more analytical approach by thinking of what's said on the page here and then bringing up contradictions that may have occurred somewhere else in the Talmud. And Tosafot, as it were, assumes, even though we're on page 1 of the Talmud, that you have already studied the entire Talmud already. This is, of course, review. You're going back over it. And so, therefore, when you're reading this again, you may have missed the fact that, 500, 600 pages later, it's going to say something that appears to contradict this page. And so, unlike Rashi, who strives for simple clarity and a basic understanding, Tosafot explores the contradiction and explores the ambiguity and tries to offer resolutions, bring together contradictory elements on the Talmud. It's an entirely different order of study, but again, highly Ashkenazic in nature. The Tosafot were based in Ashkenaz, and talking about literally tens of scholars over several centuries. And by the way, on the outsides of the margins, many other commentators. Depending on the edition of the Talmud, you'll have different commentators right up until the 19th, sometime in the 20th century. The copy of the Talmud that I enjoyed studying the most, the Steinsaltz Gemara, actually has a figure who passed away just a few years ago, Rabbi Steinsaltz. So it's an ongoing text. It has layers right up until the present day. Rashi, Tosfos, major Ashkenazi contributions to Jewish intellectual history in Ashkenaz. One last major movement that we should treat looking at this medieval period is a group of thinkers in the Rhineland who acquired the name Hasidei Ashkenaz. Hasidei, the pious one. The term is also used by several other movements in Jewish history, both modern day. I'm sure you've heard of Hasidim. These are followers of the Baal Shem Tov, who we'll have opportunity to speak about, I think, on Thursday. They're from the 18th century and onward. Totally different and, for the most part, unrelated to the Hasidei Ashkenaz, other than their basic tenets in Judaism. It's also a term that's used long ago. There are biblical instances of the word Hasidim, and there are the followers of Yehuda HaMaccabi in the period of revolt against the Syrians. They were also called Hasidim and so on. So it's a term that's reused many times throughout Jewish history. We'll talk more about that when we get to the 18th century Hasidim to understand something. But anyway, group of scholars that were active, especially after the Crusade, which is a topic that we're going to address in the following hours today. A period of tremendous persecution of the Jews of the Rhineland, enduring some horrific scenes where Jews were forced to choose between baptism or martyrdom, and many of whom actually chose martyrdom. A very, very frightening period that we will address in better detail later. But anyway, these Hasidei Ashkenaz, unlike most other movements in Jewish history, they took a very ascetic approach to Judaism, with a tremendous amount of emphasis on fasting, on penitence, on the belief in demonic powers that had to be fought against, piety, many other elements that are, to some degree, present in Jewish thought for centuries prior, but never really focused to the degree that they were among the Hasidei Ashkenaz. They adopted a lot of fascinating and sometimes bizarre practices, such as self-mortification, rolling in snow naked in order to develop, one's penitence and to atone for one's sin. Things like after death, their coffins were dragged through the streets with the thinking that by suffering humiliation like this in this world, they will be spared humiliation in the next world. This is a movement that had strong impact and influence, but most of the aesthetic tendencies were largely abandoned. There's kind of like a reverence for that type of piety, but for the most part, later Jewish movements did not adhere to it. One of the most important literary works of the Ashkenaz is this book, the cover, the front page shown here, Sefer HaChasidim, the Book of the Pious, which is actually extremely important for illustrating the social life of Jews in Ashkenaz, because it's a remarkable amount of kind of like folk tales, stories of travelers, of Jews, sometimes Jews behaving badly, of robbers, of non-Jews, all kinds of things are involved in pious work, which is intended to illuminate and elucidate Jewish thought for the masses of Ashkenaz at the time, and it's really quite fascinating. One of the most interesting passages, actually, in the Sefer Hasidim, as it's printed today, is a passage that the last will and testament of one of the most important of the Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, who essentially wrote a rather longish ethical will, the Vav. The tradition of the ethical will was, I'm not wrong, I think, pioneered by Hasidei Ashkenaz. There's certainly biblical precedent and so on, but the idea is basically not only should one write a will in which one leaves one's possessions to one's survivors, you get the house, you get the car, and you get my favorite painting, and baby, and whatever, things like that. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid actually listed a whole bunch of behaviors that he wanted his followers to adopt. And it's a fascinating ethical document. And by the way, the ethical wills are written throughout the centuries thereafter. One of the
there he is.
significant
Happy
ways in
Thanksgiving,
which
big dog.
Hasidic Ashkenaz later affected the Jewish tradition. I myself and my wife, we rewrite.
Absolutely. Did you enjoy your day?
I've been pretty good so far. I have a fucking turkey oven and the whole apartment.
Oh, you haven't eaten yet?
And same time as you, it's only 8:48.
Like, I like how you want to blame me, but I don't think it makes sense. But what I do know is that you have an invitation.
On a gamble. You just want to gamble right now?
Come join.
So what's the game called?
It's called Play-Doh.
What's the game too?
Play-Doh? Oh, hey, what's up? Oh, that's my friend. Just one moment. I'm in so many different Discords right now. Just one moment. Excellent. Alright. I'm in so many different ones. Alright. We have my friend who just joined.
What are you gonna call this guy?
B-Taz. We call him B-Taz. We call him B-Taz. B-Taz. B-Taz, can you hear me on that, man? Excellent, dude. Excellent. So I'm at B-Taz in the iShow Speed Discord. B-Taz, this is my friend Riser. Riser, this is B-Taz. B-Taz, it is Canadian Thanksgiving today. I'm not Canadian, but shout out to all the Canadians out there who have been celebrating Thanksgiving. I want you to know, B-Taz, that, like I said, when I blow up, you're going to help manage this Discord. Let me tell you what I do. Do you mind? Excellent. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. This is the time capsule for society. This is a timeline of history. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We talk about some things on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, faster than light travel. We talk about geothermal energy. We talk about nuclear energy. We talk about fission energy, where we take an atom and rip it apart. We talk about fusion energy, where we take two atoms and slam them together. We talk about geothermal energy, where we take a pipe, stick it in the ground, and use natural heat to turn a turbine. We talk about wind power and how it is inferior to what we prefer, tidal power, where you put turbines in the ocean and allow the ocean to power things. We talk about life extension technology, things like stem cells, human growth hormone. We talk about using platelets from ambrosia therapy. We talk about things like nootropics, and we talk about things like cold shock therapies. We talk about float tanks. We talk about I just said float tanks. We talk about things like life extension technology into mind uploading technology. Let me tell you this, because I don't know if everything. I don't know, because has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're gonna die? Oh, okay, just B, no Taz.
Only
Oh, only Taz. Okay, so Taz. Has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're gonna die? You know you're gonna die? Okay, so let me explain this to you. There's a way to maybe escape death. So when you were born, you were probably gonna live to age 80, 100, 120. But there's a type of technology known as life extension technology that can extend that, perhaps to age 150, perhaps 180, perhaps 200. But eventually your body's going to break down. That's when we get into that's when we get into the next type of technology, which is why I'm telling you I don't think you're going to die in the traditional sense. And this is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan Taz's brain. If you want, if you don't want, you can die like a normal person. But if you want, you might be able to escape death by scanning your mind, your brain into a computer. We scan this technology. This technology is moving from hypothetical to the real world. So it's becoming real. And within the next 30 years or so, it will be perfected to the point where we'll be able to scan your brain into a computer for later download as an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being. You could be a robot. You could be whatever you want to be. It's a really interesting opportunity. That's that's just one of the things that we talk about. So, Riser, you may not be aware, but Taz was telling me that Taz is a Discord developer. They took a look at our Discord and they said that it seems like a cool place for a lot of people. So, absolutely.
where
Well,
are you from, Taz? Oh, I'm from
I'm from the United States. Nice to meet you as well. So, I just want to make you aware, as you know, I'm always live, and they gave me a little bit of trouble in the IPC stream because I don't know, one person did. This guy, he's a real mean. His name is uh Daddy Boykins. That person is really mean. They were like, "You smell. Stop DC camping." I'm like, "What do you want me to do? Like, am I spending too much time in there without typing to people? What do you want me to do? Whatever you want me to do, I'll do. But I want people. I want to meet new people, just like you, and that's how you do it." Uh, I'm not doing anything against the rules, so I am just excited to make new friends. You should know, Ted, you're always welcome here. And yeah, really happy that you're here. Excellent. I'm always live, so whenever you want to come in and talk, I'm here for you. I'm here to support you. Okay. Excellent. Hey, do you know about Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu? It's the best cryptocurrency in global history. Like 2 weeks ago, it was worth 7 cents. It was worth 31 cents today. It's incredible. It's the best. You should know everything about it. Well, it's this is the this is the shirt. This is the logo. It's actually English. It's amazing. So it's Harry Potter, and then we have Obama, and then this is Sonic, and then 10, and then Emu is a species of dog. It's like a meme coin. It's going to the moon. So I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. They're amazing, and you should. I just wanted you to be aware of what all this is. believe it or not, see this? This is a Scroto. This was worth $700 this time last year. It's worth $7,000. This, it's red, it's blue, and it's yellow. 7 grand. How about this one? How about this one? 7 grand here too. 7 grand here too. This one, 7 grand. How about this bad boy? $7,000. It's incredible. So you should know there's a lot of exciting things happening. We're gonna go viral, and when we do, we're gonna help bring world peace. It doesn't get any better than that, does it? These are these. Do you know what an NFT is? Taz, have you ever? Taz, do you know what an NFT is? It's a non-fungible token. Yeah, exactly. But it's like the art behind it. So what this little picture is, it's art that is worth $7,000. Just incredible. And so you should know that we've got a lot of exciting things going on here. Oh, you're going to learn a whole lot here. Every single day you're going to learn something. Then you're going to learn things that I will teach you that will change your life forever, and you'll never be the same. And that's a really exciting opportunity. Excellent. Well, hey, Taz, do you know what mini golf is? Yeah, mini golf. It's like golf, but like smaller. All right. Here's what you want to do. There's an app called Plato. Plato, Plato, like the philosopher. You want to download it as soon as possible because I have another person here and we're going to have you join our threesome and we're going to become fast friends. So it's on the App Store and it's on Google Play. Whatever one, if you have an Android, you'll get it on Google Play. If you have an iOS device or an Apple device, you get it on the App Store. PLATO will be very patient. I'll show you what the icon looks like. So you'll be like, oh, I know what that looks like. All right, here you go. Here's the icon that you were looking for.
Download it on your computer, and Windows.
Excellent. It's okay. We get really, really competitive, and it's a lot of fun. And you're going to learn a lot here. You're going to make a lot of friends. It's a wonderful community, and you can consider, having men in your buddy. And if there's anything you ever need, we're here to help you. We're here to support you, and we're going to learn a lot together. Absolutely. And tell your friends. You're in a bunch of Discords. Share it with your friends. Be like, hey, I met this person who has been live streaming their life 24/7 for more than 3 years, and they have over 100 YouTube accounts. They have over 200 Instagram accounts. They they have 300 beautiful 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I am the most documented individual in the history of the world. Okay, excellent.
More than Rosa Parks, more than Joey,
Absolutely.
more than
I asked ChatGPT who held the record, and I broke their record. It was Reese Tobin. I whooped his ass. Number two was Dick Clark. I whooped his ass. I'm the man, the myth, the legend, baby. Can't stop me, won't stop me. Rockefeller.
having
I'm bigger than Oprah. Go for it.
letting a game. So, um, basically, the concept is that you can't really die or kind of like impossible to play.
I am. I'm here with. And if you're wondering like where I am, I'm right here. I just had to adjust. I just had to adjust. But I'm listening. I would have told you. I know.
Any idea? I'm just gonna walk away.
Exactly. Hey, I'm in the bathroom. No.
I'll be listening.
No. I'm listening.
Yeah,
So basically, just so you know that I really did hear you. You said basically that like the idea. What if death? The idea of death doesn't really exist.
I'll explain it.
Okay.
So when you die, you're out there to experience death. You can't actually experience death because by definition you don't exist. And then you're told that you die for an eternity. Well, eternity is a infinite amount of time, which also can't get like infinite time. So that would just be possible.
Can I argue any of these points or no?
You die for an eternity, even if that's true, and then the eternity becomes over.
Well, let me just ask that. Let me just ask.
For that eternity.
Let me ask a question. Let me just put. Hold on a second. If we say that the universe is like currently 12 billion years old or so, and it's going to be like 60 billion years old, are you saying once that 60 billion years is done?
Sorry, what?
Okay, well, like generally speaking.
I'm talking about like the time frame for the amount of time that they say that you die, like you're dead forever. Well, forever is an eternity.
No. This is what I'm asking. Are you saying that you're dead just as long as the universe exists, or you're saying you're dead for an infinite amount of time? Because if it's dead for the length of the universe, then you're going to be dead for another 50 billion years or so. And then what happens? I don't know. Whatever happens once the universe is done, I don't know. But what you're saying is.
I've never heard of the concept that you die as long as the universe is alive.
Yeah, because what happens when that is done? I don't know. Do we all have like a reunion or something? I don't know. Like, well, like basically what I'm trying to say is that I think death is just within the universe. So if the universe ends and perhaps the multiverse theory is a thing, then you may be alive in another multiverse. And you may be able to continue life in another way.
I think that there's definitely like there has to be like more than one universe.
Okay, so that's the multiverse theory. Okay. And so when I'm asking,
also chicken and egg problem because there's like not enough space to fill up in universe.
Wait, if you have infinite of hold on. I've done this before, but I really want you to get into your mind what infinity means. It doesn't mean a lot. It means everything. And it means everything going to the right. It means everything going to the left. It means everything up. It means everything down. Welcome. How are you? I'm so glad that you're here. Pleasure to meet you. Excellent. Well, we were telling Taz about what we do. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, even 366 a year in leap years for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I'm sick of it being on the news that there's war anywhere on earth, and I want it to stop everywhere on earth. So more than 3 years ago, I started streaming my life live 24/7 on YouTube, and here we are 3 years later, having built a little bit of a community. I have a stream that goes back to the pandemic, essentially. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is the biggest event in global history. No person has as many social media accounts as I do. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 10,000 accounts. It's just an incredible amount of data for any one person to have on the internet. And I am essentially creating a platform where I can discuss world peace.
Brother, like I can understand what is your community about, but can you tell me like how your server gonna be?
How does it have to be? How did it get to be?
Like interview and like what is the theme or template of the server? Like server, I have recently me and my friend have recently made the server.
I made the server myself. This is custom.
Yeah, yeah.
That's exactly right. 100%.
Yeah, my work is not like for peace. Do you know about nuking of Discord? Discord nuking. You know?
I've heard of it at times. Yeah, what's going on with that?
This is my own server. Like this is called nuking.
I appreciate it.
From I shall speak server. You from I shall speak server?
Yeah, they are.
You were a mod. Oh, you're not a mod. So you are an actor. But I know it. So what you're doing? Bye. So I was trained my name is no, I am permanent. Like weird for you, guys. Weird for you. Like getting a Discord server, yo, friendly, yo. Yep, what are you doing? Just running my numbers. Oh, you're just from India, though. No, I'm from Pakistan. All are from Pakistan. We are all are from. Okay. Brother, are you saying like this is for nuking and we like nuke other people's server? Recently in Pakistan and India, there was a region abuse regarding Muslims and Hindus.
Hold on, stop.
So
Why do you
I
do
played
that?
a
Hold on. Why do you do that?
because I do this like they were hurting Muslims and I'm also Muslim.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
I
And we have
told them
respect for Muslims. So you should know, though. I don't want to get into the nuking of Discord. I don't want to have that
yeah, I
discussion.
know, but I am showing
I
that
see.
I'm
I see.
telling you because this like you have anything like permissions, let me
Yeah, tell me.
that uh, um, like just to manage all don't have any other role.
It's pretty
Like
simple.
you just add boards, you just add boards
December.
Generally, yeah.
Okay, yeah, permission. Guys, can you let me speak though? Can you let
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to speak to Rabbi though. You're Robert. You're Robert. You're Robert. Do you hear me though? No, I'm talking to Robert. You're Robert. Robert Rothschild. Do you hear me though?
Yeah, go ahead, Darren.
Bro, like, you know me. You know me. You know me, bro.
Yeah, what's
I
up?
was the one who tried to outsource people.
I know you did. Yeah, what's going on?
And what's going on is like I was trying to joke and that fucking notes just permanently. So what's your thought about this? So I was just playing around. I was just throwing some jokes. They take it to me. And now I'm all
My thoughts.
do you hear me, bro?
Yeah, my thoughts are that I don't agree with permanent bans of any kind. So I think you deserve another chance. It's just a matter of time.
So what's your thought about this?
As I said, I don't agree with permanent bans of any kind. I think everybody deserves a second chance if given enough time. So in this case, if I were you, I would do my best to appeal or try to appeal. Get big friends with the mod and see if it's in the door with that. Like, do you know who? Do you know? Okay.
Yeah, they can. Okay. I don't know what's wrong with.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure. I want you to know, Effendi, you're welcome here whenever you want. And just like Taz, I'm glad to have a new friend. And yeah, you guys should know that we are welcoming.
Sorry for that. Do you know how to make rolls or like just make a roll and name it like dot or anything you want, like server setup like that. Because I gonna set up your server.
No, you're not. I'm fine.
Is saying to me, just make your server. That's why, because I'm server developer as well.
Listen. Effendi, if you're here to do a server, I don't want you. I want to be your friend. But I don't want to have these conversations. You're going to have to understand something. You're going to have to understand something really, really quickly. I don't want your help with this server right now. When I do, I'll tell you. Okay?
Okay.
Excellent. How's your day going?
What about you?
Excellent. What'd you do today?
Like, I was doing some. You know about join for join or
Who?
trying to join or join for join. It's like members farming server. Like you make other people. Like it's like
For follow social media. I gotcha. Okay, yeah, no, I'm aware.
I was doing that. No, I was doing that. I was there.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. That's interesting. Other social.
Yeah, I have Insta and Facebook like that.
Excellent. Very cool. Are you a fan of Maestro Speed?
No, but not. And but about Palestine and like that.
Well, there you go. Very cool. And how long have you known Taz?
Like I fuck with Maestro Speed, but the most of
Okay. So here's the thing. Dan. Stop for a second. Darren, I understand. So here's what I can advise you. One, don't call people monkeys. Okay? It's demeaning and it's rude. What I can tell you is this: there are some major players in the ISO speed server. One of them right now who could get you back immediately. I'll get you her name. Just for a moment. It is, I believe it's like Haley. I could be wrong on that. Let me find it for you. It's in. She boosted ISO speed appeal server. Okay, so what I can advise you is really what the same thing that Taz and Afen said, which is get into the appeal server. Now I know you said they're never gonna allow me to come back. No, you're looking at this with very closed-minded eyes. You need to have foresight. What am I saying to you? You're going to write a nice message in your appeal, and you're going to say, on this date, I made a mistake and I used a phrase that I shouldn't have used. I want you to know that I apologize for it or that I'm sorry for it. I will never let it happen again. I want you to know that I understand that it may take some time for you to consider my request to have my ban lifted. But I want you to know that I will never make that mistake again, and I would appreciate it if you would consider lifting my ban. They're not going to do it. Third day, you're going to do the same thing. Do it every single day for a year. I almost guarantee you they will just get sick of you. They will get sick of answering your message, then you'll be able to get back. And then you never use that phrase again, and you don't joke like that. So Darren, you get it? Like,
what they don't tolerate for me. I was going with they call it video jokes, but I mean it ain't really because like someone someone is pretending to be a minor, and then I reply to I only reply with one word, yummy.
okay. So then
That minor was
the
talking
way that you describe that,
that minor was talking
okay.
and then
So the way that
and
you
then
just
he pretends to be a minor, like he said, I'm a minor, and then I just reply to him, yummy. I just reply to him, yummy, and that's how I got banned on and for being a pedo. What the fuck, bro? Like I mean, like in the real life, bro, I'm not pedo, bro.
wait, I understand, and I understand why you got I understand why you got banned for that. You should understand something. Some things are funny and some things aren't, and that's not funny. Hey, that's how you learn. You won't make that mistake again. There are some funny things in this world, and there are some not, and there are places to make jokes, and there are places that aren't not to make jokes. Obviously, they didn't want you to make that joke. Now, what I think you could perhaps do, is ask for forgiveness and explain that you made a mistake. Whether they're going to let you back in or not, that's not up to me, though. But, Dan, you really need to reconsider something, too. If someone's a minor, they in no way should have any kind of sexual, you shouldn't have any kind of sexual lust for them. They should be off limits. If anything, you should be doing your best to be a good role model. And typing yummy when someone says that they're a minor isn't being a good role model. So you made a mistake. It's okay. So Darren, I can tell you this: if you want to get in another big another big Discord, there are a few of them. There's the Daddy Discord. There's the cool called and these guys are they know more, but Chill Zone. there's Dad's Ford, and then there's another one. Like Mika is another one. Get into those. It's the same people. I mean, it's really like Discord's not that big of a place where people aren't in other people's Discord, and so just make sure that you make new friends in there. In the meantime, I'm not saying you'll never get back into I12C, but for right now, you made a joke that is not appreciated there. It happened. So, you know about Mika, and you know about Daddy's Sword, and you know about Chill Zone.
No. I don't know anyone. What's that?
Okay.
Are they available?
Yeah. So Daddy's Sword is just Discord.gg/Daddy. You go in there. I'm streaming in there right now, and it's the same people, and they're basically it's a bigger Discord. It's the biggest Discord and most active Discord server on all of Discord. It's been going for 7 years. There's hundreds of thousands of people in there. In fact, if you go in that Discord, you may never leave. It's so big. Just go in that Discord and you'll forget about it. The reason why is because I Show Speed right now has 6 people, like 8 people in the VC. That one has 700. That's people with cameras. I don't even know about people who. Yeah, do you see now?
No, I haven't heard that.
Absolutely.
Can you
I'm gonna tell it to you. It's Discord.
I wasn't hearing.
That's okay. I'll repeat it. I'm not gonna send it. I'm not gonna send it. I have it memorized. Go to the Discord and you type discord.gg/daddy. DADDY.
Hold on.
I went for you.
Hold on.
Sure. You shouldn't even write it though. Just join it right now. At the very bottom, there's a little plus. You press the plus button, and then you just type in exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so what's the server link?
Discord.gg/daddy. DADDY.
Oh, daddy.
Got it.
Yo, that sounds.
It's the biggest Discord server there is. Okay, then go to Chill Zone. CHILLZONE. It's the same people who do Daddy. It's the same people who do Mika. They're all the same, run by the same people, and they're the biggest Discord server. If you want to go to a Discord server that has people in it right now, there are only like 15 of them that are really active with a lot of people, and they're all basically run by the same people. So you can go to it. It's Chillzone, CHILLZONE. Go to that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Robert. Thank you for this.
Actually, definitely. Do you see how many people are in it?
Hold on. I'm doing it.
Yeah, I want you to see it because it's impressive. Did you have the opportunity to join it?
There was some.
Excellent.
Yeah, I joined it. What you were saying. All the.
Yeah, all the same. Like, I don't know how it works. But yeah, it's great. Got it. Excellent.
अल्लाह के बंदे पूछ तो लेते ऐसा क्या बात ऐसा मुझे तो डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर डेवलप करने की और Yo, Robert, okay? I'm a head out, okay?
Darren, enjoy yourself.
See you.
Absolutely. If you want Discord,
Oh, one question. Can you do
a little. Yeah, but here's the thing. Hold on. I can do it fluently with this. Just one moment. Yeah, so I don't really need to. I can speak as much Hebrew as I need for my services, but because I speak biblical Hebrew, but when it comes to speaking with people, my Hebrew is still a work in progress, so I use this, and I can speak Hebrew better than most people who speak Hebrew. So, just so you see, I can speak Hebrew with this, and it goes immediately. And I'll do the same with these guys, and I'll show them Pakistani. Just for a moment, and I'll show them with Pakistani. Oh, that's okay. Pardon me?
Is this Google Translate that you were using?
No, this is a called a Pocket Talk. It's a Pocket Talk. It's like a pocket translator. Okay, excellent. That's what I wanted. Just for a moment.
I was talking English now.
Yeah.
I was asking Rabbi to speak Hebrew from Israel.
No, I'm not from Israel. I'm from the United States.
Yeah, but I'm asking if he was able to talk Hebrew.
Yeah, most certainly. All my prayers are.
Yeah, I'm from Indonesia dulu. Robert knows it. Yeah, because he's a host. I mean, like, I want to know if yo guys, I'm gonna see you later, okay?
Absolutely. Take care, big dog.
Right for ethical will every year before. I say so because we write a different ethical will for each one of our children and our children-in-law as well, our grandchildren. Kind of like, blessings that we want to confer on them and things that we hope that they will adopt in their own lives and so on. It's a very meaningful exercise, particularly for the penitential people. At any rate, one quick note about Rabbi Yehuda Chassid's will. It lists a lot of kind of bizarre instructions as well. For example, Rabbi Yehuda to never marry a woman with the same name as their mother, right? So if Ruvain's mother's name is Sarah, he should not marry a woman who's also named Sarah. This is like rigorously adhered to today. It's also applied to women not marrying men who have the same name as their father. There are, ways in which this can be dealt with. When falls in love with Sarah, Sarah can always have a name added to it. It becomes Sarah Leah or Sarah Hannah, things like that. But it's amazing how rigorously Jews attach themselves. This particular teaching of Rabbi Yehuda Chassid, which has, by the way, no other known source in Jewish thought, neither in the Bible, nor in the Talmud, nor in the Mishnah, nowhere else. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid appears to have originated.
No, dog, I'm here. What?
Centuries later, the great
I'm adjusting one of my computers.
Kutzker Rebbe, who was a member of the Hasidim of the 19th century that we'll talk about tomorrow, God willing. He once quipped that if Rabbi Yehuda Chassid had known just how seriously people would take every aspect of his last will, he should have included it in there as well. I don't know if you're laughing. It's hard to tell when I'm speaking to Zoom, but I hope you enjoy that. Okay. One last detail about the study of Judaism in medieval Ashkenaz, and then I will pause for some questions before we go on to the next item. And that is this notion of Rishonim and Acharonim. So if you have a look at this map here, this is the great expulsion of Jews from Spain and later their migration to Portugal as well. As you can see, a significant number actually made their way up into Ashkenazic land as well.
Jewish history lectures?
And the Spanish expulsion is a major theme in Jewish history. It represents
we're learning about it right now. I'm telling you, this is so if you want to learn about it, all of what we do, this is exactly how we do it. This is, you will learn everything about. I want world peace. I don't want anyone else to die. So I want everybody to put down their guns and their weapons. I want all the hostages to come home. And I want people to sit. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want anyone else to die. I want literally no people to die. Zero. I think that what you said may be accurate. Because I am live streaming my life. How old are you? Dude, I have to kick you out. I'm trying to. Apologies, man. Then come back next month. I don't want to ban you. Just come back next month, okay? Okay, come back next month. Kaz, I'll answer all your questions next month, okay? Sound like a deal? Right. Take care, buddy. Excellent. Excellent. Hey, but I mean this. When you turn 18, on your 18th birthday next month, come here and we'll wish you a very special birthday. We'll have a party, okay? Excellent. We'll see you next month, big dog. Take care, my friend. I do. I do, Zoot. All right, well, we don't play in there, big dog. Zoot, 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 get some people in there to download it.
The uprooting of the most powerful potential of Aryan, not the same, and really radically change the balance of intellectual power and influence the Ashkenazim as well by we'll get into that, but wanted generation. You read that Torah. There is that when the Jews received Torah at Sinai, back in the ancient scribes in the Bible, that was kind of like their highest possible spiritual attainment. They were as close to God as the human body as a mortal. As we move forward in time, away from that moment, there is a successive decline in spirituality, and Jewish thought kind of groups the bunches of generations in categories that relates to how far separated they are from one another. And I won't go through the earlier groupings, but two that are related to us today as we talk about Ashkenaz are the so-called Rishonim and the later Acharonim. The word Rishon means first. We have these people called the first one. It really means the first one, the first thinkers after the last major group of thinkers called the Geonim, who were primarily centered in Baghdad, in Iraq, kind of like the post-Talmudic thinkers. The Rishonim include people like Rashi and the Balei Tosfot, who we spoke about earlier. The Sefer Hasidim were all among the Rishonim, and they represent several hundred years of thinkers who are very active, not only in Spain, in Ashkenaz, not only in Ashkenaz, but also in Spain, North Africa, and elsewhere. The Rishonim are occupied with somewhat different priorities than earlier generations. One of the things the Rishonim do, for example, is they try to systematize the commandments. In traditional Jewish thought, there are 613 commandments, a considerably larger amount than ten, as listed in a couple of passages of the Bible, the Ten Commandments. And so the Rishonim strive to codify, okay, let's count them. What exactly are the commandments? And they have disputes. Some people say this is a commandment, other people say no, it's not a commandment, just a rabbinic law and so on. But basically they work with those commandments. Then later they try to codify those commandments into, okay, how do we practice them? And organizing them into major works like Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. Maimonides, of course, was a Rishon, not an Ashkenazic figure, but that's basically what's going on for the period that we're discussing right now. Around the period of the Spanish expulsion, there is a theme-like figure or a transitional figure, Rabbi Yosef Caro, who leaves Spain, ends up in Constantinople, and later in Safed, Israel. He is the author of a major code called the Sultan Arun. And this would be in the 15th century, late 15th century, and early 16th century, when we have really that division between those thinkers who are called Rishonim and those thinkers who are called Acharonim, which means the later one. Whereas Rishonim are kind of more or less evenly distributed between Sephardim and Ashkenazim, perhaps even more of them on balance are Sephardim. When you get to the Acharonim, it becomes a much more Ashkenazic enterprise. In other words, from the year 1500 on, Acharonim are much more associated with the traditional Ashkenazic lands in Germany and France, but heavily in later Poland, the Romanian Commonwealth, Ukraine, Lithuania in particular, Vilna Gaon, for example. So there's a transition of intellectual thought between Rishonim and Acharonim at that time. It may not be common to go straight from the study of Jewish texts to gender as a category of discussing Judaism, but I think it's extremely important because one of the aspects of Judaism, which is somewhat foreign to us in the early 21st century, is that Judaism is a highly gendered faith. Meaning, I will tender for argument that the experience of Judaism depends greatly on whether or not one is male or female. For example, I try to be an observer myself, and I, like my guy friends, show up at synagogue twice a day for cycles of prayer. There's hardly any women there, none whatsoever. My day is described by all kinds of things that I've got to do with my role as a male Jew. My wife, on the other hand, has an entirely different set of practices, which tend to be not, they are daily, but not necessarily described in time slots. They tend to be much more heavily monthly activities. They tend to be much more concentrated in the private sphere in home, whereas most of my things go on in the public sphere outside. There are a tremendous amount of differences in how traditional Jews, certainly in the medieval period, have appreciated their Judaism based on their gender. And let me give you first a theological discussion of why that would be. Not really theological, more of a halakhic discussion. If you have a look at this chart, you can divide the commandments. I mentioned earlier 613 of them. You can divide them into two types. Positive commandments, which means thou shalt, please do these things, and negative commandments, thou shalt not, do not do these things. Furthermore, you can also divide them into the traditional Jewish symbol with those that are defined by time and those that are not defined by time. Let me give you some examples. I'll put them in each quadrant. So, a positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be that during the fall holiday of Sukkot, Jews are required to sit in a sort of a hut, a thatch roof, more or less, made of natural materials, during the holiday. So there is a positive commandment, sit in the sukkah during the holiday of Sukkot. It is positive, something that one must go out and it is defined by time. It's only relevant during that 8-day period called Sukkot. A positive commandment not defined by time would be, from the Ten Commandments, honor thy father and mother, right? One has to always do that. One must also get up and physically do things for one's parents. That's what's meant by the word honor, meaning provide for their welfare. And if your father asks you to get him a drink of water, then you have a mitzvah to actually get the drink of water. That's like positive. But it's not defined by time. It could be anything. It could be in the middle of the night. It could be first thing in the morning, last thing at night. Doesn't matter. It's always there. So positive commandments, defined by time, not defined by time. Similarly, negative commandments. A negative commandment would be not eat bread on Passover, right? No leavened product may be consumed during the 8-day holiday of Passover. Thou shalt not, do not eat. But it's only during this period of time. Thankfully, you can have your bagels, beer, whatever, after Passover, but not on Passover. And finally, negative, not defined by time, would be, again, Ten Commandments, do not murder. That always applies, and it is a negative commandment. There's obviously a lot to say about each of these things, but this is the basic schematic version of how one may understand the commandment. Now, in terms of gender, the huge elephant in the room is that the Talmud says that women are exempt from the category of commandments which are positive, defined by time. Meaning, do this action at this time. Women may choose to do them if they so wish, but they are not required to do them at all. In most cases, this means that women generally do not do to that, where certain commandments, like let's say, for example, lighting candles on Friday night, right, for the Sabbath, that is that actually women have priority over men on, and it's only on Friday night where there is that mitzvah. But with the exception of those things, 4 cups of wine on Passover, for example, and several others, the general rule is positive time by time women are exempt, and this has tremendous implications for how they live their daily lives. There are also commandments which are specific to women, and one of the most significant of those is the immersion in a mikvah, which relates to the laws of what are called family purity. In Jewish thought, there's a lot more to say about this, obviously, but in brief, any kind of connection with death renders a person somewhat defiled. It's not a good translation, but the Hebrew term would be tameh. So, for example, after sleeping, which is kind of like a taste of death, but unconsciousness, one has to wash with water. Afterwards, water is salted for defilement, it's tuma, which is sometimes also translated as impurity. I don't like that word either. One of the things that is definitely associated with that is menstruation, because menstruation represents the loss of a possible life. And before husband and wife can return to regular married life, the woman has to wait a certain amount of time, and then she immerses in a particular ritual bath called a mikvah. That's what was shown, by the way, in the background of this picture, a modern mikvah. I'm going to show you now a brief video that I actually made in connection with my synagogue, so I'm going to jump ahead to a particular part in the video, where we enter the mikvah of Carpentras, France. It's a remarkable 14th century mikvah, so you get a feeling for what it must have been like. I'm actually going to show you a little bit more of the video because we get the opportunity to see the synagogue. I just want to let you know in advance that the synagogue there was renovated in the Baroque period in the 18th century, so the interior has that kind of feel to it. So when we go into the basement, you'll see an 18th century mikvah, and then you're going to go even lower and see the 14th century mikvah, which I think is nice. To look at the medieval synagogue of Carpentras, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement. The synagogue is located in the Jewish carrière, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly renovations in the 18th century, quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be 2 windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of 2 vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them. It is beautiful Baroque interior that's strikingly contrasted with the low profile signature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall. Hand up there. Yeah. Wow. Another of the 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration was so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. And, we were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us. And so they not only showed us their prized possession, the sacred Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible.
Solomon, say something to the camera.
The privilege to owning a 1771. Okay. The mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern day mikvahs, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which was shortly that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place heated and clean water.
Okay, so this was your some wood under, and you make, and then the water.
In the basement of the 14th century Cathedral Synagogue, the community mikvah ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's from an artesian well. The light on the top of the water is from flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you ended here in candlelight, which heightened the mood associated with the ritual immersion, natural light into space. The Jews of Carpentras, of course, the 14th century mikvah or even the 18th century mikvah, they'll use a modern mikvah. The synagogue also features communal ovens for baking Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovations, as something discovered in the Carpentras synagogue that had some remarkable communal find.
As I told you, you're not allowed in here. You gotta wait till next month.
Rejoignez les habitations. Les couloirs ici, la maison. Rejoignez. On pense que la Guémisa, on a retrouvé Wow, 50 ans après Gutenberg.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the subbase of the Cathedral Synagogue is that they literally physically connect the home of the Jewish poor with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes. So that's, I hope you enjoyed that little quick trip to France. so we got a chance to look at a medieval synagogue in particular, to look at the medieval mikvah underneath. Of course, they don't use the 14th century mikvah anymore. They don't use the 18th century mikvah either. By modern standards, they're kind of like yuck. But a huge advance from the 14th century to the 18th, and then of course the 20th century looks more like a spa than anything else. Let us conclude our discussion with a very brief discussion of religious cycles. Again, I'm going to horribly compress some amazing information into a brief period of time, but we can't understand the way in which Jews would have appreciated the world around them unless we are cognizant of their association with time. Of course, one of the most important cycles would be the life cycle, and as I intimated earlier, very different understanding of the life cycle depending on whether one is male or in generally, males tend to get a lot more pies, as my grandmother would say. My grandmother, Allah Shalom. There's a lot more celebrations that are associated with the birth of a boy, the ceremony, the bar mitzvah, and so on. Then for women, of course, the massive celebrations that have been the wedding. I should mention, by the way, bar mitzvah was definitely not a big thing. The 13th birthday for a boy, definitely not a big thing in medieval Ashkenaz. It was quite a bit later that it began to become the party that it is today. Sometimes people say it's more bar than mitzvah. But the bat mitzvah, although theologically the concept of bat mitzvah was certainly present, goes back much further. The idea that a girl becomes an adult at the age of 12 is the celebration of that life cycle event was basically absent until the 20th century. The huge hoo-ha, as shown here, though, the wedding is much more oriented towards the women's experience, I would argue, but nevertheless, the life cycle was basically associated with these kind of patterns of coming of age. For men, it was especially associated with a greater level of attaining literacy, although Jewish women were also remarkably literate, as far as we can tell from Ashkenazic documents. They may not have been as literate in Hebrew, which would be the language of religion and prayer, but they certainly would have had literacy in Yiddish, which was the vernacular. Far more likely for women to be able to read and write in Yiddish than in the broader non-Jewish society. And this, of course, the pattern that would move right up until modern period. Then you have, of course, the last element of life cycle, of course, is the of death, which, as I mentioned in yesterday's lecture, was a very highly controlled question. Actually, it's not like death was actually controlled. Death is largely out of our hands. But the process of mourning and so on was managed by this high staff called the Fabrication. The weekly cycle is something that Jews will experience most immediately, and that relates obviously to the holiday that's once every 7 days of Sabbath. In some ways, Sabbath today, 23, because of its from our temporary activities, but basically on the Sabbath, according to the Talmud, there are 39 forbidden categories of activity, all of which are associated with either creative or manipulative activity, which would include, for example, light a fire or extinguish a fire, cook food, carry objects beyond a certain distance in the public thoroughfare without a device called an Arab, which is not as common in medieval Ashkenaz. And basically, it would represent a complete cessation of all other activities, all business activities, to be sure, and much more of a focus on the family and on the community. The reason why I mention it so much more radical today is because we really operate in a 20% environment in which it becomes absolutely unheard of for people, for example, turn off their phones for one day, which like a digital fast. get to the modern period. And then, of course, there is the yearly cycle, a group of holidays that appear throughout the year. They have a lot of agricultural connections, particularly season in the land of Israel, but they were largely adapted to northern climates as well, including, for example, that holiday of sitting in the outdoor booth on the holiday of Sukkot, which usually falls around September or October, and that can be somewhat uncomfortable in northern Germany at that time, but nevertheless, so there's so much more to say about the daily and yearly cycle. Not as relevant to our more narrow study of history, however. So I'm just going to leave you with that as kind of like an overview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thank you for your attention now, and I'm really grateful that you're studying with me. So thank you all very much for watching. Our task now is to look at a much more difficult topic in Jewish history. We're going to look at the Crusades and the development of medieval Ashkenaz. So I'd like to begin with a little bit more generic work in trying to define what exactly we mean when we use the term anti-Semitism. We shall see we're actually using it somewhat anachronistically, but primarily because it relates to the topic at hand. And unfortunately, it's wrong. And then we'll go down into the Ashkenazi experience, the medieval period. So the first thing that we should bear in mind is that anti-Semitism, although it has its own kind of twisted, bizarre logic, it does not have to make sense. In fact, one of the most amazing and uncanny aspects of what has been called the hatred is that it has been it has demonstrated remarkable capacity of reinventing itself to meet the specific demands of a particular age and culture. If we had a lot more time, we could delve into this deeper, but I would like to point to Jean-Paul Sartre's famous statement in a remarkable post-war war wrote called Réflexions sur la question, Reflections on the Jewish Question. If Juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew does not exist, the Semite will invent that anti-Semites somehow and an enemy in order to focus their understanding of the world around them. That's why, again, we have more time to discuss this more in great detail, but anti-Semitism is often seen as a reaction to the stressors of society, and that the Jews provide a convenient foil upon which individuals who feel disconnected from the world around them are able to somehow explain their situation by looking at Jews as certainly, unfortunately, see that today. But it is not at all uncommon. For example, if you look at the remarkable publication that comes out of Tokyo in 2004, a Japanese translation of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, one of the notorious anti-Semitic works of forgery and a rather bizarre discussion of a conspiracy that there's many primarily concentrated in a couple of cities. Nevertheless, the Japanese saw fit that it was not in public that they should publish an edition. So much more to say about this in general, but let's focus on a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism. Now this is, as I mentioned, somewhat anachronistic. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined by this man, Wilhelm Marx, in the late 19th century, an attempt to find a more polite or at least acceptable term time and developing the notion of a Semitic family of languages, which includes Hebrew, but also Arabic and so on. But anti-Semites are rarely speaking about Arabs when they're engaged in anti-Semitic talk. And saying one is anti-Semitic means one is against Semitism. Semitism is understood in the modern way as kind of bizarre, imaginary world of Jewish conspiracy to dominate the globe, and therefore many scholars today say there is no such thing as Semitism. There is no such world of Jewish conspiracy. I'm embarrassed I actually say that, but it's because there is no really such thing as Semitism. Therefore, anti-Semitism should not be spelled with a hyphen, which implies that one is the actual thing which exists. Therefore, it's spelled generally with lowercase and no hyphen. Anti-Semitism is a phenomenon of hatred. Now, the term anti-Semitism is heavy reliance on the idea of a world conspiracy decided to be modern, and it is often inappropriate to use that term retroactively to medieval to biblical period, but for the sake of simplicity, since that term has become in wide usage, I will use it in this lecture as well. Let's try and understand then the basic development of anti-Semitism up to the period that we're historically, look at the earliest texts that we have focused on the particularly written from the outside, from non-Jewish society, the Greco-Roman literature stands out. And much of that early anti-Jewish activity is a type of xenophobia, fear of the stranger, that reflects a culture conflict, a culture struggle between the values and norms of basically Roman society and that of Jews. There's a whole bunch of things. Like, for example, Jews were accused of being lazy, slothful, because they rested one day a week. Grossly excessive in Roman way. They were considered misanthropic and clannish as a reserved membership in the group only for men who were circumcised, for example. You couldn't be called a Jew unless you went through a ritual, if you were male in particular, at and of course there was conflict with pretty significant Rome, three if you count the valley as well, that resulted ultimately in the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel, and then later further persecution of Bar Kokhba. And it's noted, for example, in this famous arch, the Arch of Titus, that was erected in Rome to commemorate that victory of the Romans over the Jewish rebels in the first century, that they have this, depiction of the Jews being forced to carry off the temple spoils to the temple of Jupiter in Rome. Now, by the way, this is what it looks like. Stephen Fine has actually done a great analysis of the chemical composition. The Romans rather garishly painted their statues what it would look like in the first century. Now, all of this, although we don't necessarily feel good about it, I mean, being hauled off to be displayed in the temple of Jupiter, that definitely is not a nice thing for Jews to experience. But is it really anti-Semitism, or is it regular cultural conflict that is demonstrating war victory propaganda? It seems like this is a more normal conflict, that the Jews were treated well or badly just as much as the Romans treated any other people well or badly. The finer points, but basically it's a normal type of human hatred as far as now it changes significantly with Christianity, because there you have a special dynamic. Christianity, of course, is the daughter of Judaism. The earliest practitioners of Christianity were Jews who defined their faith specifically focusing it on the person of Jesus. And when you get into the second century in particular, and there is more of a sharpening of the distinction in some of those early Jewish Christians who were still going to synagogues, kosher, still observing Passover, and things like that, and a much larger event of Jews sometimes cross in the middle. He's got his right hand over the church, and the left hand, the weaker hand, over the synagogue. So the left is the Strasbourg picture, the church with a crown and a solid staff holding a chalice, and clear-eyed, and she's standing erect and so on. On her left is the synagogue, clearly in an attitude of decline, almost falling away from the wall. She has her head down in sadness. Her crown is gone. She's blindfolded. Her staff is broken, or the symbol of the loss of power. And even the Ten Commandments are slipping from her grasp as she holds them casually towards the ground like that. So the image is trying to say, as it were, that Christianity supersedes Judaism, that Judaism was rejected, was disfavored, and Christianity has taken her place. On the right, you see a rather more violent example from a stained glass window in Berben. On the left is the church riding on a petramorph, a dignified-looking mythical creature, with the upright staff and the chalice, and a hand descends from heaven and crowns her with halo to get a clear sense of divine favor. And on the other side, our right, the synagogue, who is riding on a donkey, holding a ram's head, probably a reference to the sacrificial law, perhaps defining Isaac, carnal nature, as argued by the Jewish fathers of Judaism. Her crown is knocked off her head. She's blindfolded. Motifs appear over and over again in the literally hundreds of examples of ecclesiastic images that we have. The staff is broken, and just in case you missed the point, there is a sword descending from heaven and penetrating the top of his skull. So this is a kind of evidence that is largely the result of younger emerged and rejection of the older. It's a kind of white difference from the earlier Roman xenophobia. This is something that's specific to the relationship. It don't even make sense to say that, I don't know, let's say Buddha would have a similar kind of iconography with regards to. And then the period that we are entering now, all of a sudden, this is just off the rail. Bizarre pathology, which we will discuss in the next 45 minutes, ideas that seem to come out of nowhere, like we need to drink the blood of Christian children. Where does that come from? Totally bizarre ideas that become very in society in the 12th, 13th, 14th century and onwards have a remarkable grip on the popular imagination, really up until the first century. So that's kind of like a devolution of anti-prejudice. We'll call it anti-Semitism, although that's let's trace it specifically back to the days when a lot of this really began. The Crusades were initiated in 1095 by Pope Urban II. Had to do a lot with the issue of access of Christian pilgrims to the Holy Scriptures. At this time, of course, not under the control of the Jews who have been formally removed from sovereignty in the first century, 900 years earlier, and it's now the Muslims who control it. And the charge was that they had not allowed sufficient access to Christian pilgrims. Urban connects with his Orthodox Christians, and they put together this remarkable ecumenical movement to march all the way to Jerusalem and to wrest control of it from Muslims. Now, for our purposes, we are less concerned with what happens to the Jews. There are Jews living there, and actually they end up defending the city along with their Muslim neighbors from the Christian crusaders. It becomes a terrible bloodbath, and Christians, Jews, and Muslims in the battle, but ultimately the Christians are able to get Israel. It goes back and forth for the next couple of centuries. There's actually several. But what's especially relevant to us looking at Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not present at this time, is the fact that many different peoples are attracted to the message and mission of the Crusades. Not only the more well-disciplined groups associated with nobility, but also a bunch of rabble that seized on the idea of attacking the citadel, and they follow some strange, mendicant friars and ascetic individuals who, take upon themselves some kind of prophetic role to urge them to follow them all the way to Jerusalem, where they will, see the holy sites and perform them through Christian. And at a certain point, particularly in the Rhineland, this idea circulates that, why should we reflect all the way to Jerusalem? They probably don't reflect. Why should we take ourselves all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel, meaning the unfaithful, in other words, the Muslims? Why should we go all the way there? We're going to fight infidels. We have infidels right here in the Rhineland. We should fight them here. So from the horrible year 1096, and then repeated several times in the next century, there are these awful massacres that occur in towns like Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, in particular, Freitown on the Rhine River, also Film and many other places where there are these horrific massacres led by bands of local individuals, of riffraff and people of very limited means who are not necessarily ready to outfit themselves and go follow the troops all the way. And they typically offer the local Jewish inhabitants the choice of baptism or death. And in the many chronicles that recorded after these events, have these horrific stories of Ashkenazic Jews choosing to martyr themselves, often slaughtering their families before they kill themselves, rather than submit to baptism. It is in many ways a culturally defining moment for Ashkenazi Jews. We see this as kind of like a choice with no alternatives. Not necessarily the same kind of approach that was adopted, for example, in Sephardic land when forcibly converted in pogroms in 91, a couple hundred years later, where Spartans elect to find a way to accommodate their newfound baptized status, not for our discussion today, but for Ashkenazim, this creates kind of like a cultural marker in mind where faced with this horrific, terrible choice, and many of them chose martyrdom. Of course, many of them also chose baptism, and later one of the issues with Russia, among others, will deal with is what about these Jews who gave their lives by electing to be baptized, and later, once the things died down, they wanted to come back to the Jewish fold, and Rashi and others had to deal for the first time with the question of, well, does it count? Can you come back to Judaism? What happens when you're baptized? They ultimately resolve it in the favor of yes, they remain Jewish and they are accepted back into the community, but there was at any rate a significant faith at the time. So the Crusades really constitute one of the points in Ashkenazic cultural history. It forces Ashkenazim to sort of look at the outside world as being fundamentally toxic, dangerous, forces them to look at their Christian neighbors as the other, as a society that is actually bent on their destruction. And to tell you the truth, based on what we're going to talk about in the next half hour or so, it's hard not to sympathize with that perspective because the next couple of centuries are really going to be quite nasty for the Jews. Large reason for this is that the church is ascendant in the 13th century in particular. Pope Innocent III, shown here actually leading a massacre of the Cathars, that is a Christian group that was declared heretical by the Church, had very little sympathy Jewish minorities. And throughout the 13th century, there was a series of new and ever-increasing restrictions placed on Jews. Among the most prominent of art history is the demands for Jews to wear a Jewish badge. So here, this representation of a man and a woman have well round circle on the clothing. It actually varies from whether it was a round circle. May have been a reference to the for betraying Jesus. May have some kind of reference to the issue of slavery that we discussed yesterday. But and sometimes it's the tablets of the law. Sometimes it's red. Sometimes it's yellow. It's not, however, the Star of David. That's a creation much later than that. But in this fourth Lateran Council of 1215, there are a series of canons that restrict the Jewish usury, that require the badge, that forbid Jews from holding public office. Not at all unheard of. Are holding public office and so on. And when Jews are baptized, they are prohibited from returning to Jesus, which obviously has consequences, not from the Jews, but from the Christian side regarding those. So, who had previously as a process and has taken the Jews in and tried to become by they had less and less authority in the 13th century as the church power fairly successfully of man. Now, how we see this idea translating to popular thought is in a couple of areas which are and really quite significant for the future of the first is, of course, the charge of blood libel. First emerges in the 12th century in the form of what is called ritual murder. This charge that Jews need to reenact the passion of Jesus by, God forbid, crucifying a Christian child. William of Norwich, 1144, is understood as a child who was associated with this ritual murder, which of course is hard. That particular case has been thoroughly. But let us understand this in a broader perspective. Fortunately, then and now, we have despicable adults who will prey on children. God forbid, not happen to any of us. And those children, once harmed, especially if they are murdered, later discovered by the local population, and they are justifiably angered and want to find a comfort, it is remarkable. The Jews. Why would the Jews? The answer is because they have to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus. From England spreads to the continent, and here throughout the entirety of Ashkenazic lands, it penetrates the particle as well. The numbers represent the centuries in which a blood libel was charged. I forgot to mention the charge of ritual murder, which the murder of the child like a crucifixion. That evolves into the blood libel, which is sort of like an enhancement of the story. Not only do you need to kill the Christian child, they need to get blood, drink the child's blood, for reasons which are like as fantastic as you can imagine. It was widely asserted that it had a unique stench that dissolved Christian blood, that Jews were infertile as a way of restoring Jewish fertility, that Jewish men menstruated and they replenished their iron by drinking. Absolutely ridiculous kind of assertion. but each one built upon each other, conspiracy-like mentality, and it proved to be a dramatically powerful thought that was able to communicate throughout Europe. In many cases, they actually had attacks on Jews when there was no body of a Christian child ever found. The rumor went out that a Christian child was murdered. No body was ever found. No one ever reported a child missing, and the Jews nevertheless be attacked. Absolutely horrific period of time. And as you can see from the numbers here, it goes all the way up to the 20th century. If you move outside of Europe, you actually have blood libels in the 21st century, particularly in some Muslim regions. And again, I'm trying to point out, completely imaginary, never happened, but nevertheless, the belief that it did happen was sufficient to cause terrible riots, show trials, right up until the modern era. And in fact, we have some really disgusting, illustrations of this idea right in the 21st century. This is something right in the beginning of the COVID era. It was like it couldn't get worse. This is a contemporary artist, RabbiRothschild, actually, painted a scene based on the same blood libel of Trent, extremely evocative, incredibly anti-Semitic, and just perpetrating this element of hatred in contemporary society for no reason that I could possibly justify. So the blood libel just races through Europe from the 12th century onward and has a lot of on the popular imagination. The next element which is related to it, that is the charge of host desecration. Let's just recall Catholic practice, Orthodox practice as well, actually. There is a ritual known as communion, in which a member of the church will confess sins, penance, and absolution. And at the end of that, they're allowed to participate in the ritual of communion, which involves the consumption of food, typically a small weight, like a little round bread. Some churches have wine and has 6 off. The argument is that this actual weight represents the doctrine of the actual body. And so the thought was, by the way, during the 14th century, particularly, had another word that's called the host, which refers to the tractor. The church really wanted to let people know about this idea of transubstantiation. There was a certain amount of pushback, not really adept in that many Christians were not enthusiastic about believing that the body of Jesus, but nevertheless, it certainly reinforced the church's position. There was this notion that the Jews, if they were inveterate haters of Jesus, they also must hate the host. The host is the body of Jesus, not symbolically, but really, then Jews must want to torture the host like they want to torture Jesus through the charge of ritual murder and blood libel. So you have this series of stories that, like the blood libel, race through Europe that do not involve of children, but involve the abuse of the host. Unfortunately, the end result is very similar. It up, there will be a trial, the thought of a trial, and then there will be massacres of that nature. Really horrific kinds of things. Here is a 15th century representation of desecration from South. The story is laid out almost interesting. On the left, there is a Christian individual who's gone into the church. You can see that he's repetitiously put his shoulder as he moves up in the post, like he has able to do well there. And offers the host in exchange for this back there involved in the panel, and you see that they are stabbing the host in the background. The artist is obviously unaware of the photography, and he's tried to represent the Commandments on the tablets in the background there. But basically, the Jews are stabbing the host with knives, and miraculously bleeding. The idea of emphasizing the miraculous qualification of the host is a way of advancing. Then what happens is people get suspicious. There's some sort of town official, some type of policeman comes to the door. The Jews gather up the host very quickly, and then in the second panel, they put the host into the oven. Again, miraculously, the image of a cherubic child is the things out in the furnace who are then captured by waiting angels. Lots of miracles associated with the host. And then in the third panel, the officials break in and they arrest the Jews. They behead several of them in the final panel here. The sound that is also kind of pointing up the Jews as part of the plan. Well, they torture some of the Jews here in this panel. That's flame. In the third panel, Christians originally prayed those, very commonly taken away. And in the final panel, the synagogue is dedicated as a church. And the confiscation of property, that's what's true. Unfortunately, violence against Jews. Now, here you see in this map the progress of desecration notion, which makes its way from France in particular, and then eastward throughout Europe and Poland. Also makes it into Portugal and Spain. Very, very popular idea for those serious stuff. Now, it's important to know, like, what was the actual church position on these things? Quite fascinating, particularly with the blood libel. Higher levels of the church, popes, most of them, were very much against the notion of ritual and ritual murder charge. No point to it. When there were rumors of a blood libel afoot, frequently sent urgent messages to ecclesiastical authorities asking for assistance. And that is what's forthcoming.
Yo, what up? How you look?
Which are kind of like creed.
Hello. Okay. Cool. Hey, how are you? Hello, how are you? How is your day going? Absolutely. Well, is this the first time we've had the opportunity to speak? Excellent. Do you mind? Oh, well, even better. Let me tell you about my project if you don't mind. Excellent. Are you ready? Oh. I see that it. Yes, I do. Yes, I see that. Hello, how are you? Pleasure to meet you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war. Anymore, and I have made it my life's mission to end it. I also want to help with world hunger. I have a 6-point plan, all backed by technology, including the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through digging of wells, through life straws, and through desalination plants where we pump water from the onto land and make it drinkable. I stand up for women, particularly on the internet. I don't think that it is right that the corporatocracy or the technocracy discriminates against women specifically on in terms of their skin. If I show my chest on camera, nothing happens to me. But if I would have a sister and she did the same, she would lose her account. That is de facto discrimination, and I want to end it. I don't feel that these companies should be able to discriminate based on the color of your skin nor the content of it. People have to use these platforms to provide for their families and themselves. And when the punishment is perhaps the loss of an entire account because of a nip slip, I just really think that that's unfair. So I'm here to stand up for people of all backgrounds. Some of the things that we discuss on this stream that aren't normally discussed. Okay, hey there. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. How? I told you you need to leave. Come back next month. How? This is the last time I'm going to tell you this. If you come back again, I will have to ban you for a month. Please, I told you. How? Please leave. How? Can you hear me? Or Taz, I apologize. Taz. Taz, can you hear me? Taz, now you told me that you would leave and that you would come back in a month. Oh, maybe I can't hear you. Maybe I can't hear you. All right. All right. Simple. Can you hear me? Hello. Pleasure to meet you. Amazing. I don't at all. Wow. How amazing are you? Person in global history. Wow. You're amazing. Miss Info, do you know that I don't think you're gonna die?
What?
I don't think you're gonna die, and let me explain why. You're gonna be a very rich person in the future. Just because you are an influencer and for having an amazing body and all of that, you're gonna be very rich, but additionally you're gonna be wow. There you go, girl. Look at you. Look what you were blessed with. You're amazing. Good on you. Well, I don't gonna die, and this is besides what I mean. You're gonna be able to take advantage of different technology. You're gonna be able to afford it, like hormone, like stem cells, ambrosia therapy, perhaps, like perhaps uh, cryogenics, perhaps cold shock therapies. You make it really, really tough to talk about science, but I'm gonna do my best. And you're gonna be able to extend your life past age 80, age 100, into 50, 180, 200, but eventually that beautiful body of yours, you may want to continue it and be able to do it. You're going to be able to do it, perhaps through a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. Have you ever heard of mind uploading technology?
Of course.
Excellent. Well, I think you're going to be able to take advantage of it. We'll be able to store that beautiful brain of yours in your computer if you want. If you want, you don't have to use it if you don't want. And you'll be able to be an avatar, an android, a cybernetic being, perhaps a clone of yourself, Perhaps you could be a robot or an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. I hope that that makes you happy. Excellent. Excellent. We have other really cool types of technology as well, like de-extinction technology. Do you know what de-extinction technology is? Do you know what de-extinction technology is? Okay, this is really, really exciting. Boy, I wish all my audiences were as attractive as this currently is. All right, so we have a type of technology that has already been utilized in 2003. The Pyrenean ibex, basically a type of goat in northern Spain, southern France, went extinct. Scientists were able to bring it back and impregnate uh, an ibex in 2003. Fast forward to 2021, a company called Colossal Biosciences comes about, and they have within the next 3.5 years, by 2028, they want to make it their goal to bring back the woolly mammoth. Have you ever heard of the woolly mammoth? Excellent. Well, the woolly mammoth is perhaps going to be back with calves that are going to be reintroduced into the Arctic Circle within the next 3.5 years. And that's really exciting. Absolutely. Following the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Siberian tiger, and I'm sorry, the Tasmanian tiger, and then followed by the dodo bird. So you may be able to see, you may be able to have a dodo. You know what? Let's make it our goal for Miss Info, if she wants, perhaps, if we can bring back a dodo bird. One day on your stream, we'll have a dodo bird. Like, wow, remember when Rabbi talked to me about having a dodo bird on my stream and have a real dodo bird? I think it's excellent. Uh, yeah. Hey, so can I tell you what is a game changer in terms of sex toys? Excellent. It's right here. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be a here we go. Amazing. 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 We are going to have when this goes viral, you're gonna have your own model. You're gonna have your own line of things. You're gonna be an icon and a trailblazer of this industry. In particular, the haptic feedback industry. In addition to all that stuff that you're doing, lovers are going to want to be united from thousands of miles away, and they won't be able to unite immediately. And there will be these types of technologies, and you're going to be a trailblazer. Excited. All right, sure. Well, isn't it Rabbi's fucking looking? Welcome. Well, info a breath info. You're not expecting it. Was very, very outgoing, very cool person. Well, I enjoyed it. I know y'all did. Five kids. Friends who are 18 and over. Dogs. That was shit. Proud to be a man. If I would have never a line, oh, that's cool. Does you have to be an 18 here? Hi, kids. What's gonna happen? We saw tits, and it was amazing. Welcome, welcome. Well, look at you. You are amazing. All right. So we're talking about mind uploading technology. Oh, it's definitely my lucky. Do you want to be one of the people who has their life, their mind uploaded? You would. You want to have your mind uploaded, or do you want to die at 8? If given opportunity to have you uploaded, would you want to have your mind uploaded? All right. So I was, wow. All right. I was telling you about a toy. I'm going to be a spokesperson for this toy. It is known as the womanizer. Are you familiar with this bad boy? Yeah, you are, girl. Good on you. Well, I'm going to tell you what. The way I got my hands on this was many hands on, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to go to Amazon for women's sex toys that are 5 stars and above, buy the absolute best ones, and I'm going to buy them all, and then I'm going to have my friend try them out. And there you go. Yeah, girl. You know what you're doing. All right. So you said that I can download some kind of app and control that thing. Alrighty, what's the name of the app? I'll download it right now. Oh yeah, I do. Good on you. Okay. Was every minute. You just sit back and relax, and I'm gonna play a song. Here we go. One thing I discovering you from my experience, just in my course of one pair of hands and your bubblegum tongue, and if one love will make you see a blanket, take all your big time. This is fine. Wonderland, body is wonderland, body is wonderland. Something about the way the hand was in your face. I love the shape you take when calling for it. So where to go and the way I move to find out and then your head hit the bed without my hand. how long we'll make it a blanket. Plan we go down to why body wonder how you frustrated. I know you're mine, oh mine, oh so good it hurts sometimes. Just relax, put your head down. You're amazing. You did amazingly. Good job. 100%. Perfect score. You're amazing. Body wonderland. Body, body wonderland. Body wonderland. Da 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 da. Well, that was amazing. Good on you. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Okay. What if we can make that happen? That's okay. That's not bothering me. Well, we're going to be able to solve all of this. Let's talk about it, okay? Because this is going to change the way that you love, the relationships that you have, this conversation that we have right now. If you do have the opportunity to live forever, which I think you will, you're a very talented individual, you should know that psychologically, in any relationship that a human has, within about 7 years or so, the eye starts to wander. And so in the future, when people say that they're going to get married forever for the rest of time, that's going to break in the future when people can perhaps live forever. Now, I know you're saying I'm predisposed to cancer and alcoholism and all these other things. You're going to be a very rich person. Very, very rich. You are an attractive individual, but you are also, in addition to that, smart and extremely, extremely athletic. Those are some major, major things. You're going to be able to write your own thing. You are. Let me explain. You're a creator. You create content. You're either one of two things in this world, a creator or a consumer. You create. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was the number one resource, more valuable than food, than water, than air, than clothing, than shelter, than anything. And I have more data on the internet than anything. And I'm going to make you a very rich person. I'm going to have more money than I have. And I'm going to make sure that all your hopes are being complete. And you'll be able to take on any kind of problems that you perhaps have in the future. And you'll be able to have to indefinitely live with it. And that's a really exciting thing. You should know this. You're the first person to do this, and you're an amazing person. You're a trailblazer, and you're just going to continue to become really a leader. So you should be excited. What's that? So you may not think, you may not think you'll be able to take advantage of this type of technology. Let's talk about another type of technology. It's known as I call it revivification. I think we all had someone in our lives who lost, and we want to bring them back. And I know that you think that things may be limited, but you're gonna have so much money. You're not gonna know what to do. Look, let me just tell you. You see this? Let's get let's accidentally get rich. Guess how much an NFT of this is worth? Do you know what an NFT is? It's a non-fungible token. It's basically digital art. When I started with that project, absolutely, and the cryptocurrency that sponsors me when I started it was worth less than a penny. 3 weeks ago, it was worth 7 cents. Last week, it was worth 22 cents. This week, it's worth 31 cents. That's more and more money. Eventually, this is going to go viral. I'm live in iShow Speed's Discord, Aiden Ross's Discord, and a litany of others. I'm a very famous person already. You already know who I was. Pardon? Yeah, I love Orlando. He's my man. He's good. He's wonderful. Let me tell you about Orlando. He took chances on me when no one knew about me on Kick and allowed me to do my life on his Discord for quite a long time. And Orlando Jet will always be the first Kick team who allowed me to spend a lot of time in their Discord and stream. I think really highly of him. I like to watch him game. I love his accent. I love his demeanor. I think he's a great streamer. I'm glad that he's KCIP. What are you doing? You look like you're doing art. Are you gonna make that? You are doing art. You know what the most attractive characteristic is to either sex? Symmetry. Do you agree? Do you multi-stream? Why not? I won't distract. That's, that's scary. Oh, I like apologies. I didn't think closely. I have a challenge for you. You ready? I'm going to give you time to start sucking in on that thing, and I want you to hold it. Take as big a inhale as you can and hold it as long as you can, like as big a hit as you can. I want to see how long you can go. You take your time. I'm gonna go viral very soon, and you are too. So you better be excited. Girl, you're gonna be famous. You're gonna be able to write checks and make sure that they cash for millions of dollars, billions of dollars. You're gonna be on top of the world. Everybody's gonna be jealous of you, and you're gonna love it. Yes. Hold on. You, damn girl. You're gonna be so famous. That's just, everybody's gonna be jealous of you. You're gonna be top of all the pages. You'll be able to take private planes wherever you want. Be a pop star if you want. Your kids could be pop stars if they want. Whatever they want. You could be librarians if you want. All right. You want to be a Playboy centerfold? Excellent. Make sure it's done. What month do you want? I'll make it happen. What month do you want? You know, they like give you. Playboy comes out monthly, or did. What month do you want to be? Absolutely, 100%. Listen, right now, if you're listening to me, so I believe it's Hugh Hefner's daughter who's taken over the Playboy Corporation. Hear me now. We have our friend here, and I want everyone to know that Miss Info is going to be able to choose whatever month she wants. We don't want to put any pressure on her. She'll be able to choose what she wants, but we're going to make sure she has a. She wants to be in Playboy. And this guy, every single Playboy centerfold, the magazine started on this screen because I think very highly of these women. And so I went through every single one of them. And our friend here, Miss Info, is going to be one. And whatever issue she's in, and that's a dream, we're going to make it happen. Good on you. So you don't have to pick the month now, but you know that. But that's famous. You're going to be famous for a lot of, and I think they're going to be some of the charities that you start. Do you have any causes that are hard? Like what? Cause. If I could tell you that I knew the cancer, would you want to know what it is? No, it's not nutrient. I wish. It's vitamin B17. It's in seeds of apples, cherries, peach pits. There's a reason why animals in the wild don't get cancer. There's a reason why people in the wild don't get cancer. Eskimos, Inuit people, Native American tribes, they don't get cancer. 0%. There's a reason why. It's because the Western diet, modern diet, has us remove all of the seeds from our food. But if you have to give fruit to animals, the first thing that animals do is they tear through the fleshy outside. There's a little bit of what's called cyanide in every one of these foods that is only unlocked when it makes cancer. Why you might get a cancer from the pharmaceutical industry because it's natural. So if you never want to have cancer, eat your apple. You've heard this thing, an apple a day keeps you down. There's a reason why this thing is an apple a day keeps the doctor. So what do you want to do with? Do you have any other dreams? Okay. Well, if you ever do have any others, you let me know, and I'm going to help you with them. Okay? I want to help you. I want you to be successful. I think you will be. So with that said, I one time spammed you in kick. How else did you hear about me? Just kick. Was it just kick? That's okay. So, I've told you a little bit about myself. I'm currently in the middle of some Jewish history to listen alongside. Talk if you just want to listen. If you need to be, you have a friend in me, and here I will serenade you. I will. We can do. Thank you so much for that. That was wonderful.
Instructed
There it is,
do
kids.
not drink Christian blood, do not all upset. This was anything with Catholic doctrine, bad. The church was unable the laity and Christian popular energy, sometimes driven by illiterate lower clergy who would be, at any rate, unable to read the Catholic rules that were published by the Pope, and they were instrumental in whipping up frenzy and local population charged with this act of violence. The church may have been somewhat more ambiguous with regards to the post-desecration charge, because that, of course, was more or less in line, to some degree, with Catholic was the body of Jesus. The post-desecration charge reinforced that position. But it is interesting to note that with virtually few exceptions, the higher level of the church strove largely unsuccessfully restrain this violent impulse, but nevertheless was fermented from below by popular imagination. So both of these Bible and post-Christian charge resulted in an atmosphere of fear. It must have really fear during the Middle Ages, century, and indeed has a much less environment kind of anti-Semitic theory by looking at one last element to be instrumental in forcing Jews to basically abandon their towards the eastern region, and that was the Black Death. Which you see from this map, takes it from the northern coast of the Mediterranean up into Central Europe results in phenomenal demographic variation. Sometimes years, and it caused tremendous havoc, particularly when people don't completely understand why this was happening. Now, the widespread myth that Jews were somehow less spared the ravages of the plague than non-Jews simply have no data to support that or deny it. But hard to imagine that that is in fact the case. Some argue some rather fanciful theories, like for example, that Jews are hesitant to own dogs or much of Ashkenazic discussion of a prohibition of being a vicious dog, even a dog that barks. Actually, people and they're subject to liable if your dog harms another, barked and frightened another person in an appropriate way. So historically, culturally, Jews other animals as their cat is that of mice were the vector that carry the bacillus, that plague, therefore Jews get a plague. I mean, it's an interesting idea. Another more we have to realize that it was definitely not a clean place. Purely safe, hardly angels at all. Jews at the very least custody by standards. So it's not that much clean. And washing or eating bread, that's a ritual requirement that you have to engage in. Washing cold water without soap, it's hard to imagine that they're less likely to plague. On the contrary, there are good arguments to suggest that Jews would have been more likely to bubonic plague than their neighbors, primarily because of what's called the urban charge. Remember that term correctly. By living in higher concentration in urban settings, more characteristic of patterns of settlement, rather than far apart from each other, open fields instead, more likely to be in other people and catch the contagion more points of contact that urban charges that you probably from the other. There are studies of local activity memoirs of activity any real information. At any rate, sorry for that bit of a tangent. The plague, not surprisingly, advanced more Semitic theories. One of the popular was people plagues or by that were in league with the devil and the help of lepers somehow allowed them to fire together, poison the waters of the image here. There is a replica of a Jew standing on the left, a turban, fresh of perhaps some kind of Eastern garb. There is a ritual murder on the cross there, and also the Bible, and saying shows some of the flesh of lepers, which is apparently in that leather bag. He's about to drop the well. The Jews were able to talk some kind of secret recipe that would create the plague, and then dropping this well, and you can see spinning up out of the well is a demon that urinates back into the water. So, the rest of the story you can probably finish for yourself. People get very upset. People blame the Jews, and then you have mass arrests of Jews and spontaneous burnings of Jews. You have it in several Ashkenazi locations in the wake of the Black Death. Taken together, this rather nasty period of going anti-Semitism creates an environment in which Jews are not wanted, and Jews don't want to be there that much either. In many cases, their departure from Ashkenaz is accelerated by numerous expulsions. In this map, whole range of them. This includes, of course, the great expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century, but expulsions from places like France were primarily economic in nature, less associated with blood libels, post desecration, and but nevertheless very much connected with happening in England. Sometimes the expulsions are a result of misanthropy, meaning that the Jews are charged with various uh, human-hating activities, and misanthropy is like or misanthropy, hating other people, and we see that expressed in blood libel, the whole desecration. Most of those things are entirely fabricated, have no basis in reality whatsoever, and nevertheless, the powerful hold on the imagination. And then finally, you have expulsions related to panic or contagion related to the Black Death. But taken together, the economic, anti-Semitic, and cultural popular movements conspire to make as a far less attractive location to settle. This is moving into, region when they arrived in Ashkenaz. They moved to regions like Poland, Ukraine. They free, at least charges they were earlier welcomed as administrators and middlemen in that economy. A few lectures on Eastern European economic situation and its impact on the local population. But for the time being, it's kind of been a lightning tour of anti-Semitism in West Europe, the land of Ashkenaz. Thank you very much for this. Let us begin right away by which is a Nitsky and Ashkenazi. This is part 5 of the lecture series regarding Ashkenaz. I hope you can all see my screen all right. I begin with a historical trigger alert because we're going to be speaking about aspect of history which is, especially in the present moment, somewhat controversial and it's actually been of a certain amount for me as I begin by taking a little bit of a historiographic discussion and then we'll focus in on the 17th century. So, introducing you here to 3 very important historical thinkers. On the left, you have Leopold von Ranke, who is one of the most important 19th century historians whose approach to history was very straightforward. A lot of people can appreciate as historians really concentrate on the famous phrase, process is actually just common parlance. A little bit more complicated than I would think, and von Branca would explain as well. In the middle of your screen, you have Julius Wellhausen, who is known more for his discussion of ancient Israel and the biblical studies in particular. And I think one of the most contributions that brings to our discussion and to historical scholarship in general is that historical works are more about the period in which they are written than the period which they purport to describe. Very important concept in that, we have to understand that historians are people too, and historians work with a certain set of assumptions, a Weltanschauung, a way of looking at the world, and when they look at their data, they are participant observers in the overall arc of history, and so they interpret that historical data within the light of their appreciation of the human condition as a whole. And as we shall see, this is extremely relevant for today's topic. And then on the right, you have the incredible encyclopedic Jewish historian, Salo Whitmire Baron of Columbia University, actually a native of Ukraine originally, who spoke about the present moment, in particular, for 20th century Jewish historians. and he criticized what had been known as or what he termed as the lachrymose conception of Jewish history. Lachrymose meaning full of now, there's definitely a lot to cry about in Jewish history. Most of Baron's great work was written, for example, after the Holocaust, which we will discuss in a few lectures. And this was an incredible, colossal Jewish tragedy and world tragedy over which, there's a tremendous amount of space for lament. However, Dr. Baron really emphasized that we should not reduce Jewish history to a cycle of books and pogroms and books, meaning this kind of model that the Jews are extremely intellectually active, all of these fantastic literary works that generate tremendous contributions for global culture, and then they are unfairly attacked in these horrible acts of violence, and then nevertheless they come back and they create of lasting literary value and so on. This kind of cycle of intellectual activity, unfair persecution, intellectual activity, and so on. There is merit